LPL is back! And so is your scuffed sleep schedule. Double? No. Triple your caffeine intake. Crank your stream to max. Let LPL cast you to sleep or wake you up. Queue solo only at gremlin hours. Consider power naps. Or tape your eyelids open and watch the chaos unfold. Why stay up for all of this? Split 3 is the road to Worlds, and our teams have been cooking since Split 2 ended. New roster moves, renewed ambitions, and with no international embarrassment this time, 4 teams will rise to the world stage. Who wins the support carousel? Will Doinby deliver with NiP's rebuild? Can JDG return to Worlds with Clearlove and Wink now on board? Can Weibo awaken a summer tiger in Xiaohu? Will WE continue to slay giants? Is the IG Super Team the real deal? Can top esports recover from disaster? In the LPL, anything is possible.
From castaways to conquerors, the team no one believed in just dethroned the defending champions.
But IG are inevitable. IG are the LPL.
Get back involved as Shanks is looking for a fight onto Faker. He's in a 1v2, but he looks like he's winning it. Faker getting incredibly low, has no flash. And Scott connects with the abduct. Shanks getting 1, he's getting 2.
Best of 3s every day. Welcome to LPL Split 3. LPL.
Caffeine in, LPL on. Welcome everybody to LPL English, day number 4 of our coverage of Split number 3. And we are ready for some more games, some more debuts of teams making their first ever matchups in Split 3 as we continue our road down the regular season and towards the 2025 World Championships. My name is Grapes, joined alongside K-Man here for 2 series, 2 best of 3s on the docket. 1 from Group Nirvana, that being LGD versus Ninjas in Pajamas, and then after that, a rematch of the lower bracket semis in Team WE versus Invictus Gaming. K-Man, hey, it's going to be a fun time. We're going to start things off with Group Nirvana, which in my opinion has actually gotten pretty exciting over the last couple of weeks with some new teams joining. And then, of course, a rematch of a playoff matchup.
Yes, hello Grapes. I am so excited for today. This is a really fun docket of games. I'm really excited to be kicking off the split here with this one. And you're right, Group Nirvana heavily improved over last split with just the addition of 2 more teams, Ninjas in Pajamas, Thunder Talk, coming down from Group Ascend to be, you know, obviously kind of big raid bosses in Group Nirvana. We're going to get to see one of the better teams from last split go up against a potential Group Ascend powerhouse in Ninjas in Pajamas today, and then, of course, a Group Ascend matchup itself.
It really feels like, you know, now that we're playing the double round robin 2, and as you mentioned, 2 new teams have joined the fray down there in NiP and Thunder Talk, who, you know, both won their first series. It seems like there's a ton of competition, competitive levels there that maybe didn't exist last time around. Teams like EDG really stepping up, and we'll see if LGD, the top team in Group Nirvana last split, will be able to do the same, as we will see the first matchup of them today against NiP. Let's take a look at their starting roster entering split number 3. It looks very similar to their roster going into the start of split number 2. However, Climber got benched after a couple of series in the placement stages came in, and so he's going to be making his return back. What happened to his former jungler? Well, we'll talk about that in just a little bit, but for now, this LGD team did look very good in maybe a weaker Group Nirvana in Split 2.
Yes, this is a roster that, for all intents and purposes, was supposed to be the starting lineup for LGD throughout the entirety of 2025, but Climber ends up getting benched early on in the year. This is a player who had a ton of success at the LDL level, came up with a lot of his, teammates and LDL success stories to LGD Gaming at the start of the year, and just couldn't quite find that form. We've seen this a lot with junglers taking some time in the LPL, maybe struggling a bit early on in the gate, taking some, extra splits to get going, and then figuring it out. His former replacement, and Nio, I think, is a great example of that. So I'm excited to see with him back in the lineup if he can recapture that form and stay consistent.
Yeah, this was a team that we were very excited about, maybe even going back to split number 1, because LGD were a team full of rookies that actually did show a little bit of sauce in some of the wins that they had. And Climber actually was one of those players that we were pretty excited about going in. It was why I personally was a bit surprised that he ended up kind of leaving the starting roster going into the Group Nirvana play. Obviously, Nio ended up doing pretty good, but this is a player in Climber that we were pretty excited about, all things considered.
Absolutely. He was a really hyped prospect coming out of that LDL system, and this LGD team was very successful in Tier 2 here for a while. They were a really consistent team with a lot of hyped prospects, and I think, I was surprised that Climber wasn't able to get it going super regularly in the spring split, but even going back as far as Split 1 here, all the way at the start of the year, this was a team that pretty consistently was able to beat WE, a team that ended up getting, top 4, obviously different iteration, but there is upside to this team that I think can still be unlocked, and we've seen LGD as an organization, regardless of where they're projected at the beginning of the year, regardless of how you feel about their lineup or their roster, we've seen them consistently be able to handle themselves around the 10th or 11th best team in the LPL. They have the potential to be even higher if Climber can really start growing into that potential.
And as we mentioned, a lot of rookies here on this team, and the question is, how high can they continue to climb? How much can they continue to develop? And, they've got to kind of reach their peak sooner rather than later here, K-Man, because if you don't, all of a sudden the season's over and the year will come to an end. And this is an LGD team that I think at the start of the year people were pretty excited about, but they need to continue to keep the ball rolling if they want to make that playoff push. But let's see what their opponent is going to be looking like here, K-Man, in Ninjas in Pajamas, because while LGD were a team that finished first in their group in Group Nirvana, NiP seem like they are going to be the favorites in Group Nirvana this time around.
Yeah, it's really hard to look at this lineup and not see the strongest team in Group Nirvana. I mean, Doingby alone being in the lower group just feels wrong, especially after how they started this year. Going back again to Split 1, Doingby was MVP, Leave was first team All-Pro. This team looked like they could compete to be top 3 or top 4 in the entire league. Of course, things end up being a little bit more contentious in Split number 2, but they make some roster changes that I think are drastically going to increase the floor of what this team can offer, and I think you actually get a lot of upside with these players that have been, maybe sneakily good prospects on some bad teams for a little while.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to talk about some of the members that are returning to NiP as we go throughout the series. Doinby, obviously, the big captain. Leave, who has been a relatively solid carry for this team, and then Solo Kill kind of coming in with a bang. But overall, let's start off with our new additions. First of all, Nayo, who was on LGD, now going to make his first matchup against his former team here as the new jungler for Ninjas in Pajamas. And K-Man, this guy, I feel like had a lot of good moments on carries on LGD, but in the first series that we saw Ninjas in Pajamas play, he actually was much more utility focused, which I think is cool to see a little bit of flexibility out of him now.
Yeah, this is much more what we saw out of him as a prospect when he was coming through the LDL system with Top Esports. Remember, this was a former LDL MVP. When we were looking at him being signed last year by Rare Atom, this was a team that, or a player that really looked like he could break through and potentially be a future star. It was kind of a surprise when things didn't work out in 2024, but as we've seen and as we've talked about, jungle is just a difficult position to adapt to at a tier 1 level when you're going up against great junglers in the LPL very regularly. It took Nayo some time to feel comfortable, but he got his feet under him with the carry picks, being able to be enabled by the rest of LGD. If he can start to be, a great all-around player like he was as a prospect and, generally projected to be, this is a very scary addition for Ninjas in Pajamas with his mechanical ceiling.
And compared to somebody like Aki, who definitely had his struggles on Ninjas in Pajamas in the towards the back half of Split number 2, Nayo is not afraid to press that go button and make some aggressive plays, which when you have somebody like Doinby on your team is very, very important. So looking forward to seeing what Nayo can do. I feel like with him on this NiP roster, their ceiling certainly has increased, and they could be a team that does qualify into the playoffs, unlike what they were able to accomplish at the end of Split number 2. The other new addition to this NiP roster, though, is Niket down in that support position, replacing PP God, who, has received probably his fair share of flame, but Niket is a guy who's coming over from Royal Never Give Up. Obviously, that team not competing in the LPL this year allows for him to make this move. And even though the stats don't look great, we have to remember that RNG did not have the best split. And this guy overall is still a player and perhaps a prospect still, if you want to put that label on him, that we're pretty excited about.
There are a lot of intriguing traits about Niket as a player. I really loved his tape last year in 2024 when he was playing for Ultra Prime. He came in the summer split, and there was a small period of time where Ultra Prime felt like a top 8 or so team in the LPL with Niket kind of as the driving playmaker for that team last year. Of course, things don't quite work out there in Group Nirvana. Things don't really work out on RNG, but there have been flashes when he is allowed to be unleashed a bit more as a true engaged player, as a true playmaker, that he can be a difference maker at the LPL level. That's what Ninjas in Pajamas is hoping that they're going to get to enable their really strong core that they already had.
Yeah, we might not get Milky Way back in the LPL this split, but at least we have the bot lane, Jauchi and Niked, who I feel like overall did some pretty good things despite the fact that RNG really did underperform in that group Nirvana in Split 2. Excited to see some more of him, especially alongside Leave. He did have a good first series against LNG, and that's why NiP is up 1-0 in the standings. And again, going back to the competitiveness of Group Nirvana, it is our, number one team out of that group last split in LGD against maybe one of the favorites that we have in the group this time around, coming down from Group Ascend in Ninjas in Pajamas. So going to be an interesting matchup here, and we take a look at which position we are most excited to watch. I think eyes definitely have to go into the jungle, because it's Nio against his former team, and Climber gets a chance to play against the guy that basically benched him going into group stage play.
Yeah, I mean, how can you not be excited about that? How can you not look at Climber potentially getting his revenge on the player that came in and took away his opportunity at the beginning of the year? But Nio also going out with an attempt to prove that not only was he better than Climber and had more upside the whole time, but that Ninjas in Pajamas made the right decision by bringing him in and kind of hitching their wagon towards the end of the year onto his ability to kind of run in the jungle. It's going to be a really important showing, especially with LGD having their first series of the split here. So very excited to see where things go. I would not be surprised to see some fireworks early on in these games with both of these junglers looking to make some action quickly.
Yeah, I know that we're hyping up how exciting Group Nirvana is potentially setting up to be, but I feel like LGD is a big equation, or a big part of that equation, I should say. So if they kind of fall flat in this series, maybe it is just, NiP and Thunder Talk reigning towards the top of the group and then a battle towards the bottom. I don't think LNG really had the most impressive performance, all things considered, in their first series against NiP, so we're hoping that LGD put up a bit of a better fight. But we're expecting them to, because of the fact that, they did finish towards the top of the standings last time around, and I think still have some players that we're pretty excited about. The thing for me about LGD, though, K-Man, is just looking for some more consistency out of some of their younger players. I think specifically, I look at somebody like XQW, who had some interesting moments, but then you also look at some of the plays that he was making, on things like the Rise, going for some pretty questionable realm warps and the like, and just need to see a little bit more consistent play out of one of your big carries.
I couldn't agree more. I think mid lane is a position that is definitely watchable for LGD in terms of just swinging the game back and forth, whether or not you're going to be able to, actually push your advantages in the mid game really relies on that mid lane priority, especially in the current meta. And XQW is a player that at times looked, solid, had a really good track record coming through as a laner and was able to play out, shove and roam team fights relatively well in the mid game. But there were a lot of moments, as you said, where the positioning really left a lot to be desired, where he was a little bit too far forward. Those mistakes can be cleaned up. We've seen a ton of players be able to figure that out with more time at the LPL level. We definitely need to see it sooner rather than later, though.
And he's got a chance to prove himself here against Doinby, who is going to be a bit of a tough task for a young player like him. However, when XGW kind of has been at his peak, we definitely can see him kind of matching up well. And that's the thing about this LGD team, is just waiting for all the pieces to kind of click at the same time for this team really to be the exciting roster that we are kind of hyping up. Again, the team that finished towards the top of Group Nirvana last time around just didn't work out for them once they got into that play-in stage, and maybe a little bit unfortunate that they had to run into that Team WE that went on a pretty substantial miracle run. Obviously, we'll talk about them more a little bit later on today, as they are our next series going up against Invictus Gaming. But again, down here in Group Nirvana, stakes are high because elimination is at stake if you do, not perform, although it is a double round robin this time around.
Yeah, you can't really make as many mistakes as maybe you would normally be able to in an LPL split, but definitely more leeway than the 5 best of series that they got in the previous split. So a lot more opportunity to grow, and I think that's going to help a lot of these teams like LGD that are fielding so many players that are kind of just lacking in reps at the LPL level, getting these, games regularly on stage against Doingby and Leave and, players who have had success at the LPL level. I think that that's great for their growth. It's all really about whether or not they can, show enough in that short amount of time to be able to push for one of those, play-in placement spots and not be bottom 2 in the group.
Yeah, I mean, that's all you got to do, I guess. Don't be bottom 2. However, the seeding is pretty important. I mean, we saw that last time around. It's going to be a little bit different this time, though, with 4 teams coming out of Group Nirvana instead of just the 2. But the higher up you get, the better chance you get of playing maybe a weaker team. I know FPX, with some of their roster changes, maybe not looking as promising up there in Group Ascend. Finishing first in Group Nirvana might be a bit of a beneficial situation, especially now that you do get some more reps. We're waiting for those walkouts to begin here, as we're still on that Spirit Blossom page. Starting things off with, of course, Ninjas in Pajamas. And again, as we mentioned, K-Man, this is a team that we're kind of having a different expectations of than being a Group Nirvana. As you mentioned, not necessarily a team that we have labeled in that bottom 6, even though they are in the group with the bottom 6 teams, theoretically.
Yeah, I've seen basically everybody put them as a top 8 team in the LPL going into this split in terms of expectations, and I think they see themselves as that as well. I think they went out and played this offseason going from Split 2 to Split 3 like they are a team that wants to make playoffs. I know it sounds crazy, and I don't think it's a tough road for them, but theoretically, they're not out of like Worlds contention in terms of being able to qualify. Top 4 is reachable as long as you're able to make the playoffs. That's where Ninjas in Pajamas are still aiming in terms of their goals. You can see that in their willingness to make changes and their, willingness to try and grow as a team. To do that, they need to be able to consistently win in Group Nirvana, but we need to see that growth continue to be linear for this team. If they can continue to get better throughout the split, not just, throw a couple of players in, look good, beating some teams that are maybe a bit weaker mechanically. I think there is a lot of upside still mechanically, especially with what this team can accomplish.
Yeah, let's not forget this team beat Invictus Gaming a couple of times at the start of the split. Like, they made it to the playoffs of split number 1 last time around. So at their peak, they are like a team that, they finished in the first place in their group. So theoretically, they were technically top 4, and then they lost, and then ended up kind of in that 7th or 8th position. But there is upside for this roster, even though at this point the roster looks very different than the roster that originally was there in Split 1. I also love the dyed hair buff that we might be getting from our solo laners here. We got Solo Kill rocking the red hair and Platinum Blonde from Doinby. A bit of a throwback.
Yeah, no, I'm super excited about that. It didn't quite work for Aki in Split 2, so they're hopeful that they can get the buff on the solo laners this time around, but, you always gotta keep that excitement up in terms of Ninjas in Pajamas. One of the most fun teams to watch from a gameplay perspective. Why not make it one of the most fun teams to watch just in general?
Yeah, and, chaos across the board is what we're hoping to see. Push and roam from Doinby, now with Nayo a little bit more unlocked. On the other side, for LGD, I'm very excited to see what they look like now with Climber adjusted back into the lineup. Again, team that had a lot of experience kind of together over the past couple of years, or the past couple of splits, and now kind of reuniting with their old jungler and coming in with also, speaking of changes, name change in the bot lane as well. The player formerly known as Xiaoya will be referred to as Savior for this split, but for just a reminder and an update to all of you guys watching at home, is the same player that will be taken to the bot lane here for LGD, in case you're a little bit confused. That's why we haven't mentioned it yet.
And honestly, that's a good thing. I think him returning here for LGD and, him being able to kind of be the longest standing member on this team at this point is good. His development has been pretty great over the course of his time in the LPL. It's not always been perfect, but he has gotten better, I would say, every single split that he's played. And he's a very aggressive player. He plays off of, a jungler like Climber, in theory, very well in terms of just how things are set up. I think him and YCX as a bot lane are actually pretty scary. And especially if, Leave and Niket are going to have some growing pains and maybe aren't going to be quite as synergistic day one, that could be a bot lane that actually succeeds quite a bit. They have enough talent. I'm excited to also see Sasa on the top side. That's really the LGD player that I'm excited about here. His mechanical ceiling very high, and that matchup against Solo Kill is hopefully going to bring us some fireworks.
Yeah, I mean, remember when Solo Kill first came into the roster, replacing Shanji? A lot of us were wondering, is that the change that needed to happen? But I think overall, pretty satisfied with how he was able to perform in the back half of the season. Was able to play some more carries and actually overall have a pretty good time. Sasa as well. I really love his champion pool. The fact that he can kind of have these pocket picks like the Udyr that, always are a factor here in these best of Fearless series is going to make for a very fascinating matchup as we have begun the first phase of the draft. And as I say that, things have kind of disappeared here. there seems to be some bugs sometimes with the way things are initially set up. It looks like the first phase of the bans were getting started, but we might have to wait a little bit longer.
That's all right. We're working at the kinks at the start of the split. It's all good. I'm excited to see where the draft priority ends up lying for both teams. Oh, we're going a little bit of a throwback here. Yeah. Taliyah first pick is actually going to get locked in here, it looks like, for LGD. We see quite a few mid lane bans coming out. The Azir, the Ryze, the Galio all taken off the board alongside the Pantheon, the Vi, and the Gwen. But the Taliyah, I think, is smart. We've seen that pretty consistently taken B1. If we're going to see a Wukong Annie answer, that makes a lot of sense as a potential, skirmish and team fighting duo, a setup duo with all of these other options taken off the board.
Definitely think for NiP, having a very powerful mid-jungle 2v2 that can skirmish in the mid to early game will always be crucial for this team. Having Nio now on the Wukong is definitely a very good choice. Combining that with the Varus, which will be going down in the bot lane towards Leave. Now, as we mentioned, XQW picking up that Taliyah first pick. We'll see what it gets matched up alongside the Xin Zhao. Very safe and a very standard pick here with the Pantheon banned away.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. The power you have in the mid game with Taliyah and Xin Zhao really sets you up for a clean way to play out those mid games, and Mbessa is going to be the lock-in as well for Sasa. This was his most played champion in Split 2 by a large margin. This is something he really favored, basically into any matchup, and we're seeing him go towards it once again. It will be the Annie as the answer, so teams kind of, keeping their options open in terms of where they want to play, maybe their side lanes or the rest of their comp. In LGD's case, we'll see what they want to do with their AD carry spot here as we see some hyper carries banned out like Sivir, at least to start off the ban phase, but expecting some potential top lane bans to come out from LGD with their top laner already taken.
It's going to be the Braum instead to start things off. Curious as to that being the particular answer. Almost makes you wonder if they're trying to set up a specific 2v2 down there on that 4-5, something like a Kai'Sa Nautilus, which the Braum can do pretty well into. It's going to be mostly bot lane focus here, obviously, for NiP as well, as they also need to lock in a top laner. You'd imagine Solo Kill gets the R4 and then save something for YCX down in the bot lane to pair alongside the Varus. A couple more seconds to figure out what LGD do want to take away here. As they are also looking for a full bot lane for Savior and YCX.
Yeah, I think you have a ton of engage already on Ninjas in Pajamas with the Wukong, with the Annie, even the Varus can make some plays happen, and so I wouldn't be surprised if they went a little bit more lane dominant with their picks here as they continue to go forward. We'll see what they want to save that R5 for. Looks like it is going to be safe for support. Makes a lot of sense with top lane showing on the other side. And it will be the K'Sante as the lock-in to, as the answer to Mbessa. This is something we're seeing a little bit more prevalently in pro play over the last couple of weeks and, towards the end of MSI. It'll be interesting to see how that ends up playing through with the rest of the comp. I think K'Sante really wants to play a little bit more for those late game fights, so maybe Wukong with those engages can perhaps be set up more so than carry. But it's going to be the Jhin lock-in and perhaps maybe something a little bit spicier here for LGD as well.
So some long-range poke, some long-range damage, and eventually you get to that damage breakpoint where Jhin does do quite a bit, especially against some of the backline carries that have existed here for NiP. The Nautilus makes a lot of sense given the fact that the Braum was taken away. It's going to be Niket's Rel, his most played champion of the year, to round out the composition for NiP.
Yeah, I mean, it's very clear where these two teams want to go directionally. Ninjas in Pajamas playing much more for that late game. They have so much engage on their side with Wukong, with Annie, with Rel, all pretty consistently able to shut down a target or be able to disrupt a lot of these teamfight scenarios. And then, of course, it's Xin Zhao Taliyah on the other side in terms of the setup that they have available to them. They need to get the ball rolling early. They have all the tools needed to do so. And Mbessa as well is going to be in a pretty good spot early on in this game. But they do have more of a timer, I would say, more expectation early on than Ninjas in Pajamas do. If they can control the tempo, it should be on them in terms of being able to succeed, but we'll see how it ends up going.
And again, going back to our jungle matchup, the Xin Zhao against the Wukong, relatively even in that sense, but this was our featured matchup of the series. Climber going up against the player that ended up replacing him on this LGD team. Now off to theoretically better pastures on NiP. Now Climber getting that opportunity once again. Seeing what each of these junglers can do paired up with their respective mid laners, I think these 2v2s going to be crucial early on in this first game. They can get onto the map, find some early plays, particularly towards that bottom lane, can allow for each of their teams to find their mark and get that early lead. Again, first place team in Group Nirvana last split in LGD Gaming, going up against the theoretical and odds-on favorites in Group Nirvana this time around. The new kids on the block down here in Ninjas in Pajamas. We get a first look at LGD this split, second look at NiP as we continue in Group Nirvana play. Let's kick off day 4 of the group stage of LPL Split 3. So I think it's pretty clear, K-Man, who the audience thinks is going to win / is cheering for.
Yeah, no surprise there. A lot of fans for, one particular team, a couple players on there, very popular, but, I don't think it's quite that mismatched in terms of my expectations. I think that there are a lot of opportunities for LGD to continue to push forward. Like I said, I believe they do have some pressure on them in this game with Xin Zhao Talia. You do need to kind of push the pace, push the tempo, a little bit quicker than maybe NiP have to in this particular instance. But as for some level 1s, we're looking for a potential invade here from LGD as Leave is just going to get pushed out. We'll see how NiP want to answer this, but just going to be pretty standard setups, all things considered. Not really a ton of innate combat power at level 1 with things like Talia and Jhin, unfortunately. So we'll just be pretty standard setups.
Yeah, nice ward placed on the NiP blue buff. Doesn't look like much vision was able to be responded to by NiP on the top side of the map. Both junglers going to be pathing towards this bottom lane. You might see a little bit of early trading here. Ket's going to eat that 4th shot. Did have that shield from the dismount. Soak up a little bit of that damage, and it's going to be probably a bit of a quieter start down here until those junglers potentially get involved.
Yeah, I mean, you say that, but we have a little bit of a fight here as Ignites are dropped.
Oh my goodness. The
Niket?
LGD bot lane doing some damage to Niket. He's forced to pop that Ignite. It's going to be 2 summoner spells for 1, though, and that's the silver lining that NiP is going to take from this.
Yeah, getting the cleanse off of Savior there is actually a pretty big deal. I know it doesn't look like a great trade, at least on the surface, but that does introduce a lot more safety necessary for the Jhin, a lot more protection necessary for the Jhin in the early game, so we'll see if NiP want to go and try and punish that. For now, it's just going to be them obviously pushing in to the tower with Niket having to back.
Yeah, taking that early reset, it does mean that Leave might get a little bit of solo XP here, which is not the worst thing in the world. However, Niket will still be level 1 for a few short seconds. However, we have to turn our eyes to the mid lane as Nio already making an impact here, forcing XQW away. It was the flash burn from Doinby, and XQW did not have to use his.
Yeah, that's actually not too bad of a play for XQW here, not burning any summoner spells, understanding that he can just hit the shove right back, but we'll see if that resource ends up coming back to bite Doinby. We all know how much Annie loves having flash available. With that being gone, a lot of the playmaking tools, especially around level 6, might be a little bit harder to execute on, but some more trading going down in the bot lane now. No particularly gigantic surprises. Luckily, like you pointed out earlier, Grapes, LGD did get that ward down on the blue buff, so they have perfect vision of where Nio is at right now and exactly what his plan is going to be. That should allow them to play a little bit safer, and we can see Climber pathing to perhaps protect their cleanseless bot lane here.
Yeah, and with the gank unsuccessful in the mid lane for NiP, it means that Climber was able to accelerate the clear a little bit and get first dibs on those Scuttle Crabs. Nio will likely have to make his way towards the top side if he wants to make it a trade of some sort, so that's a good thing here for the LGD bot lane, and a small win for Climber, all things considered. He gets the first little victory here in the matchup against Nio in our featured matchup here. More trading once again. Niket's still a little bit underleveled. However, he does land that 2-man crash down, and YCX has to flash away. Leave with that lethal tempo. Brocketing flash forward and pick up first blood for NiP. Savior now forced to flash away. That 4th shot not doing nearly enough as a double kill is opened up for the NiP bottom lane.
That is a huge mistake coming in from the LGD bot lane. They really have no business trying to fight on that timer, and they get really punished for it. Leave gets a double kill down in the bot lane. This is a very accelerated Varus now going into the mid game, and this is one thing that just could not happen for LGD. Varus is one of the few champions that is just going to be able to, kind of really make Xin Zhao and Talia's life a lot more difficult. We're going to see a replay of the engage here. YCX just feels like he can get some poke down, but the Jhin damage is just not enough, even with 4-shot coming in. YCX is way too susceptible. He flashes out, but it's much too late. The double flash comes in, and at this point, it's just a free pickup on Savior. He flashes, but it's kind of a wasted flash here, as there's no way he's going to be able to get out. That is a very, very good play for Ninjas in Pajamas.
And that's a really nice play overall by Niket, specifically onto that rel, using that Q, the Shattering Strike, to buffer the stun of the dredge line, making sure that even though Niket got stunned up for a little bit, so was YCX, gave Leave a little bit extra time to dish out some more damage, and then a 2-man crash down to boot on top of things. Niket having himself a really nice play down there in the 2v2 after he did make maybe a small mistake that resulted in him taking that early reset. So far so good here for Ninjas in Pajamas bot lane, who overall have looked really good going into the start of Split 3.
Yeah, I mean, we wanted to see how these two players would play off of each other, obviously never having to play together competitively before this split, and things have worked out pretty well so far in a small sample size. We'll see if that can continue to grow. Leave is in a great spot moving forward to really be able to run a lot of the mid game here. He should have a ton of priority over basically whatever they want to fight for. They swap him up to the top side here, as is pretty standard around this 5 to 6 minute mark right now. Both bot lanes will be on that top side of the map. We'll see if there's early dragon priority here. I think it's possible from these two teams, but Doinb hits level 6 first.
Alright. I'm not gonna lie, Doinb, you got Sork Shoes and a Mana Crystal. I don't know if you really thought that was gonna be enough for a kill, but at least trying to chunk out XQW, knowing that he did not have level 6. Maybe a small win gets him perhaps a reset angle or an opportunity to roam around with Nio on the bottom side, as the bot lanes have rotated up to the top lane. Ignite goes on to Savior. He immediately has to cleanse that out. The empowered Q from Leave doing a ton. The hail of arrows. One more auto attack would take Savior down, but he's not in range just yet. The piercing arrow instead will take down YCX, as Leave and Niket having an excellent start to this game 1.
This is monstrous for Ninjas in Pajamas. It's the dream start for Leave. Just 3 kills right out the gate, pre-7 minutes. Savior is still very low under this tower. It is a terrifying experience here, but with that flash blown on both YCX and Savior, it's just free if you're able to get that engage off. They don't have the survivability right now to be able to last in a 2v2 with all of the damage coming out from Varus, all of the lockdown coming in from Rel, and now you're looking at a situation, a position where with Grub spawning in 45 seconds, Dragon already being on the map, how do you even project to try and contest any of those objectives if you're LGD?
And then I really like the on-hit Varus as well here in this game. You don't have a ton of range that you're dealing with on the other side, other than maybe like the Jhin in terms of the deadly flourishes and the curtain calls. So really going to be able to get in there, and obviously the fact that you are accelerated, maybe having a Blade of the Ruined King before 10 minutes here in this game is going to make things even better for Leave, who I think, again, overall has had some moments that, make us pretty excited about this player. Of course, maybe those moments not as frequent in Split 2, but I think we still think this guy is a pretty solid AD carry, and he's off to a terrific start here with Niket.
Yeah, Leave has always been a player that we've seen the potential in, even going back to his first split on Edward Gaming many years ago as the replacement for Viper, but he's going to be very important for this game. We can see the setup here. Grubs have spawned, and they have been started here by Nio, and this should be a pretty easy take. I can't imagine that LGD want to try to contest a 3-kill Varus. It will be the Dragon traded on the other side. Climber opting in to make that decision. I think that that's right in this case, but with Grubs going over and a 1k gold lead in the pocket of Varus, you pointed out correctly, Blade of the Ruined King very close already for Varus here. Like, this could be a game that snowballs out of control really quickly. LGD definitely need to start putting their foot on the gas.
And this is something that we talked a little bit about going into the pre-show, a little bit maybe even before we went live, just between you and me, K-Man, but what Group Nirvana could look like and what NiP could look like, as they are dominating so far in their first 2 series, going right onto XQW after taking the Grubs, and now Naya will get on the board for his first kill of the series.
It's just everything going in favor of Ninjas in Pajamas right now. Absolutely every part of the map is theirs. Nowhere is safe. NiP just, using that pressure that they got from the Grubs to full invade and catch XQW out. He burns his flash in that as well, so that's really difficult for Talia. Now having to play a side lane, no flash, against all the engage that Ninjas in Pajamas have is going to be a very scary proposition, and they can basically go wherever they want on the map here. We'll see what they want to prioritize coming up. Obviously, Dragon off the board, but we'll see if they want to continue to look for a lot of these picks or if they feel comfortable enough to just shove out waves. But whatever they end up doing here, that gold lead is probably just going to get even more accelerated with the lack of protection tools on the side of LGD.
Remember, you said that LGD is a team that had to get things going in the early game, and you take a look at the gold lead, they've kind of been doing the opposite. It's 2,500 in favor of NiP, the team that, again, scales pretty well. When you have this Varus that is going for the on-hit build. You have a K'Sante and a Wukong who are going to do a lot of really good things in those later game team fights. NiP looking very solid right now. And it goes back to that conversation that we were having. Obviously, NiP are a team that we think could compete in the top 8. If LGD, the team that finished first in Group Nirvana, are not going to be competitive against them, it might be a bit of a situation where NiP kind of run through everyone in Group Nirvana, and maybe not the best for competitive integrity, but makes us excited about what NiP can do after the regular season is over if they're able to keep this up.
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly the hope for NiP fans, is that they're going to be a team that isn't just the best in Group Nirvana. They can actually, move to compete where they thought they were going to be at the beginning of the year, and Leave, as we can see on the bottom of the screen, is going to be a huge reason why that team has the potential to do so. It's been an outstanding start for him, but this was a first-team All-Pro AD carry in split number 1. This was somebody that was looked at as a potential breakout star of 2025. You noted earlier, it didn't quite go his way throughout the entirety of split number 2, but there's been some pretty substantial growth, and with a lot of the holes, and especially with NiKet playing so well, kind of patched up going into this split number 3 here, this Worlds qualifying split, Leaf could be primed for a big breakout, and he certainly is in this game. Blade of the Ruined King completed here on the Varus, 1.2k gold up on Savior already, and this Varus is going to be a massive problem. We're seeing a 3k gold lead for Ninjas in Pajamas at 11 minutes into the game. We'll see where they want to put their pressure right now. They're just kind of, catching waves, moving around the map, waiting for something to fight over. And, once they do, I'm pretty sure they're going to be pretty quick to attach. And here it is, potentially.
NiKet was maybe getting collapsed upon, but he was able to get that crash down over the Dragon Pit wall and get himself back out to safety. We don't have really much to fight for, so it was just some aggressive vision hunting that NiKet was going for. We don't have that dragon for another 2 minutes or so. However, the Tri-Brush will be checked once again. Climber and YCX there to defend and take that ward down. And it looks like we're going to head back to a bit of a quieter game state, at least for the moment. We mentioned now that Blade of the Ruined King completed here for Leave. We see an early Thornmail for solo kill as those first items are starting to come through for both sides.
Yeah, I was going to point that out. That is a really interesting first build coming in here for the K'Sante, going up against Jin and Mbessa and Xin Zhao. As LGD potentially look to try and make a trap here for Doingby. He's not going to fall for that. He's going to play respectful enough. He holds his stun here, but that Thornmail is going to be doing a lot of work early on in these fights. And I think especially when you're looking at this Varus and this Wukong already being relatively accelerated, you have so much engage already. If this K'Sante can just buy a little bit of extra time for you to be able to, land those auto attacks, do that on-hit damage. That's going to be the goal here, as XQW could potentially be in a little bit of trouble if this wave gets pushed in. It looks like he's going to be fine for now, but we'll see if they want to commit to anything.
Looks like he's going to be fine. Maybe if he took one more click forward, he could have been this doom. So shout out to XQW for playing safe this time around. Doingby's going to redeploy back to the bottom lane as we see overall just posturing, wave pushing here. As again, NiP trying to reclaim the form that they had perhaps at the start of split number 1, albeit with a couple of different players on the roster now. I mean, you go back to split 1 compared to where we are now. It almost feels like a fever dream came in. I know that you joined us on the LPL English broadcast team in Split 2, but I know as somebody who you were definitely following, making your own content back there. It feels weird to see, like, when you go back and you mentioned the fact that, like, Leave was an all-pro first-team player back then. Doingby won the MVP, and now they're both here in Group Nirvana, but, hey, looks like so far working out for them this split, even though they had maybe a bit of a downturn in Split 2.
Yeah, I think there's reason to believe that Split 2 was more of an outlier than it was the norm for this team. There was some reasonable regression, such a small sample size in Split number 1, but, these are players that can catch fire, as we see, Nio and the rest of NiP prioritizing this dragon that will, stop LGD's only success story so far at the beginning part of this game, which was that first dragon take. We do see Herald, of course, spawning in 45 seconds. We'll see where the priority goes, but XQW looks like the target first.
Yeah, no ability to really escape. He's going to flash away. The Tibbers was used a little bit earlier, and Doingby's going to take a ton of tower shots and go down to YCX. He claims the final kill, but the Chain of Corruption from Leave is going to give himself a double kill. A teleport comes in from Sasa. He is seen on vision. He's going to use the public execution to try to get onto the Varus, but NiKet's going to crash down and force him to peel on out. Climber looking to maybe dish out a little bit more damage. They don't know that they're on a ward right there, but in a 3v2 situation, LGD have no business to push forward.
Yeah, the fight looked good until the 3-kill Varus ended up showing up. All of a sudden, things start to go a little bit worse. Doingby just getting himself a little bit too far forward, overestimating the damage he can put out with that Malignance completed. But at the end of the day, it still is a 2-for-1, even with Sasa's teleport. Unfortunately, just not enough damage coming out once your main damage dealers and, Savior obviously not at the fight are gone and not available. That is what we can look at as a relatively positive play for LGD, considering the game state. Not a great sign of things moving forward, but we're going to get a replay here. XQW just trying to clear the wave, not necessarily respecting that the rest of the team could be around, but it's kind of a botched dive here a little bit from NiP. Doingby just overestimating his damage. It's a great knockup coming in from YCX, a great ultimate to be able to stun him under the tower, keep his Talia alive. But once the Varus shows up, the damage comes through. Gorgeous piercing arrow, and now that's a 5-kill Varus rather than a 3-kill one, and things are continuing to look even scarier with Ginsu's completed.
In general, if you're at the 15-minute mark of a game, you'd be happy to have an item, right? Like XQW, he's got the Seraphs, he's got Merc Treads, he's feeling pretty good about himself. Leave has 2 full items now. That Rage Blade completed, this guy going to be an absolute menace around any fights that happen for the foreseeable future. Speaking of fights, NiP it feels like for them, they should just continue to try to press the go button, go for more plays. The Rift Herald's up for the taking. I would not be surprised to see them just go right to it now.
Yeah, especially with all this priority that they've already established. Look at the vision coverage in the jungle here for Ninjas in Pajamas. It's absolutely perfect. There's no way for LGD to be able to walk up here. Rift Herald is just gone. There's no fight to be had. If Leave is in the area, it's going to be difficult for you to make any play whatsoever around any of these neutral objectives right now, and this gold lead is just going to get harder and harder to come back from. We already talked about the scaling advantage, but look at the ease of execution for Ninjas in Pajamas as well. If Wukong gets in or if Rel gets in, all of a sudden now it's much easier to combo off the other ultimate, and now it's much easier for Annie to be able to land, ult stun, and so, every single piece kind of plays off of each other in terms of why this comp, ends up being so efficient, and it's why we've seen it so much. And with all of those kills on a Varus who's going to be very difficult to deal with on the backline, your only real major hope is a fantastic ultimate perhaps coming in from Sasa, or, maybe getting some picks here. That's what I would be looking for if I was LGD.
They're going to try to do their best to defend the Rift Herald push on this mid lane tier 1 turret, but Nayo's going to take that Herald and try to drive that one straight on in, and with that comes the potential engage. Nice cancel of the crash down from YCX to make sure 4-man knockup did not connect, but it will cost him his life. However, Doinby's at 100 HP, he's going to have to get on out of there. Curtain call's been opened up. Nayo may be in some trouble. The clone's going to be able to block that 4th shot for just a little bit and keep the jungler for NiP alive. He
the flash
flashes into the Deadly Flourish. That was an interesting interaction right there. He'll be able to get on out of there. Overall, a 1-for-0 with that mid lane tier 1 taken down.
Yeah, again, a decent fight coming in from LGD in terms of their execution, and honestly about as good as you could possibly hope for, but still one of those fights that just enables a bit more gold to go over to the side of Ninjas in Pajamas with the tower going down. We're going to see how this ends up setting up. Obviously, free crash in here with the Rift Herald, but LGD are in a pretty decent position to be able to counter. It's a nice engage from NiP, but you called it out perfectly. YCX with a really nice buffer. Unfortunately, his health bar is not going to be able to survive a lot of the engage coming down, but the turn here is actually pretty solid. If Nayo is just a little bit less tanky in terms of how things are set up, perhaps this is actually just a trade here. Unfortunately, they're not able to pull one back, but the flash being used there from the Wukong does deny another form of potential engage if there is a small silver lining, but still not much to glean, even if they did play the fight a little bit better there.
Yeah, for somebody who's 1-4-0 on a support Nautilus 18 minutes into the game, I think YCX has not looked horrible in some of these mid-game fights. He's had some nice plays on this champion. Obviously, you can't excuse the 2v2 kills that ended up going down. However, still some silver linings maybe you can pull here for this team, as they want to prevent that Dragon Lead from going over, but Doinby's going to immediately go in with the flash 2-man Tibbers. Climber has to flash away, has the Blight stacks on top of him, but that Crescent Guard's going to keep him alive for now. This is out a ton of damage as Leave just flashes forward and picks him up. Doinby gets one back with the YCX, and now XQW is in a horrible position. Leave gets himself yet another double kill as his kill counter jumps up to 7, and NiP win another fight. They're going to claim that second Drake.
It's absolutely beautiful from Leave. He's playing with so much confidence and aggression, understanding just how strong his setup is right now, and course, that's going to lead to the Dragon being taken here by Nio, but it's the setups, it's the lane priority that's created here by Ninjas in Pajamas that allows them to get that pick onto Climber to start out the exchange in the first place. Of course, again, congrats to Leave, and you know, props to him for being confident and aggressive enough to push forward and flash forward and secure that kill, but it's really the map dominance coming in from Ninjas in Pajamas that makes it so difficult for us to imagine a world where LGD come back. We're going to see the setup here, Doingby with a really nice flash ultimate. That's the power of the Annie, and as we talked about before, the CC ability to combo off of that is incredible. YCX basically has to give up his life, but Leave just playing like a madman, flashing forward as the AD carry. Who needs the rest of your team when you've got 7 kills on the Varus? And we're seeing that aggression that really made him a player to watch come out in this game.
Yeah, you know, honestly, it wasn't the most synced up engage for NiP either. Doingby just saw 2 people, maybe slightly out of position. It's all right, I'll flash Tibbers on his head. In situations where maybe the game state's more even, that could prove faulty, and maybe a team like LGD could punish that, but Leave's just too far ahead. It doesn't really matter at that point. As long as NiP finds some sort of engage, they should be able to win any of these fights, and we might have to start having that conversation of the dominance they've had in the first 2 series. However, LGD not necessarily having their Nexus blown just yet. However, it might happen soon, especially accelerated with the Otacon being started up by NiP. Weaver's Wall is going to come in, maybe try to block out Ninjas in Pajamas. They're immediately going to go for the Cyclone, and in goes Sasa with a really nice public execution, and it's going to get them 2 kills immediately as Leave is taken down. No carries alive. Nio's going to try to have to take this one, but Climber steals it away from his old jungler, and it's going to be a huge turnaround for LGD.
A disastrous fight for Ninjas in Pajamas that is almost unexplainable. You get your 2 main carries caught out immediately at the start of the fight. We're going to get a chance to see this with YCX, with Sasa, with Climber playing super aggressive and going in, but that is a huge turning point for LGD. That is so much gold going in favor of them, not only because of all the kills, the shutdown gold that they're able to get in a lot of those instances, but the Otacon and now what looks to be mid lane pressure going down as well. Top lane tier 1 is also going to fall with that play. That is a huge turning point, and that could keep LGD in this game.
And a huge play specifically from Sasa on this Mbessa. You mentioned it was his favorite champion. Feels like he didn't have an opportunity to do a ton this game. He found his opportunity and took advantage of it here on the Doingby.
Yeah, Doingby just a little bit out of position, not behind the Weaver's Wall, which is really kind of a disaster here coming in for NiP, but it's also Leave getting picked off so early on into the fight that completely negates any chance for a counterpunch here. All of the gold, all of the damage is on that Varus. If he's going to fall very quickly, it's going to be difficult to pull it back. It's a great engage by Sasa, and he's found a lot of these angles, and we can see the damage coming in on that fight, but I think even more importantly to note is the 0 number coming in from Doingby after that Mbessa ultimate coming down to lock him up.
Yeah, he still has his Tibbers off of cooldown, which means that he didn't get a chance to use it around the Otacon there. NiP, they probably were feeling a little invincible after winning all those fights back-to-back. Thought maybe we can just start this Otacon up and win the fight and just eventually like go snowball this one out, but after that, it's going to be a 600 gold lead only, separating these 2 teams. LGD very much back in this game at this point. It's going to have to be a lot through their top side in Sasa and Climber, as they are the ones now with that gold advantage, and they're the ones who had big impacts there in that last fight.
Yeah, I think that's a great call out. I think important to note there, Solo Kill was actually covering mid-wave in that fight, and so was XQW, but of course he can join with the Talia ultimate. That was a 4v5 for a large portion of that exchange with no Cassante available, and so if you're going to be taking fights, you know, regardless of how far up you are, if one of your main frontliners isn't going to be there, that is a problem, and that goes to show that if Sasa can have a bigger impact on this game than Solo Kill, you know, on the other side, we could perhaps be looking at more consistent frontline engage coming out from LGD, even if the ease of execution should be there for Ninjas in Pajamas. That being said, you still have a gigantic Varus on the other side. If he's not able to get picked off, or if the Annie is able to get a full combo off in these fights, I still would imagine that they're in a pretty good spot, but definitely significantly more signs of life. It's gonna be about this Baron spawning in 50 seconds, this Dragon spawning in 45 seconds, with 2 going over to Ninjas in Pajamas, whether or not LGD can continue to, you know, stay in this game and push forward and win a couple more fights.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely are in the position to do so now. I mean, even somebody like Savior, 2.5 items. kind of in a very similar position to Leave at this point, who just picked up his 3rd in the Terminus. But that lead not as big as it was even a little bit ago, as I believe it was him who picked up that shutdown on to the Varus, which was a good chunk of cash, I would have to imagine. Around the Dragon now, both teams setting up with the Soul Point here for NiP, like we mentioned. But LGD, I feel like they think that they're strong enough to fight. They're going to send a teleport in from Sasa and open up a 5v5.
Yeah, he's on a potential flank angle here. If they can get onto the backline once again, that is their avenue for success. And NiP properly clumping up, not allowing their backline to be targeted here. See if LGD want to overextend for an engage.
Weaver's wall, it was very impactful last time around. This time, he's going to try to separate Solo Kill from the rest of his team, but he dashes right back over with his E. Dragon getting very low, and it's going to be secured by Nio, but now the fight's going to begin in earnest. In goes a lot of members of LGD into the backline, but it's not enough. Nio with a massive Cyclone, and it's going to be matched by everybody on Ninjas in Pajamas, going straight forward and taking down everyone. 4 kills just for nothing, as NiP get themselves the Soul Point, and they're going to get themselves the Baron as well.
A gorgeous fight from Ninjas in Pajamas, and this is why this comp succeeds so much in the late game. The ability to play front to back. Naya with a gorgeous ultimate coming out from the Wukong, and the follow-up. Leave might have fallen in the previous fight, but the damage was raining down in terms of arrows in this one, as those two are basically able to clean up everyone on LGD. Of course, Doingby with a really nice stun in that fight as well. We'll get to see that on the replay, but with Baron going over, with Dragon, Soul Point going to Ninjas in Pajamas, they firmly, retaken control of this game. It does look a little bit dicey at the start here. I like NiP's willingness to stay a little bit further back, not allow, that free engage like LGD got around the Otacon, but with that smite going down, the hook landing unfortunately onto Niket with the Rel and the ultimate coming down, you just don't really have the damage coming through. Nio at that point is just able to completely disrupt the midline there of LGD, and there's just not enough damage coming through. Leave is basically free hitting on the back line, but he's going to have to flash here as we come out of break.
And speaking of Leave, wanted to mention there, the ultimate from Sasa did not connect onto him, and that's going to maybe pay a huge price, as Climber immediately getting taken down as he's caught out in the mid-wave, and it's already a double kill picked up for Leave. Gonna get a triple, and XQW is gonna get stunned up. Leave gonna get himself a quadra kill just for free in the mid lane. Savior very far away, so the penta likely not to happen, but another 4 for nothing for NiP as they're pushing out mid with Baron in their hands.
And just like that, it goes from a game that feels playable for LGD, where the comeback looks like it could be possible, to the base being completely broken open here with Baron buff, and probably game going in favor of Ninjas in Pajamas after a great fight.
Now the death timers are low. YCX just says respawn. Climber up in 5. The Nexus tower is burning down quicker than that. Nexus exposed. Ninjas in Pajamas had a small hiccup, but they bounce right back after that. 3 team fights in a row will give them game number 1.
Yeah, a really great game from Ninjas in Pajamas. If you can exclude the Otacon fight, basically everything going in favor of this team in game number 1, really showing why they are favorites here in Group Nirvana. You want to point out the bot lane, you want to sit there and give them all the praise, and I'm sure we will, but so many great plays made by Nio, the player we highlighted at the beginning of this segment, going against his former team, some great engages on the Wukong, some great setups, and overall just a really great team effort from Ninjas in Pajamas.
Yeah, and you mentioned Leave just absolutely popping off at the end of that game. I think he had 13 kills by the time the Nexus went down. A lot of that, though, not possible without the early laning phase play of Niket on that Rel in the bottom lane, setting himself up for just a ton of success, and Lee was able to really take that and run, allowing for NiP to go up 1-0. And, outside of that small mishap around the Otacon, looking just incredibly clean against one of the best teams that we had in Group Nirvana last split.
Yeah, this game was near perfection for Ninjas in Pajamas. This is a team comp that's pretty easy to execute on once you get into the late game, so long as Leave and Doingby are able to stay safe. And, I think for the most part, you can look at this as a really encouraging sign. I think the biggest part for me is just how well Leave and Niket seem to be playing off of each other, specifically in the 2v2. If you can get a support that can come in, be as big of a playmaker as Niket has been in the past, and really allow Leave to take over 13 kills in this game, that's going to be a recipe not just for success in Group Nirvana for Ninjas in Pajamas, but potentially for more.
Again, we're a long ways from it, but, if they keep winning these one-sided games like this, we're going to have to keep, thinking of higher and higher expectations for this NiP team. Sure, it's just been 3 maps so far, but you look at the amount of dominance that they've been able to have in all of them. You know, the games against LNG kind of got extended, but a large part of that's just how LNG play the game. They don't like going for a lot of plays. They like kind of sitting back and waiting for the game to be lost against them in a way. And NiP just were able to slowly win those. But you look at the kill scores, you look at the gold scores so far. NiP in their first 3 games have only died 11 times across the 3 games. So it's a great start for them. Obviously, we're hoping that they can keep it going to keep the LPL very competitive as we continue our road down to eventually these playoffs and maybe even those regional qualifiers and the like. But here's a look at our gold graph and our damage charts. Leave obviously leading the fray. I mean, he's definitely going to be walking away with our player of the game here going into this one. And you know, there's one little hiccup around that Otacon, but after that, it was very, very one-sided.
Yeah, if Leave was able to stay alive on the back end of a fight, if he had protection, it was over. There was no way to play that out, and you give him all the credit for that. That was Leave being able to generate his lead in the early game. It wasn't, you know, donated to him in the same kind of way that maybe you see at times with the AD carry role. He was able to really dominate the early game and be able to really push himself forward. He was sitting at 2 items as early as, I believe, 11 minutes into the game. We're getting a replay here of that 2v2. That really, at this point, it's difficult to imagine a world where LGD, you know, can find easy ways back into this game with the Varus so accelerated. But you give a lot of credit to Niket as well for how well he played in some of these exchanges, and a lot of the engages he found towards the end of the game on the Rel as well. A lot of those ultimates coming in, you know, getting 2 or 3 people towards the end game, just free setup for the rest of the team to be able to capitalize on. Yeah,
not a ton of opportunities for Niket to like kind of show his stuff when he was on RNG, a team that obviously has had their issues in 2025. We can leave it at that, but look pretty good so far here on this new look team. I really thought he had some good moments on that NiP roster as well, him and Jachi, so excited to see them back here in the league for split number 3. And again, just him being able to win out on some of those early game plays in the bot side allowed for Leave to style on him and put on montage performances here in the back half of this game.
Yeah, and that's what you're looking for. I mean, Leave is a highlight-worthy player. This is a guy we've seen have pop-off moments in the past for EDG, for Ninjas in Pajamas, for every team that he's been able to play for here in the LPL. If you can just get him the kind of support that he needs to be able to carry the game, he's going to be able to do that. He certainly has enough talent. We've seen this organization really believe in him throughout this year, kind of put piece after piece, trying to figure out what combination is going to get the most out of their, you know, stud young bot laner, and I think they have found a pretty good one here.
Yeah, I mean, still a very new, I mean, all things considered, what, it's been like 2 or 3 years that he's been here in the league. It feels like he's a veteran at this point, but I don't know, like, still a lot left to prove here for a player like Leave. I know Alk's a big Leave fan as well here on LPL English, so I'm sure he's happy about how he's been performing and how maybe he doesn't have to lane with PP God anymore at the 2v2. As we go through our highlights and wait for our player of the game, again, eventually going to go probably towards that bot laner for NiP. What do we, I mean, it feels like there's not much to say on LGD side. Kind of just got in the bot lane and that was that, but I don't know. I feel like this is a wash it and just kind of try to regroup here going into game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, this is one where if you're scrimming, you ask for a remake. I mean, if you're playing Mbessa, Xin Zhao, Talia topside, and your bot lane is 0-3 at 7 minutes in the game, you're probably just going, all right, you know, we can scrub this, we can move on, we can go next. And so, difficult to really, you know, judge LGD. I will give them credit. They stayed active in the game, which is something you can't always say for some teams in Group Nirvana. They stayed active even when it looked pretty dire for them, being able to pick up a nice win in the Otacon fight, but just didn't have enough firepower to be able to come away with a win. I think for game 2, I definitely would prefer them to pick something that gives them a bit more flexibility going into the back half of the game. As much as I love Xin Zhao Talia, didn't really feel like they had an out once their Jhin and Nautilus got taken off the board. So we'll see if they want to make some adjustments there.
I believe we have our player of the game ready. It's going to be Leave here on the Varus, 13-1-5. I mean, yeah, I know you're pretending to be shocked. There's really no other option here for this game. And hey, start of potentially a great season for NiP, but there's still work to be done here in this best of 3 series. Again, got to win 2 in order to get up to 2-0 here for this squad. We'll see if LGD have any bounce back here is again, they want to reclaim their throne at the top of Group Nirvana, just like they had in Split number 2. But before we head to a short break, we want to give an extreme thank you to our Coffee and YouTube subscribers who help level up the show for you guys over on LPL English. A lot of the initial payments have gone into upgrading the broadcast, like some of the new show assets that you're seeing throughout the Split, but a huge bulk of it also pays on-air talent and content creators, so you can subscribe to our Coffee. The link is in the Twitch chat right now to unlock perks like early access to content and the ability to ask interview questions in our unique on-site interviews like you saw at MSI, and we're going to continue to do that throughout Split 3. 1-0 for NiP. We'll see if they can clean up the sweep after this. Welcome back, everybody, to LPL English. We have game number 2 of our Group Nirvana matchup between LGD Gaming and Ninjas in Pajamas NiP, taking that first game rather handily, although there was a small fight right there where LGD did maybe look like they were going back into it. It's Grapes and K-Man here for the call of game number 2, and this is the NiP K-Man that we were expecting going into Group Nirvana a little bit, but maybe we didn't realize just how dominant they would be.
Yeah, I mean, we knew Ninjas in Pajamas were favorites. They would have been last split in Group Nirvana just in terms of the way their roster is constructed. They got even better going into split number 3, and we're really seeing the results of that offseason as, you know, a lot of the players that came in to solidify this roster are stepping up big time. The bot lane was incredible in game number 1. We're going to have to see a better performance out of the 2v2 from LGD in that regard, but also I want to see more flexibility. I want to see this team play around some of the players that they really invested in a bit more.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Sasa have himself a pretty good game on LGD's side. That one fight, I think, was a lot of him and YCX also having a nice Weaver's Wall into full combo onto Leave that ended up contributing to him going down. However, he's not going to have his most played pick on the Mbessa anymore, as we are in that true fearless format. I would expect them to go back to the blue side here, but kind of just need to see more from basically everybody else on the team as well. While Climber did have that nice Otacon steal, he was not able to do too much in the early game. It seemed like overall Nio was able to have maybe just a little bit more impact, and the bot lane obviously cannot get 2v2 killed in the senses that they did. That allowed for Leave to become the monster that he was able to become by the time we got to the end of that game.
Yeah, I think one thing I'm really looking for in draft here, one thing that I noticed out of the Game 1 draft when looking at it again, Draven was left up, which you might be surprised to hear, but it's something that's not often done against LGD. That really is Savior's go-to pick. In the bot lane, he was kind of known as a big Draven player for a very long time. If they want to go for perhaps something a bit more comfortable for that bot lane, if they're going to leave Draven up again, it could potentially be an option for LGD. That being said, just stabilizing around something else that's early game focused. When you look at Savior's most played champions last split, Misfortune, Callista, Caitlyn. Those are the 3 that you're seeing. All of these champions that really want to establish 2v2 priority. Going in that direction makes a lot of sense for that team.
I'd love to see a Draven. I mean, why not just you could just slam it like to start it off. I mean, you might need a little bit more power in the laning phase is I think what we learned after that last game. But yes, for Ninjas in Pajamas, I mean, specifically a player like Niket really having himself a good go of things, at least early on here in this season. Now with that new bot lane here on NiP, I mean, he went a combined like 0-1 and 27 in the 2-0 that they had over LNG just yesterday, and he had himself another really good performance here. I feel like this bot lane for Ninjas in Pajamas could really be what elevates them after, it feels like they had some inconsistencies there in Split 2.
Yeah, Niket has been a player that's looked good in the past. This isn't some player that you look at the stats from Split 2 and you go, oh, he's a bottom tier support, that they're just throwing something at the wall. That's not who Niket has been as a prospect. He really elevated Ultra Prime last year to being a team that could compete around top 9 or top 10 for a majority of that summer split. And I think coming here to a Ninjas in Pajamas team where all they really need is a spark, a playmaker, somebody that can really push the game forward, he is absolutely the kind of player that can offer that. We saw the laning prowess in game number 1. He was always a really great team fighter in the past as well. So if he can grow into being one of the more, unique and fast-paced all-around supports, especially for Group Nirvana, I mean, we see what Leave can do when he gets enabled and when the resources are there. We could be looking at one of the scariest bot lanes in terms of the production that we've seen in quite a while.
At least here in Group Nirvana, there's some pretty good bot lanes across the league towards the top of the table, obviously. But, I mean, again, this is the goal eventually for NiP. Obviously, winning Group Nirvana is a good thing here and there, but they have higher aspirations. This is an organization that has made a ton of roster changes throughout the split, or throughout the season, I should say. Again, with 2 new pieces coming in for split number 3. So they are very driven. They are very motivated to perform well with this team and to maybe even threaten to go international. Obviously, a little bit of extra difficulty coming from Group Nirvana, but the way that they're playing, who knows what the ceiling for this team could be as we head into draft for game number 2. Looks like we do have that OG overlay back set up here as LGD once again remaining on that blue side.
Yeah, a couple customary bans. You have to ban Rise against Doingme. That is a necessity. I imagine the Galio will also be coming out. No, they're going to leave the Galio up. It's going to be the Lucian actually coming out as the ban for LGD, perhaps not wanting to see NiP match with one of those aggressive early bot laners, but it does leave a couple of big picks open. Rumble being the primary one here for Sasa. Had such a great game in game number 1 on the Ambessa. Has also played a bit of Rumble. Was a champion that was banned quite a bit against LGD in the split number 2 as well. And so to be able to get that early on in the draft, I think makes a lot of sense. Can go a lot of different directions. A lot of the macro-oriented mid laners are available though. Galio is available potentially as an answer to the Rumble on the top side. Twisted Fate is something we saw Doingby bring out yesterday in their series against LNG. It looks like it is just going to be the Scion here, but a lot of options still on the board.
Locking in Scion is a kind of a white flag being raised by solo kill. You're not going to do much in the laning phase, but hopefully can have some impact in those team fights. And now with the jungle pool pinched just a bit, you see, of course, our fearless bans of Wukong and Xin Zhao, as well as the Pantheon and the Vi. I feel like something, you know, like a Sejuani Yone might be of higher priority for LGD here in this second rotation, as it is a Senna going to be locked in for Leave in the bottom side.
Yeah, Senna makes a lot of sense. Leave has always had an affinity for this champion, but you were right on the money, Grapes. It does look like the Yone is going to be the hover XQW with so much time on that Yone. We'll see if he ends up wanting to lock it here. I would be surprised with this setup if they don't want to go in that direction, but it's a great call out. We'll see what the answer is going to be coming in from NiP. I think that there are a couple of options, and perhaps it could just be even more scaling. I don't want to talk too much about hovers, but would be kind of against the playstyle of Savior to go for something that plays more in the late game, but it is going to be that Smolder locked in.
I mean, this is kind of just an instant response to Senna being locked, knowing that you're going to have a pretty easy time in lane. Might as well just go for the Smolder, get yourself stacked up kind of relatively easily. It does mean that the Sejuani is likely to be banned away in this second phase, so you are sacrificing that 2v2 in the mid jungle, but if that is what gets LGD over the hump this time around, wouldn't necessarily be against it. Doingby's going to lock himself in the Aurora as we head into the second phase of bans.
Yeah, I think there's something to be said about that free laning phase coming in from Smolder. I'm a little bit worried from a player perspective about Savior when he has to play for these late game team fights, but he's going to have the chance to be able to showcase that. Here, obviously, the 2v2 not necessarily going his way. We'll see where the ban priorities want to go. It's the Lee Sin banned out. Of course, we saw Nio pick that up in their previous series yesterday against LNG. We will see if they want to potentially ban out, you know, some other pretty famous Nio picks. Things like the Nefiri and the Lilia are still available. You know, you can argue whether or not those champions are as relevant as maybe they were last split when Nio was having success on them, but we'll see where that wants to go. I think generally speaking, though, late game does seem to be the priority. The team fighting from Rumble and Smolder is terrifying to have to go into. That's a lot of damage, and Senna, obviously, you know, with a Scion frontline is also going to be difficult to break through. So both teams seeing what happened in game number 1 with, you know, a team getting indexing heavier into that scaling style and really reaping the rewards from it.
We might get some crazy 35, 40-minute team fights in this game, K-Man, if this is the way the drafts continue to progress. Viego and Lee Sin taken away as we get 4 total junglers taken off the board as the pool continues to get pinched. We might have to see Nio go to one of those hyper carries to both allow for Leave to, you know, do his supportal thing down there on the Senna, but I mean, there's not a ton of options left at this point, other than, I guess, something like this Skarner.
Yeah, will be the Skarner as the lock-in here. This is an interesting pickup. I really didn't expect to see this coming out of Nio. It's not something that necessarily plays into his playstyle all that much, but I think that's the exciting thing, right? Is Nio is a player we talked about feeling more unlocked on Ninjas in Pajamas to perhaps play things he wasn't allowed to play on LGD when he had to carry every single game. So, you know, this is really going to be Leave on the Senna, getting a chance to kind of repeat that performance from game 1 and Doingby on that Aurora. We've seen what LPL Auroras can do even internationally this year, so excited to see that as Trundle is going to be the answer into Scion Skarner. It's looking pretty good.
Yeah, a lot of tanks that you can, you know, steal those resistances away from. It's going to be a Braum locked in for YCX as well. As last pick for Niket is going to be a Nami. So Senna Nami bot lane going to be the move for Ninjas in Pajamas here in game number 2. Get a little bit of extra range, a little bit of extra poke, and perhaps just a response to go into the Braum as you didn't want to lock in something like that Leona that was hovered earlier.
Yeah, I actually really like this from Niket. I think Nami is a champion that is at times underplayed in professional play. I think she gives a lot of advantages in the early game. I think she's a champion that's been very strong for quite a while now, and I think, you know, you don't necessarily think of pairing it with something like Senna. You think of the Lucian Nami bot lane, you think of the 2v2 dominance, you think of her ability to play forward, but just as an enabler in the late game, like, Senna is going to be a lot more dangerous in terms of these team fights with a Nami available, and depending on how NiP plays these fights, I think that could be a really difficult thing to kind of deal with, but it really is late game versus late game. I mean, you want to talk about two scaling comps, here you go. Smolder versus Senna, you've got two tanks in the Scion and the Skarner, you've got the Trundle coming in on the other side, the Braum coming in on the other side. I slightly favor Ninjas in Pajamas in this draft just because I think it kind of plays into their core identity a bit more, but it's really going to be about execution for both of these teams.
It's a lot of Doinby in the early game here for NiP. I mean, you have a Senna and you have two tanks up in the top side as the rest of your team. Not going to be dishing out a ton of damage until we get to that late game here. So if you are Doinby, a lot of responsibility falls to you. Whereas for LGD, there are more tools, specifically on the top side of the map, that can make some plays early on. So if NiP can survive that initial onslaught while also making sure this Smolder does not get too strong, perhaps they are the ones that could be looking towards that 2-0 sweep. But LGD do have some good tools set up for themselves here as we get ready for game number 2.
Got a little bit more support than game number 1. Got a little bit more going for us with LGD, but they're going to need it here in game number 2 as we potentially see Climber already taking some damage early on here. A ward will be placed. Ward will not be cleared, so vision going down for Ninjas in Pajamas. But, you know, at level 1, I'm not really expecting too much. I don't think you should be surprised when you look at these two team comps. We'll see if Climber potentially wants to get a counter ward down, and he does so here.
Looks like both teams are going to get that early vision here as we are in Shenzhen as the overlay going into game number 2 did say, perhaps explaining why we have some more NiP fans here in the crowd today as they continue on in their group Nirvana run, not lower bracket run, although it feels like that sometimes here with the added pressure of elimination potentially at stake. Taking a quick look around at the runes, nothing too out of the ordinary. The big thing to point out is a lot of fleet footworks, which means that both teams are just having some tools to keep themselves alive in the laning phase. They're not necessarily focused on winning out here early on.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. No real concerns with the fleet footwork here. I think it's kind of necessary in a couple of instances for a champion like Smolder in pro play, but we're just going to have to see where exactly teams want to put their priority. Doinby already with a pretty sizable health lead in the mid lane, hitting level 2 first, and, you know, backing XQW off of this wave is going to have it crashing into the tower, so not too bad for now. We'll see if we can get the same kind of fireworks as we did in game 1 in the bot lane. Something tells me not necessarily going to be the same kind of lane here, but you know, we'll have to see. I've seen crazier scenarios here from more passive teams, so anything could happen.
Nautilus versus Rel support matchup to Braum versus Nami. The interaction level is definitely slightly adjusted here this time around. Although, who knows? You know, I think especially with the junglers getting involved, there could be some action here. But all things considered, not too much expected in the early game from either team, but specifically for NiP kind of across the board. On LGD side, though, perhaps some opportunities towards that top side of the map. Doinby flashing in, going to try to get that 3-hit pass on XQW, but not going to land that final auto attack.
Yeah, it will be flash for flash in the mid lane, which is very much in favor of the Aurora early, because it's going to be really easy for this Yone to be in a bad spot. We see those electrocute procs just absolutely destroying XQW here. This has been a very difficult laning phase for the Yone. You don't typically imagine this being this bad for the Yone this early on in the game, but great job by Doinby to be able to really put that pressure on. And, you know, we talk about Doinby being the star player. I think most people would have him as the player you're expecting the most out of. But as we talk about Doinby, it's the junglers that perhaps will steal the spotlight right now.
Nice pillar from Climber. Make sure that Ixtal's impact is not able to be continued by Nio. Another one of those small interactions that could be in their favor. However, Savior in a ton of trouble as YCX has to jump in front of him to make sure he does not get rooted up by that Senna W. And so a couple of summoner spells were burned in that instance. It should be all right, though, for LGD, as Savior does have his teleport available, so he can use it to get back to lane.
Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of summoners burned on the bottom side of the map. You pointed out Xavier's flash from just being incredibly out of position in that exchange, but it's Leave's Ghost, it's Niket's heal that are also burned as well, as we see a 2v2 in the mid lane now. Just some protection trying to come in for the Yone, but that's actually a pretty decent win, I would say, for Ninjas in Pajamas on the bottom side of the map. I'm excited to see that they're not afraid of at least looking for exchanges if LGD are going to be out of position, as we get a little bit of a jungle fight here, as perhaps another 2v2 around this crab, but it'll just be NiP backing off.
Yeah, forcing YCX to come into the mid lane to make sure that Crab is able to go over to Climber, as Joinby has done a really nice job of controlling this mid lane matchup against XQW. Obviously, it started with that early flash trade in the mid lane, but making sure that Wave State's always in a good position. Nile is able to make sure that that Raptor goes over to himself as well. We are seeing a little bit of aggression here for LGD, which we do love to see.
Yeah, I mean, you know, aggression is good to see in games like this. It's nice to see you keep your foot on the gas. You know, it's all really about making sure that you can keep yourself on pace and on target. At this point, you know, for LGD, I think the main thing is going to be save your stacks. As long as he's able to keep going on the Smolder, eventually he will get to a point where they can play a lot more aggressive and can start to be a lot more involved in the plays that they're making. For now, it's all really just about generating those resources. We do see objectives spawning. Dragon is up. It will be Ocean Dragon as the first one available here. Of course, still 2.5 minutes on those grubs, but no lane swaps initiated just yet for these bot laners that do want a bit more of a passive game.
They seem pretty contentious stacking up. It is going to be fun to compare the two stack counters on our 80 carries as we go throughout the game. Right? I mean, obviously, Smolder stacks a little bit quicker than the Senna, but right now they're relatively even positions, I would say, overall. That's probably the most interaction you're going to get. It's an immediate jump forward from YCX into just getting rooted and then backing on out.
Yeah, not exactly the best of interactions there. It was a nice shot by Leave to dodge the Braum Q, but if that's your interaction there, that's not too much to be able to talk about. Again, I think you make a really good point that both of these AD carries are going to be looking to stack as much as possible as quickly as they possibly can, but that means it can be influenced pretty heavily. We do see both junglers here, though. Oh,
Aqua Prison does not land on a Savior. Remember, he does not have a flash. Snayo going to jump on top of him and Leave once again claims first blood in back-to-back games for NiP.
Yeah, it's a really nice bait from Ninjas in Pajamas, where YCX once again just going too far forward as the Scion's going to be ulting down here. XQW going to have to ult out.
He's in a hairy position, already having that Fate Seal to burn. No flash on him as well. Remember, they traded them in the mid lane just a couple of minutes ago. But he will be able to run on out of there. Solo kill, having a timer with the wave in a decent spot for him. Using that Unstoppable Onslaught to force a couple of, I guess, time away here for XQW, and allows for NiP actually to start up this Dragon. Climber, though, is in the area. Could maybe go for a steal, but does not want to risk it at this point in the game, so Naya will be able to collect it.
Yeah, it's a lot of action happening, a lot more than maybe we expected here in terms of just proactive plays, but pretty much all of them going in favor of Ninjas in Pajamas in terms of how they are breaking down. It's, like I said earlier, it was a great bait in the bot lane to be able to set up for YCX to go too far forward. Savior obviously with no flash, no ability to protect himself from that Skarner coming in, but it's a very proactive play from Solo Kill to be able to burn that ultimate on the Yone. That takes away their ability not only to contest the Dragon, but Grubs are now up in 30 seconds as well, and that will be an ultless Yone as well coming in for that fight. So definitely some things to play for Ninjas in Pajamas here as the bot lanes get swapped up to the top side now for the objective.
Get those grubs spawning in about 10 seconds, so that is the reason for that swap. You see LGD deploying their bot lane to the mid lane instead. Doesn't matter too much. They both will be able to fight out a potential 4v4 if desired around these grubbies, as it is a bot lane push here for NiP. Nio starting this one up. XQW kind of in a tough spot at this point in the game, and won't really be able to do much around this, as he is just getting shoved in, using all of his spells to just clear out the wave, as one grub has already been claimed by Naya, but now Climber and YCX are here. Savior joining the fight as well. We're going to teleport in as from Sasa. He's going to be able to join the fight before Solo Kill does. Leave already forced to flash away. The Ixtal's impact is landing on XQW. A 3-man impale is only going to delay the death of Nayo, as a nice collapse from LGD get themselves a kill.
Yeah, Niket now trying to make his way out. He's going to try and flash to get to the Blast Cone, and he will do so, but he's been tagged by the Braum. As long as he's able to stay with this crashed minion wave, even takes a second to land a little shot on the tower there, but there's just no damage coming in from Ninjas in Pajamas. Doingbee isn't able to make it to the play. Solo kill also not available for that. It ends up being a 3v4 and just a lot of damage going in favor of LGD. They execute a little bit better. Burning Leaves flash right at the beginning of that fight is absolutely massive, and from that point onwards, it's really nice execution, and it does keep LGD in the game. Worth noting, though, that NiP still did get 2 of those grubs, and so even if you are considering that a nice fight for LGD, it still comes out relatively well for NiP.
And he did have to burn things like that teleport from Sasa, although that is what you generate the advantage for, is to go for a play like that. But LGD now finding themselves in the lead in terms of gold, but not in terms of the objectives. NiP have 2 of the 3 feats of monster slaying at this point. The Dragon in 2.5 minutes would be the next opportunity for them to claim that. However, overall, LGD feeling pretty good about how things have worked out, especially because one of those kills did go to Savior.
And that's the key, right? Is you're looking at both of these AD carries having 1 kill apiece. You're looking at the stack 71 already for Savior on this Smolder. He's going to be in a pretty good spot moving forward. I know we were discussing perhaps some mispositioning that Savior had, and I'm still a little bit concerned about that going into the team fight stage, but he's going to have the opportunity to kind of prove that he can carry this game for LGD, maybe make up for that game number 1 with the place that Smolder has been placed in after this early game, but just a bit of trading going down on the bot side. YCX here to cover for XQW. You mentioned it. Still over a minute and a half until that next dragon. Right now, it's just posturing, but Nio potentially getting collapsed on.
Gonna have a tidal wave from Niket to try to protect him as well. Doingbee lands a massive Between Worlds, but he's gonna run right into the Fate Sealed of XQW, but Climber dies first, and a second kill goes Doingbee's way. Solo kill jumping in as well, as XQW now in a whole lot of trouble. The Roller of the Slayer gonna slow him down. Can he get to the Blast Cone? He will be able to escape the dodge away from the Dawning Shadow, but it comes at the cost of 2 members of LGD falling.
Yeah, it's a really nice turn there from NiP. LGD just way too aggressive in terms of what they're looking for, not realizing that they are the ones who are quite out of position during that play. It's a great ultimate from Doingbee at the start of that fight to really displace everything that LGD wants to do. The damage obviously coming out from him there, but a great follow-through from Nio on the Skarner ultimate on the Impale. We're going to see this in the replay. LGD really feel like they can catch out Nio early on here, but he's way tankier than they're giving credit for. Niket with a really big Nami wave to kind of disrupt everything, but Doingbee just the amount of damage. It's a nice ultimate coming in from XQW is the Blast Cone that ended up really creating some problems there, and obviously a double kill going to Doingbee. That's huge for the Aurora. Not only is this Aurora now up 13 CS and in a spot where she was already pushing forward pretty consistently in side lanes, but now with 2 kills, Doingbee's going to be even more of a threat around these neutral objectives.
Yeah, and remember, we mentioned this at the end of the draft. He is a bit of that bridge to the late game here for NiP in terms of the damage that they're able to dish out. And getting him ahead, certainly a good thing. And it kind of shows maybe a flaw in LGD's composition. You saw kind of a sloppy engage, and that's because they don't really have that instant go button. YCX is seemingly the one who has to go for this all the time, and did not end up working out super well for him at the end of the day. And it really goes to question how they'll be able to start fights. And honestly, the bigger question for me is why they decided to go for something like that. It seemed a bit unnecessary to go so far into the enemy jungle, and they ended up getting punished for it.
Yeah, I think they felt like they had more safety than they actually did, with Nio perhaps feeling like he needed to back off. But when they kept making that roam, it was a free play to make. Dragon now has been started here by Ninjas in Pajamas. If they're able to secure that, that will be second Drake. The stacking will have started, and with Drake stacking, with a Senna, with a Nami, with all of those free extra stats, another Mountain Dragon, or I guess a Mountain Dragon going in favor of a Skarner Scion comp. It's definitely going to be in favor of Ninjas in Pajamas, but you're absolutely right, Grapes. I think you hit the nail on the head. This LGD comp wants to go backwards, not forwards, in terms of how they want to play out a lot of these fights, and I think if they feel the pressure to kind of push forward during the mid-game, that could perhaps be to their detriment. This is a game we expected to go long for a reason, and right now it feels like LGD might be pressing their advantages or their lack of a little bit too soon.
Yeah, they've been doing a lot of the going forward, which is, again, not necessarily what the team likes to do compositionally speaking. Now they might be forced to go back a little bit here, as XQW getting targeted is going to be defended by YCX and Climber, who now can maybe go for a play on Nio. He has no Excel's impact. He's going to get knocked up. There's the Fate Sealed. Brilliant crowd control chain is going to allow for a kill to go LGD's way, and a teleport comes in from Sasa to try to continue things here in a 2v4 situation. Electro Harpoon does land. It's the Blast Cone from Climber. They want to set up for this dive.
Yeah, they are pushing the wave. They are attempting to set up for this. Scion is on the way. This is a very risky play.
Between Worlds comes out. Doinby's going to be able to dash away. Tidal Wave lands onto 2. Surely now LGD realize this is a sticky situation. They're going to back on out of there.
Yeah, pretty over-ambitious dive attempt, I would say, there with all of the resources available, but they do get some of those out of Ninjas in Pajamas. At the very least, they burn the Nami ult and the Aurora ult and the Scion ultimate as well on the play and don't really lose too much for it, but definitely a big win there for LGD. They now have a pretty sizable gold lead. 500 gold actually feels like a pretty big one during this game. Most specifically, a 1k gold lead for Sasa on the top side here on this Rumble. We expected him to be able to generate this lead and, to be able to push forward in the early game, but he's doing an even better job, I think, than a lot of people would have expected. We talk about the Smolder and the Senna, the 280 carries with late game damage. You drop an Equalizer on top of that Senna, all of a sudden the healing doesn't feel quite as good, and so we will see if that ends up playing a big factor or if we just continue to scale into the late game, as normal here.
Yeah, Rumble, Equalizer with like even a Trundle pillar on top of this immobile bottom lane with the Senna Nami can definitely do a ton. Now it looks like posturing on the Rift Herald has begun. It spawns in a couple of seconds. We see both top laners on the bottom side of the map. Interesting and important to note is that Solo Kill now has the teleport advantage because Sasa used his to try to go for that dive on the bottom side of the map. So if a fight does kind of break out, Solo Kill will be able to get there first. In terms of that area is XQW. Uh-oh. He doesn't want to press that E button because he knows he could be in a bit of trouble. However, the pillar here for Climber is going to be able to keep him alive, but with him headed back to base, now NiP can maybe turn their eyes to at least securing some more vision around this top side.
Yeah, the Herald is up, and I imagine they're going to start it here, and they are here. It looks like it will be Nio attempting to start that objective up. The teleport will come down onto the top side, though, from XQW. They do want to try and contest this, pushing out the rest of LGD, at least for now, but we'll see if this turns into a big fight. Both top laners aren't going to be available for this play, I should say. Sasa, no teleport, and so he's going to have to walk here if he wants to try and fight this out. It will be the teleport coming in from Solo Kill. If NiP want to go, they could do it now.
They're going to have to go quick because right now Sasa is running as fast as he can to the mid lane, and that kind of negates the teleport global advantage that NiP did have. It will be a 5v5 around this Rift Herald if LGD decide to take it. Right now, Leave doing his best to try to keep them out with the damage. YCX already at half HP. He's going to throw out the Glacial Prisoner, but immediately be in a lot of trouble as Solo Kill lands the 2-man knockup. And here comes the Dawning Shadow as well. The health bars are not in a good position right now for LGD. XQW going to get rooted up. Nice buffer of the Fate Seal to make sure he escapes, but it gives NiP all the time and all the space in the world to go right back to the Herald.
Yeah, this is the exact problem that we were talking about for LGD, where they just don't really have a lot of ways to go and contest Ninjas in Pajamas here. Once NiP get full control of the space around Rift Herald, there's just no way for LGD to find their way in. It's up to Braum to walk up and just hope that he can get a good engage off. And as we saw, Braum got bursted down very quickly at the start of that exchange. XQW not really ever finding that Fate-sealed angle from the Yone. It makes it impossible for them to ever actually lock up any of the backline, but this is a big fight for NiP. This reestablishes their control over the map, but YCX is at half health by the time he full engages here. There's really not a ton of ways to play this out. You want to try and combo that Braum ult with potentially an Equalizer, but Sasa just chunked out completely by Doinby, and at this point, XQW is just way too far forward on the Yone. He has to use his ultimate to get out rather than to make any sort of proactive play, and that's the concern with this LGD draft, is just do you have the tools to actually make your own plays happen rather than react to NiP?
Yeah, I mean, with the Tidal Wave, you have the Between Worlds, and then just all the AoE of Senna. Ton of zone control set up here for NiP, which make it really hard for LGD to do anything in terms of starting fights. You see there, 2 flashes having to be burned as Nio just throws out the Impale, and that's going to allow for this Rift Herald to be spawned and for mid lane tier 1 to be targeted. The Mom is not going to do enough to clear out this wave. That is going to be this mid lane tier tower taken down, and it'll give NiP a good opportunity to rotate over to the Dragon, unless Nio wants to jump in for another play. Remember, he does not have the ultimate, does not have the flash, and might actually be in some trouble here, but in goes Doinby with the Between Worlds. YCX immediately taken down, and Savior has nothing to say about it.
This is the problem with burning Savior's flash on the Impale just a few moments ago, is he can't really step up to punish Nio from stepping too far forward. The Skarner feels safe and the play keeps going.
Roots, and there's the weirding. Doinby gets himself a third. Savior gets one back, but it's going to cost him his life as Niket is going to be able to take him down. However, on the backside of things, it's going to be the Soul Landers trying to do something. The Equalizer does a little bit. XQW flashing away here from the Decimating Smash, but he's fighting a losing battle against 2 tanks who don't care at all about the Blade of the Ruined King that he has in his inventory. fate sealed away. 4 members of NiP are still standing strong and are looking to chase down this Yone.
Oh, it's just a disaster for LGD. They are able to get a kill onto Savior, but again, just no survivability. XQW gonna try and scout things out to get out of here, but using that E means he's actually in a pretty precarious position. I imagine he will eventually get taken down here, but it's taken quite a while. Meanwhile, the Dragon is being taken. This will be sole point here, as XQW is actually gonna get out of this situation, and you know, that it's good on him for being able to survive. I say get out, but Doingby's still here. Leave now shown up to the play.
As the Senna has arrived here, looks like they don't want to invest too much. They got what they wanted, which was the 3rd Dragon of the game, and of course another couple of kills going towards Doingby, who is now 4-0-1. Things going well for NiP. However, LGD, we have to say, still in the gold lead. A lot of that actually is on that Rumble. Sasa gonna have to be a big factor in some of these later plays as we see this engage once again here on the mid lane tier 2.
Yeah, this is a very strange engage from Ninjas in Pajamas that I think in a lot of circumstances maybe wouldn't work, but with Savior having to play so safe, no flash available for the Smolder, you know, obviously having it burn just a few moments before that from the Skarner Impale, it's really difficult for him to punish the mispositioning without that rapid fire cannon completed. Doingby just doing so much damage onto Climber, really creating a difficult scenario. Savior having to give his life to even trade anything, but we're right back into action.
Yeah, I mean, LGD, they just want to keep fighting, but look at Sasa just immediately one-shotting Niket, and Leave is terribly out of position. One more auto, it's going to be the chomp instead from Climber that both secures the concussive blows and the kill for himself. 2 for nothing as the bot lane for NiP is down, and now LGD can rotate to this Otacon and potentially start it up.
Yeah, this is a big turn for LGD if they're able to grab this Otacon. Everything changes. Can Nio get in for the steal?
Doingby's gonna have to be the hero here. He's 4-0-1, still has that ultimate, but he gets ulted. He gets knocked up by XQW. Will the Between Worlds be enough? No, Doingby's down. So is Nio, and only Solo Kill is left alive. He will have to retreat as LGD get themselves into this game, and they're gonna take this Otacon as well.
We have seen ult after ult from XQW used to get out of fights. We finally see one used to break a fight wide open as he gets right on top of Doingby, completely shuts down the Aurora's ability to do damage in that fight, and completely obliterates NiP's chances of winning that fight. What happened here? Sasa just behind enemy lines, setting up perfectly for NiP, understanding that they're going to be setting up around Otacon, and look at Leave and Niket just in the wrong place at the wrong time. The equalizer goes completely wide, but he doesn't even need it. Leave is going to be entirely out of position. Niket is bursted down immediately, and when this turns into a 5v3, it's basically impossible to win for NiP. That's a 2k gold lead on Sasa at this point here with 2 items completed on the Rumble. This is a very dangerous top laner.
He's been quietly farming kind of all series, honestly. The Mbessa game as well really wasn't able to do too much, but so far LGD been controlling the Otacons pretty well in this series at the very least, and now they find themselves up 2,500 gold, as well as having that objective in their hands. Sasa being a big reason as to why LGD are now in the lead against Ninjas in Pajamas, and they could potentially snowball this. Remember, they're the team with the Smolder, and they can continue to be in really good spots here, as Savior is very close to getting that execute as well.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. This is a great spot for LGD, but let's not count out Ninjas in Pajamas from this spot either. Of course, they also have the scaling with the Senna, but more importantly, they are on soul point when it comes to these dragons. If they are able to get that dragon, that Chem soul, in a minute and 30 seconds, a minute and 40 seconds, that is ginormous for their ability to get back into this game. It's going to be difficult to fight around these small objectives at this point with Rumble's equalizer being such a big deal. Perhaps the fate sealed from the Yone, but, you know, Aurora can still do a lot on the backline, and if the Senna can go untouched, we absolutely could still see an NiP fight win. It's really going to come down to a big fight, I imagine, around this soul in 1 minute.
And Savior, I mean, if he just clears out one more wave, he should be able to hit that 225 mark, which would be huge for getting that opportunity around the dragon. As LGD, they fully scaled at this point, and now it's just going to be how they're able to execute here. On NiP's side, though, remember the zone control still is big. If they can try to box Savior out, get some chunk damage in, I think having them control the pit early would be a very good situation for them. And so seeing them get into the pit now, get control of the mid-wave, will be crucial. They got the big front-to-back team fight composition that they like. Oh, solo kill. His ultimate gets canceled here by the pillar of Climber. And that means that the fight could continue in favor of LGD. Leave and Savior going at it a little bit. They're chunking each other out. Between Worlds comes out from Doinby, but it's not able to find too much. But Leave is already chunked out. XQW flashing forward onto this Senna and takes him down with the third proc of the Q. No AD carry available for NiP as LGD can now march towards this dragon and prevent that soul from going over.
Leave makes a gigantic mistake of feeling like he can trade with the 225 stack Smolder. It just does not end up working out. He almost gets executed almost immediately by the Smolder damage. He has to follow his way all the way out of the fight by using his flash, but at that point, it's a free follow through by XQW, and that soul completely delayed here. That is a huge win for LGD, and that's their gold lead not only being solidified, but really being expedited in terms of them being able to play out the late game. We're going to see a replay here. This is a phenomenal Trundle Pillar to kick off this fight, to interrupt the Scion ultimate. It completely changes the complexion of the engage, with Nio being too far forward and having to flash out. At this point, there's no way for NiP to be able to get in. An unbelievable buffer from XQW in terms of flashing back, making that Impale entirely useless, and at this point, Leave under half health. He's in a really bad spot. He has to ult just to give himself the shield to try and survive, but XQW, with his aggressive tendencies on this Yone, a pick that we talked so much about for him in split number 2, really coming in clutch, and it's just a nice fight from LGD all around.
LGD giving NiP the first challenge, really, that they have faced all season long, or I guess a very short season so far, as this is only their second matchup, but they've been so dominant in their first 3 games. All of a sudden now, they find themselves at a deficit, and this is good for people who want competitive Group Nirvana games, because it means that NiP are not just going to roll the table necessarily. There are teams that are here to challenge them. LGD, remember, the winners of Group Nirvana last time around, they want to prove that they can still contest with the top of the table, at least here in this group, try to get themselves into the postseason this split. Now, some more plays around the mid lane. A nice pillar again onto Leave.
Oh,
Not
Leave.
having that flash, you're going to have to ghost away with the Equalizer down.
Yeah, it's another overstep from Leave. He is going to step up once again, try and punish the lack of resources now available on LGD. It is Equalizer dropped, which is a pretty big cooldown. Sasa at level 15, so not quite the level 16 Equalizer, but LGD aren't done.
For a play here, Glacial Fissure does find Nio, who's still looking for the Impale, now finds it on the Q, but XQW gonna have that Mikhail's onto him and keeping himself alive. Now the front line for NiP in a whole lot of trouble. The Smolder is untouched on the back line. Savior starting to dish out the deeps as LGD can now turn their sights to Baron.
Yeah, it's just another really patient fight from LGD. NiP are now suffering from the same problem LGD did earlier. They have no way to walk up to these fights, and LGD now controlling the area.
Fate Seal does not connect. And now XQW gonna get taunted up here. Nio jumping into the pit with the Ixtal's impact, but it's a little bit too early. He will get executed by Climber, and it's a 5v4 in favor of LGD now. Decimating Smash lands onto YCX, but nobody else is untouched. Savior still doing a ton of damage, looking for those executes. The Baron is so low. Who's gonna get it? Climber secures it with his smite, and Doinby's able to pick one up, but the executes might start to rain in. Somehow Doinby lives, and now NiP gonna try to chase away the stragglers. Savior at 300 HP. This is at a ton of damage, but it's not enough to take anybody down as NiP lose the dragon, but they end up getting a 1-4-1 overall. XQW teleporting back in. He goes in with that E and is able to take Doinby down. The Equalizer not enough though, as solo kill will find another one. What a crazy fight on the top side of the map in this game number 2. Climber and XQW now doing their best to take solo kill down with the subjugate. It'll be the Yone picking up the kill. Savior gets one on to Leave, and there's the fight for LGD.
Oh man, Graves, what a chaotic mess for both of these teams, but it's LGD with the full control of the Baron pit that ends up really coming out on top in this exchange. Savior now really coming online onto this Smolder. 3 items, the Infinity Edge now completed for that champion really makes the difference. It looks very dicey at points, and you can definitely, critique some oversteps, maybe some mispositions for LGD, but at the end of the day, grabbing Baron, grabbing the kills, this game is entirely in favor of LGD now.
Yeah, welcome to the series, LGD. Here to play in this second game, looking to even this up, send us to that deciding game number 3 with a really nice sequence around that Baron pit. And it comes down to the fact that, like, I think we mentioned it for LGD, and we mentioned it for NiP now as well. I think you touched on it. Not a ton of engage for either of these squads. A lot of conditional crowd control that has to land to start that initial go button. As I say that though, XQW maybe goes a little bit too far forward. He has a flash ultimate, and now that shield bow popped with a dragon spawning in 35.
Yeah, that's everything used for the Yone. That's a bit of a problem. You can also see that QSS, not available here for the Yone either. So definitely going to be a bit more precarious, and NiP are going to look to take advantage.
Solo kill, not finding a knockup with the unstoppable onslaught, and that is one of the big go buttons that they do have off the table. NiP just going to look to poke a little bit here in this dragon pit area. Equalizer is going to be big though. Look how quickly the bot lane of NiP will burn. It's going to be Sasa, who is overheated, going golden, as they've already taken down Solo kill. The Dawning Shadow maybe just buying a little bit of time, but it won't be enough. It's a double kill in for Savior, and it's going to be a double for Sasa as well. And Ace under the tier 2 as LGD pick up all 5 and march down the mid lane.
Absolutely gorgeous flank from Sasa there on the Rumble. We've been talking about him all game. The gold lead has grown and grown and grown for the Rumble. He finds his way onto the backline. He hits a 4-man equalizer to end this game, to send LGD to a game 2 victory, and to send us to a game number 3.
The first map dropped by Ninjas in Pajamas and Group Nirvana will come at the hands of the champions of the group last time around. LGD and NiP are headed to a decider.
Oh, what a game 2. There were times in that game where it felt doomed for both of those teams, but it's LGD who stays clutch in the big moments, in the big fights, and executes just a little bit better to be able to get themselves across the finish line. There's a lot of credit to be given out, but how do you not point out Sasa on that Rumble? What an incredible game. He already showed what he could do in game number 1. Game number 2 is just icing on the cake.
Yeah, I mean, he was getting the farm advantages over solo kill early. That was something that they opted into by locking in that Scion to the Rumble B1. But there's a reason that champion has such high prio and has had high prio all year long, especially here on somebody like Sasa, who's had himself a really good series overall.
Yeah, I've been very impressed. Sasa's a player that's shown really great flashes in the past. It's not always been there consistency-wise from a game-to-game basis, but, the good games have looked really, really great. If he can start putting that together, solo kill, remember, his opposition in this series was someone we were hyping up a lot over the course of split number 2. This is a player who succeeded very effectively in Group Ascend in split number 2. For Sasa to be really kind of winning in the top lane, being the better top laner of these two throughout the first 2 games, it's a really impressive look. And, I think there has to be some questions called into the draft phase. We talked about it during the draft, but things like Galio were available. Those more standard Rumble answers. They opted into the Scion, and they really got punished for it.
And I think overall, Nio did not have the best performance on the Skarner either. He had a couple of nice ultimates, but I remember just all the carry performances he had on LGD, on this team that he is now playing against. When you have the Scion, the Senna locked in, I feel like having a carry in that jungle position could have been impactful. Obviously, the pool got pretty heavily pinched towards the back half of things, but you mentioned things like the Nefiri, the Lilia, that he made a name for himself for on this LGD team when he first joined the roster, replacing Climber. Didn't go for it, ended up going for the Skarner, and I felt like this was actually an opportunity, even though he was really doing well on some of those utility picks earlier on in these last couple of series, to give Nio the carry button once again, but that is not what they went for here in this Game 2 draft.
Yeah, I think the most concerning thing for me is you look at Ninjas in Pajamas draft here, this is identical to how they drafted in Split 2. They don't care that they've got new players, they don't care that they've got Nio and Niket coming in. This is the style that they had last Split, where they weren't really able to find all of that consistency. I think they're hoping that Nio can kind of come in and plug the same role, but one of the big reasons I think that Aki struggled for this team is they didn't really have that, star carry performance for Doingby to be able to shove and roam with in the jungle, and I think we kind of saw that in this game as well. They relied so much on Nio's Impales, and when he was able to burn flashes, that was great, but at some point you do have to be able to pull important targets to the backline, and it was just really difficult to do that when you're the only way to get in.
Let me take a look at some of the highlights here of this one. I mean, NiP felt like they were in a really good position to just 2-0 this series, but just slowly but surely, little advantages went LGD's way. Savior getting a kill here was big. Sasa getting a kill here and there was big as well. And then it eventually came down to this Otacon fight where this Rumble fully unlocked.
Yeah, I mean, this is just beautiful ward control from LGD, and quite frankly, this should not have happened for NiP. It should have been impossible for Sasa to unobstructed get into the backline here, but he is able to get there with the control ward placed. No awareness from NiP to be able to stop that, and of course, that completely turns the game. From that point onwards, it's LGD in full control. Even with XQW trolling a couple of these fights every once in a while with those ultimates, it was more than enough for them to be able to really push forward. Nio just going in way too early, especially with the execute available, coming in from both the Smolder and the Trundle there. And at this point, there's no way back into the Baron pit. As much as we talk, about NiP and LGD having very little ways to engage, it's really easy for these teams to keep going backwards, and we saw that for LGD in this one. And even though this fight was a little bit sloppier, a lot of low health bars for LGD, eventually it does end up going their way.
Yeah, Savior's able to actually back in TP, as was XQW here, who, again, continued the play onto Doinby, and then the rest of things kind of fell apart afterwards. They did get one on the Sasa, but it didn't end up mattering at the end of things. This was really the straw that broke the camel's back of this game, and when you take a look at, overall LGD, they played their competition well, at least after the first 15 minutes or so. I think they realized, hey guys, we don't have to engage. We can kind of make NiP do the work for us there. And they let the Smolder come online, and that's when things really kind of went their way.
Yeah, and I think it's really this equalizer at the end of the game that traps both Niket and Leave and ends up putting them in such bad positions. At this point, it's like a 4v5 with both of them at, half health bars, and it's a really easy win for LGD. I'm just really impressed by their team play. Were there some fights they could have played better? Absolutely. I think that there were some execution, problems, especially in the mid game in terms of positioning that they could clean up. But overall, I think we're looking at a game that was, meant to scale. You didn't need to make all of these plays in the early game. They stepped up when it mattered, and they played to their win condition.
Absolutely. And, that is a good thing to see. If they just fell apart in that game number 2, all of a sudden we're talking about, is NiP going to Worlds? And, it's good to put a bit of a stop to that, because it is a little bit too early in the season, maybe having these discussions. There are still things that maybe NiP need to work on with some of the new pieces added to their roster. Maybe some identities that need to be sifted out a little bit further once we get to this Game 3 draft. Let's head over to our player of the game. It is Sasa, unsurprisingly, on the Rumble. Again, really nice series from him in his first matchup in Split 3.
Yeah, it's been both Game 1 and Game 2. You hit the nail on the head there, Grapes. I really do think you have to give Sasa a lot of credit. If this guy can take that leap, if he can be that next level up from what he already was in Split number 2, you could be looking at one of, if not the best top laner in Group Nirvana, and that's a very scary trait to run into. Yeah,
again, as we mentioned, just these players from the LGD Challengers team and just coming together. Sasa, of course, was one of them for the past couple of splits. Had growth, I would say, throughout these kind of his first year, I should say, in the LPL, and winning that player of the game on the Rumble, honestly, has kind of outplayed Solo Kill overall in these first 2 games. We'll see if he can continue that here and give LGD the supposed upset over Ninjas in Pajamas, a team that was in Group Ascend just a split ago. We have the Game 3 draft coming to you in just a couple of minutes here on LPL English. Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL, where we have game number 3 about to begin between LGD Gaming and Ninjas in Pajamas. NiP had their super hot start to the season halted, at least momentarily, by LGD and their late game composition. We had Savior on his Smolder, having a really good game. Sasa on the Rumble, being named the MVP. And now we head to a decider to see if LGD can maintain their status as the top dog in Group Nirvana.
Yeah, this is a big game number 3 because a lot of narrative on the line here, especially for the junglers. You're talking about 2 players that were on the same team this past split. One of them's going to come out on top against the other. One of them will be the victor here today. If Climber is able to defeat the player that they benched him for last split, that's a pretty big plus on his resume, especially at the start of the split.
Yeah, and I think Climber, a bit of an unsung hero, honestly, in that game overall. On the Trundle, where a lot of the big engages that NiP had in their composition was a Scion and a Skarner, using that pillar really nicely to cancel some of those engages, those channel engages, the Unstoppable Onslaught, the Install's Impact, really prevented NiP from having their composition function the way that they wanted to. And so I think both teams probably have to go back to the drawing board a little bit, obviously, now that we are in that True Fearless format. But for NiP, finding some snap engages is going to be very important. I think getting Nio on something that maybe has a little bit more agency than just the Skarner this time around.
Yeah, I think that's really it for me, right? Is you brought Nio in to be more of an X factor coming out of the jungle position. Aki, you can say what you will about his performance on NiP. When he was successful on OMG for many years, he was playing things like Maokai and Sejuani and, really being a big facilitator for the rest of that team. Not sure that ever really fit with what NiP wanted to do, with Doingby perhaps maybe wanting to take more of that secondary carry role that he's been so famous for over the course of his career. Nio coming in, I think, was kind of, tagged as being a potential, carry, number 1 option for this team. It's not been the case so far in terms of how they've drafted. Curious to see that if now that they're finally pushed to a game 3, if that ends up changing.
We'll see what the sides do end up looking like. It's been LGD on blue for the first 2 games. I would imagine that NiP deciding to go towards the blue side here for this final game of this series. Reminder, we have a rematch of our lower bracket semifinals coming in just a bit. After this series, WE take on Invictus Gaming. Team WE's first matchup here of the 2025 Split 3 regular season. IG looking to bounce back after a tough 2-1 loss to Top Esports, so make sure you stay tuned to that one. That'll be coming up right after this. But going back into this game number 3 discussion, NiP, again, challenged for the first time, and now the question is, how do they bounce back? What are we going to see differently here this time around? I feel like the early game, compositions where they're able to do a little bit more work better for them than the scaling that they tried to opt for in game 2. I don't know what you think, Cayman. I feel like that's more of a style choice that I would prefer for them.
Yeah, I think it really is up to just what Doingby wants to pilot and wants to play. We've seen him kind of veer away from his more famous champions in this series so far. Galio, Twisted Fate both left up on the board this past game, and he didn't really want to go for either of those. He felt the Aurora was a better fit. Of course, Rai's still going to be that perma ban, but it will be the Azir taken away from XQW. Makes a lot of sense. I wonder if we will see similar bans to what we've seen with the sides flipped, because I think there are a lot of champions you just kind of want to take out, but still a lot of comfort picks available for both of these teams. We highlighted, of course, Nio still has things like the Neferi and the Lilia. Doingby has the Galio and the Twisted Fate. LGD have a lot of comfort picks available. We talked about the Draven or the Misfortune or the Caitlyn coming in from Savior. You've also got quite a few top laners that Sasa has been pretty accustomed to playing with this wide champion pool, so interested to see how that ends up going.
You always have to remember the Udyr. I don't really know the state of it on this current patch. I think it's been a while since Sasa's locked that one in, but big specialty for him. Things like the Jax also could really be a threat. Someone like Climber also can play that, so maybe some flexibility there. Seems like the bans are remaining pretty similar despite the sides being swapped around. There's a lot of these powerful picks, and specifically on NiP's side, they do not want to give Sasa that Gwen, and XQW's had that Azir taken away from him in all 3 games.
Yeah, Sasa had 2 particularly great Gwen games last split, and I think teams after that were just like, nah, we're good. We're not going to worry about it too much. So not surprising to see that consistently taken away. I think it's really going to tell us a lot what this first pick is and what direction NiP want to go. If they want to go for that early game play style like you recommended, they're going to need to do so here. But as, again, we talked about, Doingby loving those macro-oriented picks coming out of the mid lane, and it will be Galio as that first locked. I was honestly shocked they didn't take it for either solo kill or before Dongbi in the previous game, but they're not going to make that mistake twice here.
And please let this mean that Nayu gets to play something that does a little bit more damage. If we have to see like back-to-back tank games combined with like an already having like a tank solo laner here for this guy would be a little bit disappointing, I should say. Won't have the Pantheon or the Vi, obviously. There's that Jax that we were mentioning is flexible between Sasa and Climber. Both have played it just this season, let alone having it be a part of their careers in years past. See what they want to match up here. I mean, you have to imagine this is going towards the mid lane here, the Galio. So maybe XQW can lock something in early or can wait for this R3 before the second phase.
And it looks like we might be getting rid of the flex pretty quickly here, Grapes, as it looks like it will be the Lee Sin locked in for Climber. You know, we're seeing Lee Sin still pretty popular. He received quite a few nerfs on this patch. This is, of course, 15-14. So, you know, we'll see how this champion ends up operating. We saw it really successful for Nayo yesterday. Climber's going to get the chance to showcase his skills on this champion as well, but it could just be the macro duo. You wanted an aggressive champion here for Nayo. Nocturne makes a ton of sense. For the Galio. I was really hoping we were going to get that. I want Nayo to play something aggressive, but it's going to be the Rakan locked in. This is still good. Niket, a great playmaker, and I think you're really starting to shape out a lot of your engage and your protection. Just an all-around general start to the draft here for NiP.
I mean, Nocturne Rakan overall, pretty good as well, so we still have the opportunity to see that one locked in, but we could see some more carry potential with this Viego. I mean, we already talked about hovers. That's, again, not something we're supposed to do, but there it is. Locked in here for the NiP jungler. His first real chance at a carry. You can maybe count Lee Sin as a carry as he played that in game number 2 against LNG just yesterday, but this time the ball is really in his hands.
Yeah, and this is what we were asking for. We asked for something there where Nayo could just go out and be aggressive, and lo and behold, here we are. It'll be interesting to see what the answer will be from a composition perspective on the other side, but it's going to be the Ahri. So you want to talk about LGD opting into pressure in the mid game? This is oddly familiar to their game 1 comp. It's not quite the same as the Taliyah Xin Zhao that they got in game number 1, but the Lee Sin and Ahri both still wanting to find a lot of picks in the mid game, both still want to keep their foot on the gas.
Curious to see how that matches up against this Viego Galio specifically. Obviously, Ahri's going to have that range advantage to push these waves up at least a little bit in the early stages of things. So we got a lot's going to be on Climber. On this Lee Sin, it's always a very volatile champion. However, it is one of his most played throughout his entire career. So definitely has a lot of experience on this one as we head into the second phase of the draft. Top laner have to be selected here on the side of NiP, whereas LGD are looking for a full bottom lane. The Ezreal going to get taken away from Savior. So it looks like they are wanting to make sure that some of those safer options are off the board.
That's exactly it. It's just too safe right now with the comp that they've constructed. They want to put that pressure into Lee Sin. They want to put it into Ahri. They don't want to have to worry too much about the bot lane. There aren't a ton of safe AD carries left, though. We could perhaps be seeing something like a Xayah come through as the answer to take that away from a potential Xayah Rakan on the other side. Keeps yourself safe with the ultimate. It is just going to be the Alistair banned out alongside the Renekton and the Kennen top lane bans that kind of answer Jax relatively efficiently on the top side, can make some pretty big teamfight impacts with some flanks. We'll see if they do want to take away that Xayah, if they want to allow it over to Ninjas in Pajamas, or if they just want to go for their engaged support right now. I think all options are viable. It will be the Leona lock-in, though.
Okay, we'll see what exactly NiP want to do to try to match up against this. They obviously already have the Rakan, but now seeing a little bit more, you can now find something for Leave that could potentially, keep himself alive a little bit further. There's a lot of dive threat now on LGD, so the Sivir having the spell shield and having the Thrill of the Hunt with the ultimate for a little bit extra movement speed might be a good option. Already have some good peel with the Galio as well. So now we get to see what Solo Kill wants to play into this Jax, one of Sauce's specialties.
Yeah, if it is going to be something a little bit more aggressive in lane, that makes a lot of sense. You want to try and take Sasa out of his comfort zone. You want to see him struggle in the early game. If you're a Ninjas in Pajamas fan, he's pretty consistently been able to generate these gold leads in these isolated matchups. You want something that can be a bit more favorable for Solo Kill. They're going to lock that in here with the Aatrox, something that I do think is very good into the Jax. I think this is a very strong 1v1 pick and really should make it more difficult for the Jax to scale in the same kind of way that something like Rumble did last game. But it does lock in the composition here. and pretty straightforward in terms of how NiP want to play. You've got the Viego and the Sivir in the late game to be able to get those resets and, burst through the front line in team fights, and you've got protection coming out from the Galio mid lane interruption, but it will be Savior's Draven as the answer here on R5, and oh boy, is that an exciting one.
I think he might have only played it like once or twice last split, but it's always a factor in these fearless drafts, especially as you get to game 3, whether it's in the pick or the ban phase. And now Savior, again formerly known as Xiaoya, going to be playing this Draven into a Sivir Rakan lane. I mean, it's a relatively safe one, all things considered, but just a very aggressive team composition from LGD overall, which is a very different look from what we saw from them in their win in game number 2.
Yeah, this is much more like what we saw from them in Split 2, when they were finding their success. This was a team that dominated the early game in Group Nirvana previously. They were constantly up in gold, constantly able to generate pressure in the 2v2 side lane. You mentioned that, Savior didn't get to play a lot of this. It was banned almost 70% of the time against LGD previously. This is a champion that has really not been given over. People know that this is Savior's best champion, and he's going to get the chance to prove it here. Their early game is explosive. If this Draven and Ahri, plus the Lee Sin, can get out of control, there's a lot of playmaking potential, but you gotta be worried about that Sivir, Viego, Galio late game. So much playmaking potential and so much protection coming in for a backline for NiP as well.
It always makes our jobs easier, K-Man, when there's such specific identities that each team has drafted for themselves. Early game for LGD, perhaps more to the late game / resets in these team fights for Ninjas in Pajamas as we await our decisive game number 3. Perhaps a bit of a deviation in terms of the team compositions and the playstyles than we originally had expected. But nonetheless, an exciting one here. NiP looking to stay undefeated. LGD looking to pick up their first win in Split 3. Cheers get a little bit louder for LGD in every game.
Yeah, you got to start believing in this team. You got to start feeling it when it comes to LGD, because they really outplayed NiP towards the end of game number 2. There were so many times where it really felt like NiP was going to be able to run away with the game, but just proper setups, proper execution from LGD allows them to push us to a game 3. And they have one of the more exciting drafts we've seen out of them in quite a while. Interested to see where the level 1s end up going. We see both junglers just posturing on the top side of the map here. No real deep vision placed in the same way that we got out of both games 1 and 2, at least already. But I think that definitely favors NiP in terms of just understanding the game state a bit more, being able to delay a bit more effectively. I'm interested. This is the first time all series long where it really does feel like solo kill has a good matchup on the top side. We'll see if he can, rectify some of the mistakes he's made in the early couple of games and actually generate a lead for himself.
And it's going to be important for him to do so because, as we've kind of alluded to, counter matchups are kind of pushing lanes for LGD in the mid and the bottom side. At least theoretically here, as Savior and YCX should be able to get pretty aggressive. The Zenith Blade actually goes wide. And so nice job by leaving Niket to get a little bit of chunk damage down here in this level 1.
Yeah, it's actually a really nice trade for NiP. That engage going wide from Leona matters quite a bit. It's the heal pop to get him range.
This is crazy. I mean, you're level 1, YCX. You don't even have a stun. You just have the Zenith Blade for like a half-second root. Surely not worth it to burn 2 summoner spells there, but maybe, I don't know, that's just me. Establishing dominance and trying to get that level 2 first could be the priority, though. Maybe that is why they decided to do that, is they should get it relatively soon.
Yeah, I know you hear a lot of Draven players talk about that level 2 power spike, but I don't know if burn and heal and ignite is necessarily the direction I would want to go with that. That being said, Savior is going to have lane control here, as you would expect coming out of the Draven Leona lane. No real surprises there. Neither coming out of the mid lane either. No surprises with Ahri, pretty easily being able to shove in down in the mid lane as well. This should just be an early priority kind of gap in favor of LGD. Climber should have a pretty easy time moving around the map and kind of picking what he wants to prioritize in the early game, but his decision and his choices ultimately are going to matter quite a bit towards how this mid game ends up playing out.
So we get the push, I guess, with those 2 summoner spells, but now you have no summoner spells to take advantage of with the push, right? So Savior and YCX now gonna have to maybe just keep up the pace, although there's just double defensive summoner spells on both NiP's bot laners. It might be a little bit difficult for them to find this 2v2 kill. Might need the help of Climber to get a little bit of that extra damage, as both junglers are pathing down towards the bottom side, and Climber should be able to get here first.
Yeah, no surprise here. Climber going to put a lot of attention into this bot lane, but they have all their sums available.
Okay, Battle Dance is away. and no summoner spells needed. It is a very safe bot lane that has opened up here for NiP. We knew that kind of from the jump. It's going to be a clearing the waves, scaling up, and so far they're doing an okay job of that. And now Nio making his way towards the top side. Sasa does not have his wave in a great position. And the Q3 flash,
the flash.
coming through for solo kill. Gonna land that initial knockup. Sasa still has his flash and gonna use it in conjunction with the counter strike. But Nio will follow it up, and with the final proc of the Blade of the Ruin King will secure first blood for NiP. But now on the bot side, Climber going in, gonna try to dive here, but it's a disaster as YCX falls, and LGD get nothing on the bottom side play.
Oh, and if only they had an Ignite or a heal to be able to help this play in any way. But unfortunately, the dive goes completely awry on the bottom side of the map. Climber might not even be done. He's sticking around.
They have to try. I mean, Leave doesn't have any mana, but he has both of his summoner spells available. The barrier already popped, still has his flash, but the tower is now doing so much. The Savior feats of warfare for NiP as disaster strikes on LGD's side.
Oh, it's just as bad as it could ever possibly be here for LGD. Not only do they give over first blood on the top side of the map, it's a great flash from Nio to be able to secure that kill on the Viego, but one of the, quite frankly, sloppiest dives I've seen in quite a while on the bottom side of the map where nothing goes right. It's 3 kills over to NiP. The only saving grace is that only one of them went to the Sivir, and so you're not super concerned about her getting incredibly out of control early on, but this is a game-breaking play. Holy.
You should still be concerned here. Let's take another look at how this one went. Just YCX doesn't even wait.
No, yeah,
very impatient to try to go in here. Takes a tower shot before any of the minions can do anything for him there.
Yeah, I mean, he stuns before he Zenith Blades, and so he's in a spot where he ends up pressing E, going in and just taking tower shots for nothing. He's not really able to do anything once he's in there, and at this point, I have no idea what they're looking for. You know, Climber ends up taking aggro, but he has to flash out almost immediately. Savior goes in to try and burst down lead, but he doesn't have the damage to do so, and so it just ends up being a completely not worth it trade in favor of Ninjas in Pajamas, and now we're looking at a huge gold lead in favor of NiP already at 6 minutes into the game.
You know, they are maybe going to face some trouble here as a lot of weird lane reassignments had happened, and it's going to result in Sasa getting heavily targeted here. 4 members of Ninjas in Pajamas make their way down towards the bottom side to take the enemy top laner down as Nio gets his 2nd kill of the game.
Yet another kill for the Viego, and it's all Ninjas in Pajamas right now. You know, if we were concerned that, you know, maybe NiP wasn't going to be the team we thought they were going to be in Group Nirvana, boy, what a start here in game number 3 to really reassert themselves after some mistakes in game number 2. Even looking forward, you do have the Dragon up now. It will be Infernal as the first Drake, so no Infernal Soul for NiP this game, but they will be able to take that, and Grubs aren't even spawning for a minute 30, so there is no cross-map play for LGD to make.
And you have to wonder, like, LGD, they knew they had the early game composition. We were able to identify it in draft. I'm sure they were able to talk about it as well. Maybe just feeling the pressure a little bit, thinking that they had to go for something. Niket steals it away with a spellbook smite, as Climber can have nothing in this game number 3.
Climber's at 34 CS at 7 minutes into the game on Lee Sin. No kills. This is a disaster scenario for this champion. You will be able to grab the blue buff at the very least. You know, no smite to take that one away, but this is just about as bad of a start for Lee Sin as you could have. Again, Lee Sin was nerfed as a champion on this patch, and so we are kind of seeing the effects of that in terms of the damage and some of these dives, and Sasa once again could be in danger.
Nio making a return here to Sasa. All 3 of his kills potentially will have been onto him. Nice Heartbreaker forward is going to put himself on a killing spree.
Yeah, it's just everything going in favor of NiP. Sasa was with his 3rd death pre-8 minutes into the game. We were hyping him up. He's had such a good start to the series in terms of how things have been going. He's been the target in game number 3, and he has been feeding gold over to the side of Ninjas in Pajamas, specifically to this Viego for Nio, and we wanted to see him on carries. Boy, is it looking good at the beginning of this game.
5-0, and again, it felt like LGD thought that they had to flip the game, I guess, 5 minutes in, just to try to get that early game lead, but it really has come back to bite them. And we mentioned that NiP gonna be the heavily favored early games or late game squad, especially now that this Viego has 3 kills. XQW gonna try to find some sort of play to keep this game alive. Climber jumps forward. He does have the Dragon's Rage, but can't get onto Nio just yet. The Whirling Death not gonna find anything as well. A ton of resources burned without finding a single kill.
It is still worth it, though, for LGD. At the very least, it looks like they're going to be able to get a couple of these grubs, but Nio's making his way back in. He is level 6, but he does not have the ultimate. He used it on Sasa in the bot lane, so it will just be the back off here. LGD will be able to get all 3 of these grubs. With the game state that they're in, this is definitely going to be considered a win for them. It doesn't completely absolve them of their problems, but certainly makes things a little bit more playable for them, perhaps inside lanes moving forward.
A small victory, absolutely, but still a lot of ground to make up, both in terms of the gold lead and also just compositionally speaking, as we mentioned. NiP have a 3-0 Viego now. They have a Sivir that has gotten out to a good start. The one advantage that LGD have is in their mid lane, and Doinby doesn't really care about gold when he's playing this champion on the Galio. He is effectively turned into that second support, the kind of play style that we saw him have a ton of international success on back in the day, and still seeing him be able to reclaim that form in some instances here in 2025.
Yeah, this is what you brought Nio in for, at least as far as I'm aware. You wanted to get Doinby back into his, main kind of play style. You want him to play Galio. You want him to be that, second support that can completely obliterate the macro game out of the mid lane, and that's what we're hoping to see out of him here in Game 3, but could once again be Climber on the bottom side here on this Lee Sin, just trying to farm his jungle that could be in trouble. We're already at the point where it could be tier 1 in the bot lane going down around 10 minutes. NiP are full investing into this. Will be all of the plates going down, and it's only a matter of time before the tower follows.
Doinby's not playing mid lane. He's playing like River Galio at this point, right? He's like, I'll farm a wave top, then I'll run bot, I'll help my top laner out there. I'll be down 20 CS. I don't really mind that. As we'll see if they try to dive XQW here as well. He's doing a nice job to clear this wave out, and with the resistances still up on this tier 1, going to take a little bit longer for it to go down. However, now with Niket joining the fray, it should be this tier 1 falling, and it does eventually. And a lot of LGD are on the top side of the map, so there's no chance to go for an extended play up there. Just going to be some extra plates and camps taken away.
Yeah, there is a ton of vision on the top side for LGD, no vision on the bottom side, and that tells me that they are not going to be even attempting to contest any sort of objective on the bottom side of the map. Dragon is spawning in 1 minute. We'll see if they want to maybe alter the game plan a bit, but for now, it's Nio on the top side, trying to at least catch the wave here, but with Climber shadowing Sasa, he does have to back off. This is quite a bit of damage going down onto the top tier 1. For now, though, it will just be a hopeful trade in the future. Some gold going over to the Jax to try to equalize his terrible early game, but still a win for NiP in total.
Now, this is the problem with just like stacking one side of the map if you're NiP. You are funneling gold into certain members of LGD, that being those solo laners, and these are champions that can still have a bit of an impact. It is hilarious to see Sauce's 0-3-0 actually having the gold lead over solo kill at this point, but that's what happens when you get to take all 5 of those plates up there. And this Jax still will be something that NiP have to at least consider. I wouldn't say worry about just yet, as they are still in a pretty good position, but you look up what was originally a 2,500 gold lead K-Man kind of has dropped to 1.5 off of just the way that these waves have been managed over the past couple minutes.
Yeah, it's well done by LGD, and that's the strength of their comp. When you look at Jax and Ahri, if you're not going to be able to get that Lee Sin spike in the mid game or in the early game, you're looking at a Jax Ahri, late game, side lane kind of comp. You want to be able to try and play out for, split push potential with Sasa potentially getting really strong in those side lane exchanges and no one really being able to answer him easily. If that does end up happening, then we could still see some pressure be put on by LGD, but much more difficult for them to do so with the Galio in the game than perhaps in a lot of other scenarios. Dragon will be started here by Ninjas in Pajamas. This will be their second Drake of the game. Looks like it will be completely uncontested.
Yeah, Climber headed back to base. Not wanting to risk his life, at least preserve his perfect KDA at least for a little bit longer. It's going to be the second Dragon picked up the mountain, as it'll be a Chemtech Rift that will transform here on the Spirit Blossom map. NiP overall still very happy about the game state, although as we continue to mention, maybe little areas in terms of their rotations that they could tighten up. And these are all things that are good to note, as you, again, still now in Group Nirvana have this double elimination, or double round robin, I should say, meaning that there's going to be a lot more games for them to play this time around.
Yeah, you have to remember, you make a good point. LGD played 5 best of series in split number 2. ICX potentially a little far forward here, but You know, this is a team that's still trying to find their footing, and Ninjas in Pajamas, one of the few teams to make substantial changes going into split number 3 as well, and so they're also probably trying to find a lot of their footing in terms of where exactly they want to be, and from a shot calling perspective, from a communication perspective. You know, definitely things to clean up, but some great early game plays really show the potential of what this team can offer, and if they can close this out efficiently, now that you've got that first item Triforce completed on Viego, you've got Sivir hitting that Essence Reaver, you know, you're starting to be able to really ramp up and skirmish a lot more efficiently. You know, now that you're starting to reach those break points, you're definitely going to be looking to see how NiP react to this big lead.
And here, a little fun fact, you know, talking about all the roster turnover, is that during the Demacia Cup, which is, you know, the first broadcast that we had here on LPL English, NiP, the only player from that initial Demacia Cup roster is Leave, still on the team. 4 of the 5 players have swapped out since then, and there was this OMG core, then Doinby joined like a couple of days into the split. We're all down. We're all gone at this point. It goes to show, you know, both the kind of ship of Theseus that is formed here with Ninjas in Pajamas, but also the fact that they are very willing to, I don't know, kind of cut off the infected hand in a way to try to find that level of success, which we can see be beneficial at times, but, you know, also showing that maybe it will be a little bit of growing pains for them. Even though we have seen some good moments from NiP, some struggles that they'll have to continue to sort out as we go throughout this regular season.
Yeah, I really like that point that you made. I really admire organizations that try to win, that consistently feel like, hey, if this isn't working, then what do we need to do to make it work, right? Like, where do we need to invest resources into? And, you know, consistently finding avenues to try to make your team better, whether it works or not, I think is, you know, admirable. And right now for NiP, at least through the beginning part of game number 3, it's certainly looking like they've made some substantial improvements going into this split. But we do see Herald spawning. It is alive on the map, and we see some teleports coming in. Galio will be making his way to the mid lane. Right now it's a 4v4. Both top laners do have teleport available. Solo kill not quite yet, but will be in just a moment if they want to turn this into a 5v5 over the objective.
XQW throwing out that charm, only finding Doinby, who with that Merc Treads and Hall of Radiance not going to take a ton of damage from that, barely having that W shield even broken at this point. It looks like LGD do want to fight around this Rift Tower. Remember, they still feel like they are the team that has to skirmish at this point in the game. Now when you take a look at things, the 1,500 gold lead Savior is stacking up on those adorations. If they could find a kill here, would be big, as they're continuing to hunt around the pit.
Yeah, NiP playing very, very respectful in this. They understand that they have the shove in the mid lane, which makes it much more difficult for LGD to feel comfortable pushing entirely. Sasa gonna have to sit here and collect this wave, but could be Niket.
Yeah, landing here on XQW, who just gets completely caught out. Doinby the one to take him down, but Sasa is able to land a 2-man counter-strike. Hero's entrance comes out. The Q3 from Solo Kill is going to find another kill, as Leave is going to be the one to collect it. 2 more in favor of NiP. It's now 7-0.
It's the new support here for Ninjas in Pajamas that really makes that play happen with a great engage on the Rakan. Great follow through by Doinby as well on the Galio, but it just goes to show the posturing, the setup around these plays. It's not always the best if you can't actually find your priority targets, and XQW was not able to find a priority target there. Luckily for LGD, Draven did not die in the exchange, but you know, they are now getting further and further behind on a comp that really can't justify it. We're going to see the engage here. We're going to see Niket just look for this. XQW just stepping way too far forward. We talked about this in the pregame, where this has been a consistent problem for him. He immediately gets exhausted, and from this point, the Ahri is just gone. Nio can't really, you know, involve himself in the play. Sasa, I should say, can't really get the reset and do anything in the play. Can't really, you know, affect the game at all on the Jax with his team dying around him, and it just becomes so difficult. But another big mistake coming out from XQW in the mid lane.
Dies with Flash and Spirit Rush up, by the way. He had both of those cooldowns available, but just got crowd control locked to Oblivion as he was playing on the margins, but fell off the balance beam a little bit at the end there. So, with that being said, it's 2 more kills for NiP. Point still stands though, where LGD they can't give up. At this point, they can't just sit back and farm because they know they could get outscaled if they are not able to find a fight soon. XQW, what the hell are you doing in there, my friend? Gonna get caught up by Doinby. Niket jumping in. He then uses the Spirit Rush to get away as LGD turn their sights towards the Chemtech Drake. A teleport comes in as Sasa will make it a 5v5. XQW jumping forward, find the charm on Nio, chunking him down to half HP. The Whirling Death doing a lot, and Niket is getting chunked out a little bit. The Nio jumps into the Rift Herald, knocks up 2, and will make sure YCX falls, and it's now reset that city in for Ninjas in Pajamas. It's going to be the Dragon secured, but that's all Savior's going to get. It's going to be Climber jumping straight to his doom with a resonating strike as NiP pick up 4.
Oh, it's a disaster for LGD. It's beautifully played by NiP. One of the best looking fights that you'll see in terms of a setup around Dragon. Nio with an incredible fight on the Viego. I'm excited to see how that goes. They put so much pressure into Niket trying to take down the Rakan early on in the fight, but I think crucially, Savior not able to get the damage down. We're going to get the replay here. First off, you correctly pointed it out, XQW just entirely on the back end of this fight. He does find a nice charm onto Nio that forces his flash out, but he jumps into the Herald and starts getting the knockups coming in here. It actually completely shuts down Sauce's jump to stop his kill onto Niket, basically keeps his support alive, and from this point onwards, the fight is just over. Solo kill is too massive. Nio is getting those resets, and Leave is free hitting on the backline. Draven getting shut down, not cashing in those adoration stacks. It's a dream fight for NiP. Not only are they able to grab the Dragon, they're able to shut down the Draven, and they're able to really push their gold lead.
6,000 gold, as you said, 11-0 at this point. Very similar to their game number 2 against LNG that ended up clinching the series for them yesterday. And NiP now looking like they could be the team to beat here in Group Nirvana. LGD no more at the top there, as they still have some things that they need to try to work out, some positioning errors, just the way things have worked here, specifically in the early games came in. Things fall apart quickly for them if they don't get everything that they want.
Yeah, it's just mistakes. There's really nothing else to call them. These are mispositions coming in from a couple of key players, and these are things that are very fixable for a team like LGD, but they do need to be fixed right now. Ninjas in Pajamas more than good enough to take advantage of those positioning mistakes, as we've seen very regularly, but you gotta give NiP a lot of credit as well. For as much as we can talk about LGD making mistakes, it's NiP that are there to capitalize on those mistakes, something that they might not have done as efficiently as they're doing now last split. So good to see that this team is continuing to move forward, but no objective on the map outside of the Otacon for them to pressure, but it will be LGD actually starting this up. Galio is on the top side. Right? Yeah, he's got the teleport available.
We'll see if NiP can engage onto him. Solo kills on a massive flank. The Otacon's down to half HP already. XQW try to single him out, as now LGD will try to collapse upon the player trying to go for the flank in singularity, but there goes Niket. A 2-man knockup, and Climber is already down. Nio picks up that first reset, and LGD about to drop like flies. Savior falls. It's going to be YCX dropping as well, and NiP are up 2 touchdowns at 20 minutes.
There's nothing to do for LGD. They end up trying to peel off and go on the disconnected solo kill, but he's more than tanky enough to be able to survive pretty regularly. Good positioning by him to just back off and force LGD into a corner. Niket with an unbelievably good engage. He's been very good on the Rakan in this game. Get Niket on playmakers. He will make it worthwhile, but this gold lead continues to balloon, and at this point, it's looking harder and harder to imagine, a world for LGD coming back in this game.
Yeah, Niket having another good game here in the decider between these two teams. Let's take another look at this one. LGD tried their best to get on a solo kill. He's able to use the ulti to get some extra movement speed, and then, as you mentioned, Niket starting that wombo combo and knocking up 2 people.
Yeah, I think specifically getting on Savior at the start of this fight just makes it unwinnable for LGD. Your only source of real damage coming out in this mid-game is just completely locked down, CC chained into oblivion. One thing I want to point out that we talked about a bit in the early game, it is heal for Savior, it's not cleanse. And I think that could really be coming back to bite the Draven in a couple of these fights. Not that they're easy with or without the cleanse, but certainly something that we're seeing pretty regularly is that not a lot of room to auto-attack as a Draven when you're constantly getting CC chained.
You can make the argument there's a lot of knockups. How much value does Cleanse necessarily have? And they're just trying to play aggressive here in the 2v2 with the Heal Ignite. But yeah, would have been helpful in that instance to maybe get away from that charm. As now NiP moving their gold lead up to almost 8,000. It will become that once they take down this tier 1 turret. Still a ton of standing gold across the map in the form of these tier 2s that can now become the next target for them, as they'll have the Dragon to potentially claim in 35 seconds. And just the finishing touches now on in this game is LGD seeing things fall apart for them in that early game. Again, goes down to the bot lane 2v2 like we originally mentioned. You have to give credit to Nio as well for setting solo kill up for success on the top side of things. It's been really clean overall for NiP.
Yeah, I mean, they're playing the map incredibly well. You can see it when you just look at your mini-map there. In terms of just the setups, it's really difficult for LGD to feel comfortable walking forward. You know, even when they're walking immediately into vision. It's just difficult for LGD to play out the map from this point. That being said, as much as it is a 14-0 kill game, you know, the gold lead doesn't quite live up to 14-0. It's still ginormous and very difficult to come back from, but you still have a Jax that's been able to get a ton of pressure inside lanes, has been able to take down some towers, get some plates. You're only, you know, 400 gold down on the RE. Like, there are theoretical ways to get back into this game. We saw Ninjas in Pajamas with a similar lead in game number 1 have a horrific fight around Otacon where they just mispositioned their main, you know, carries, and obviously not quite the same here in game number 3, but anything is really possible in the LPL. You never want to, you know, count your chickens before they hatch, but you know, it definitely is looking good for NiP.
I'm counting those chickens right now, K-Man. I'm just taking a little gander, taking a quick tally. It's not looking good for LGD. However, you know, you do bring up a good point. I feel like NiP has left a good amount of gold on the map just due to the way that they've like tried to overload in certain areas, and maybe that's come back to bite them in a little bit. You know, Sasa has kind of the Baus scoreline where he's 0-4, but still has the gold lead. The problem is, normally when LR play with Baus, the rest of the team is further ahead, and that is not the position that they are in right now. Sasa likely not going to be able to 1v5 in potential team fights as we get closer to this Baron spawning, and NiP at this point kind of likely feel like they could just start up any fight that they want.
Yeah, I mean, there's no bad fight for a Sivir that's up 3,000 gold, a Viego that's up 3,000 gold. At that point, it's going to be pretty easy to negate a lot of what's coming through. You can even spell shield the RE charm, which is, you know, a pretty unfortunate place to be if you are XQW feeling relatively, I'm not going to say useless throughout the back half of this game, but difficult for the RE to play this out. It's going to be tough for her to find a lot of good angles on these engages. It's going to have to be soon, though. If NiP just continue to push in and play, you know, smart, controlled League of Legends, it's going to be difficult for LGD to be able to adapt. They're hoping and praying for a gigantic mistake.
Yeah, I mean, not just one. Probably like 2 or 3 gigantic mistakes at this point.
Yes.
I mean, we did see, you know, multiple Otacon fights in a row kind of be tossed away by NiP in this series. Unfortunately, that didn't happen this time. So NiP maybe have gotten past their kryptonite in a way. The gold lead's still about 7,000. The Baron has now spawned. I mean, if you're NiP, if you want to play it super safe, you can kind of just set up a situation where you wait for the dragon to go up, and then you can, you know, kind of catch LGD off guard as they can't defend 2 places at the same time. But looks like a teleport has come in with that spellbook for Niket. They're going to really try to clear this vision out on the top side and maybe just start this one up.
Yeah, I mean, NiP are in no rush. This is a team that scales incredibly well. The longer this game goes, the stronger they will get, and they're already in such a commanding lead. One player that I really want to highlight, you know, you made a great point of this, Grapes, in draft. Nio is really somebody that they brought in to be, you know, a game changer. You wanted him on carries. Here he is on Viego, and he had 3 kills pre-8 minutes into the game. This has been an incredible showing from him. He's consistently got resets in a lot of these fights, and now with the objective starting to spawn, we'll see how the objective control goes. Doinby is a little bit isolated here.
We're having some happy game
coming in.
Maybe Doinby in a 1v3. Leave, though, has joined, and in goes Niket. They might just be too strong to make sure their captain does not fall. Finally, it'll be Climber claiming the first kill of the game here for LGD. And now a 1,000 goal shutdown onto Leave. LGD finding 2 kills. And you don't say never here in the LPL, as maybe NiP flew a bit close to the sun there.
Well, it looks like we might have overcounted the chickens, because that was a decent mistake from NiP. It doesn't look like it's going to be too consequential. LGD can't really start up the Baron or actually pressure anything on the map from that, but it is a lot of gold going in favor of LGD. Those are some gigantic shutdowns on some pretty big targets, so we'll have to see what happens. Doinby just dashing forward, feeling invincible in terms of his setups, tries to be able to get himself out of here, but it's the double teleport that's immediately committed by LGD to full get onto this play that really makes this work out. Leave is actually a little bit out of position here. He has to burn the spell shield early, which is how XQW can really continue to put the pressure on Sasa as well. You know, those are the 2 players with actual gold advantages for LGD, and we saw that there, but even more action coming back.
Leave is just respawned and is running as fast as he can from base to the mid lane. It gave a little bit of a timer here for LGD. Contest that mid lane wave. But now their sights turn towards the Baron. LGD, unrelenting in their aggression. They're going to continue to try to force these fights because they know that is what they have to do to get themselves back into this game number 3. NiP on the way. Solar Flare not finding a stun, but slowing up too. Doinby throwing out a little bit of poke, and Leaf playing very safe on this backline. Solo Kill doing his best to try to hunt out any potential flanker, but in goes XQW. They're looking for the backline, and there's Salsa flashing on the Leaf once again. The Sivir is down, but it comes at the cost of Climber's life, and now it's a 4v4 across the map. Solo Kill hunting down Savior. They're diving the backline, and they will do so successfully as Nayo picks himself up another reset. Doinby taunts up 3, but it will be the Viego going down. Solo Kill has to carry this one, but Salsa might just do a little more. He goes golden, but Solo Kill's too strong at this point. The Q3 will take him down, and it's a 4 for 4 with XQW now on the run. Solo Kill will try to chase him out, and it will be the ace picked up for NiP.
What a chaotic fight. It's a great start for LGD. They find the miracle angle. We talked about them needing to find multiple mistakes, multiple miracles. Well, once again, it's Leave who's too far forward and gets caught out at the start of that fight. It looks like Sasa might have the damage to be able to take over, but Savior unfortunately targeted down. Solo Kill incredibly huge in that fight on the Aatrox, but look at this angle with Sasa right behind everybody on NiP. It basically forces Leave to step up. Solo Kill disconnected from the start of this fight. We'll see how he ends up getting in. He just ends up blast coning immediately on top of the AD carry. A great flash that ends up stunning him up. But this is great follow through by LGD. It's a really well played fight. If Solo Kill wasn't so strong on the Aatrox and wasn't able to destroy Savior, there was a chance this could have been disastrous for NiP, but they do stave off disaster. It is a 5 for 4 trade in favor of NiP, but still a lot closer than we were expecting, and these fights are actually a lot more competitive than maybe we anticipated.
Yurek came in. I counted the chickens too early. Now the eggs are all over the floor, and it's my fault. We got the dragon started up here by LGD. Solo Kill and Sasa trying to just box each other out on potential flank angles as a 4v4 has been set up on the other side of the dragon pit. LGD don't necessarily want to flip this one as they know if it goes their way, it'll be the soul deny, but NiP want to make sure they claim this Chemtech soul. Dragon's now at 6,000. Both sides playing very cautiously here. Sasa jumps over the pit. They're going to look to try to force this right now. And the kick goes in with the ultimate, but not finding a whole lot just yet. It's going to be the Dragon secured by Climber. But YCX dies first. Reset's now coming in as Nayo has an opportunity to go crazy. But he goes into a pretty bad spot. The Heartbreaker forward, though, is going to save him as Nayo, the new jungler, will shut down his old team. He gets himself a triple kill and NiP win the fight.
Oh, it's a huge fight for the Viego. It is the delay of Soul, which is pretty massive, but it looks like it is going to be Baron off of that victory. Nayo really coming up clutch on the Viego. This was a very close fight, but it's really the first time where we saw a proper, I guess, control of the Jax throughout a lot of the exchange. Sasa was not able to get onto the backline as easily as he was able to in the previous fights. XQW's in the area.
He gets stunned up. He didn't realize that Nayo would not be on the Baron, and it's perfectly baited by the NiP top side. They finish off the delayed ace. However, they're going to go back to the Baron, and this could be a little bit risky with Climber respawning.
Yeah, Climber is on the way. They are not going to take this down by the time he gets here. If he is here, this is a very dangerous play for NiP.
Okay. Niket is here. Teleport's going to come in as Doinby will join as well. It'll be very difficult now for Climber to get in, as Doinby can just play bouncer around the Baron pit to make sure that this Lee Sin cannot have an opportunity for a steal. NiP fans can breathe another sigh of relief and exhale just a bit as they win another fight, a crucial one, and now will claim the Baron.
Yeah, this was a very, very dangerous exchange. I think the main difference between this fight and the ones we had seen previously, first off, YCX, completely stunned up, isn't even really able to get any CC off. He's just, you know, completely CC chained into oblivion, but Sasa also not really able to actually get onto the backline. Leave survives throughout most of the fight. It's a great job by Savior to pull back. He actually sneakily gets a triple kill here. Great job dodging the Viego ultimate as well, but it's a big fight for Nayo and a big win for NiP that completely reestablishes their control over this game, even if things are getting a little bit dicier than they were before.
Funny how after all that, the gold is actually in a better spot for LGD than it was like 10 minutes ago. Even though they won the Baron, they won that fight. Things still on a razor's edge here. as the game continues to be a bit tenser than we expected after it being originally 14-0, which is a dominant early start here for NiP, but LGD not out of things just yet. However, things will become much more difficult now that the Baron buff is in the hands of Ninjas in Pajamas. They're going to be hunting down these tier 2 turrets, trying to add to that gold lead, as they have Doinby pushing in the mid lane as well.
Yeah, this is a difficult job here for LGD to protect all of these towers. They did a good job clearing at first, and they do have at least a bit of wave clear. It's not super efficient because it's really just Ahri, but you know, they should be able to hold off, and as long as they don't make an egregious misplay, they shouldn't be able to really push forward on this Baron. We'll see if LGD, though, want to look for potentially something on the backline. You called it correctly. Doinby is mid lane. Climber is looking.
Ooh. Sonic Wave does not connect. They're looking for leave. Does have both of his summoner spells available,
XQW.
but could be a bit in danger. YCX tries to go forward, but in goes Doinby to the rescue and taking down the support of LGD. Flash forward from solo kill will seal the fate of the Ahri, and in goes the rest of NiP. Move on over, LGD. There's a new king atop of Group Nirvana, and his name is Ninjas in Pajamas. Only Sauce is alive, as 4 members of NiP will take down the Nexus in Game 3.
It's a brilliant engage there by NiP to be able to chunk out the Ahri. Once she's down, she is dusted. LGD put up a heroic effort to try to come back from an unwinnable game state, but it's just not enough. Ninjas in Pajamas establish themselves at the top of Group Nirvana.
And an 11-kill performance by Nayo. Finally got his hands on a carry in that Viego in game number 3, and boy, did he make good use of it as he goes in to fist bump some of his former teammates here on LGD. Sure, that feels good for him. Sure, it's a bit of a crusher here for LGD. But NiP up to a 2-0 start now in Group Nirvana.
Yeah, it was dicey. It looked a little bit concerning for a second. Game 2, late game execution, not really there for NiP. Game 3, late game execution, also a little bit suspect from NiP. I think that there are some things that they obviously need to work on as a team, but their outstanding early games were very prevalent throughout this entire series. Those big gold leads that they were able to generate were enough to push them through.
And now the question is just how far can they take this momentum? How long will this winning streak last? And for LGD, it's a loss, but it is a respectable one, I should say, against a team that did come from Group Ascend, that did take games off of top teams in the LPL, especially in that first round robin. And, you know, if you are LGD, definitely a little bit disheartening, but knowing that Group Nirvana is more difficult, more challenging this year, and you'll be, you know, continuing to be able to face those challenges as you go forth throughout the season, I'm sure they're feeling not the best, but knowing that there is a lot of room left to improve and a lot of time left to do it.
Yeah, I think that there was a lot to build on here for LGD. Honestly, quite a lot to like about the way that they ended up playing this out. I think that they were overmatched in the early game. They made some pretty critical errors that got them into unplayable game states, and yet somehow they were finding angles. They were finding fights, and I think, you know, a couple of players to really highlight. Sasa was very good here today for LGD. Really a standout player across the whole series, both teams included. Whether that be in team fights or in lane, he was consistently able to generate leads and, you know, pick up where, you know, things were given to him. In game number 3, obviously all of those towers and then finding angles in fights. But, you know, it's got to be more of a team effort. Climber, I think, showed some good traits here today. It's all about whether or not he can grow and improve.
And that's the thing with this LGD team, is finding consistent levels of that top tier gameplay. Obviously, Sauce had a great series today, but the question is, will it be able to be maintained into the continuing best of series throughout this season? I mean, that was something we were talking about with Kelsey behind the desk of production during our breaks. It seems like every series, there's a new player on LGD that steps forward and has a really good time. This time it was Sasa, maybe next time it's somebody else. When all of them can get to those peaks at the same time, that is when we will see this team at its fullest potential.
Yeah, it really feels like this org has consistently picked one player every split to be like, here you go, breakout split, you know, figure it out, you know, whether it be, you know, Hai Chao or Assume or, you know, someone like Xiaoshu previously. Like, they found a lot of avenues to have breakout stars in a couple of different positions. You're hoping that you get a couple of them this split, because I think you have those kinds of players here. There was a reason this organization felt comfortable promoting most of their LDL team at the beginning of the year, because that team was very successful in Tier 2 and had a lot of upside. We're seeing parts of that here. It's really just about, you know, thinning out the edges a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, there still is a lot of promise on this team. Remember, like a ton of rookies. Technically, Xavier's like the most experienced player on this team now, and this is only his second year in the LPL, right? So we saw some good moments from him. Again, Sasa, I guess, is the ace of this series if we had to give it to somebody, as somebody who really stepped up in all of their games. Obviously got really heavily targeted in that final game that set him behind just a little bit, but still was able to do some good work regardless here. As you take a look here at the post-game stats, the last one of the series. Pretty just well-rounded victory for NiP, and again, LGD, just if they did not get so far behind in the early game, I feel like they definitely had a good chance to win this one.
Yeah, I mean, it was tough. I think that there were a couple of great performances in the back half of the game. Solo Kill had his best game of the series by far in game number 3 on the Aatrox. Had many fights where he was just this big raid boss almost at the end that felt impossible to be able to take down, specifically that Baron fight. But it's these small mistakes that we're seeing on the screen. It's XQW stepping a little bit too far forward and getting caught out by Niket. It's, Sasa going in to try and salvage the play. It's, the early game mistakes coming out from Savior and YCX in the bot lane where they're really not, playing all that consistently. It's these things that separate teams that are able to compete at this level from, teams that, just look good in losses at this level, which we've seen from quite a few teams in the past. So excited to see if LGD can grow. NiP look as advertised at the moment. Again, you want to see them clean up their late games. That was something they struggled with previously, but hopefully with some more time to get used to the communication style with the new players coming in, that will improve. Yeah,
and these were good moments for NiP. Obviously, they're showing the NiP focus highlights first, and then we can turn towards some of the good sides here for LGD, where I think some of it started off with some oopsies, obviously, and maybe just some hubris, I guess, from Doinby and the like. But also it's just some nice collapses onto players like Leave, who were punished for being out of position at times.
Yeah, I think it was really heads-up play coming in from LGD, and they did this in game number 1 as well. They found opportunities to find NiP players who maybe thought that they were a little bit more protected than they were. The Doinby Leave collapse in game number 1 around Otacon was really nice, and this was a huge pick onto Leave. This ends up turning into a 4v5, or a 4-4-5, at least at the end of it. And honestly, for a lot of it, it looked very LGD favored. Sasa putting in a ton of work in this fight, YCX as well, but really just an overall team effort from LGD. The bones of a good team are there. It's just about building the entire rest of the body around it.
Yeah, and for NiP, going back to them, as they are the winners of this series as well. Very curious to see, how the newer players of this roster continue to improve and grow with this team as we move throughout the Nirvana regular season, because we saw some really great stuff out of Nio, obviously, here on this Viego. He ended 11-1-13, which is pretty insane. And Niket, I think overall, we would agree that he played really good in addition to the performances of Nio, obviously. Next matchup here for NiP is EDG in a couple of days. These are the two 2-0 teams. That's going to be an exciting one to watch.
Yeah, that's really it. I mean, that's, in my opinion, your battle for the top of Group Nirvana. Thunder Talk, obviously, in that conversation as well, but EDG have looked great so far to start up Group Nirvana. I think the young blood and the support coming in with Perukia, I think, has really reinvigorated some power and some players that maybe have not necessarily played up to their potential. I'm very excited to see how that series plays out.
I mean, it's great to be excited about these Group Nirvana games now, okay, man. Maybe the LPL was cooking a little bit in their format, because the Nirvana group, this split, definitely feels a lot better than the one that it did in Split 2, at least for now. The games have been super fun. Nio winning the player of the game in that decider against his old team. Gotta feel good for him.
Yeah, I mean, statement series, your former team, the player you came in and replaced, the team that you elevated this past split. You go to bigger and greener pastures in the summer split here, and you end up being able to take down your former team. It's got to feel good for Nio. Obviously, there are a lot of players to shout out here, but the Viego getting those resets as consistently as he was able to do. You look at those late game fights, it was the Viego that was really taking over.
Yeah, I mean, that last fight, being able to pick himself up those resets, or I guess not the last fight, but the one around the Dragon Soul, where they ended up losing the Dragon but winning the fight. A lot of that was on Nio. That was when he fully was able to come online. And again, super excited to see what he can do with a player like Doinby that will be able to enable him. Just hopefully they don't play like two facilitators at the same time like they did in game number 2. But that's going to do it here for our coverage of this series. Ninjas Pajamas taking their second series win in Group Nirvana with a 2-1 win over LGD. But make sure you don't go anywhere. We got some Ascend action coming at you in just a bit. A rematch of the Split 2 lower semis between Team WE and Invictus Gaming after this break. Welcome back, everybody, to LPL English. Grapes and K-Man here with another series on day number 4 of the regular season. We move our way up to Group Ascend, and a rematch, as we have mentioned, in the lower semifinals of Split number 2. 2 top 4 teams going at it here again. Invictus Gaming up against Team WE. IG dropped their first series of the season to Top Esports, but are looking to bounce back from their K-Man, and they've got a new jungler, is Wei, who is starting for them, at least for these first 2 series.
Yeah, Wei coming in is certainly a surprise, coming off of a very successful split number 2 for Invictus. This is a team that just got 3rd place in the entirety of the LPL, deciding to replace their jungler, and Wei, certainly not unfamiliar with this situation, did a very similar, career trajectory last year on Billy Gaming, coming in and, really stabilizing that team, leading them to a number 1 seed coming out of the LPL. He hopes to do that again for Invictus here, and with another group of veterans that maybe he's a bit more familiar playing with.
Yeah, I mean, has some experience with Gala, obviously, on some of those MSI runs on RNG, and some just pure veteran experience all throughout. I mean, all these guys have now won international competitions fully, right? So, I mean, that was always the case, but Wei kind of continuing that narrative here. As IG, remember, they had some ups and downs, I would say, throughout the regular season, but they really clutched up when it came to time for the playoffs. I don't think many people expected them to go on that deep run to top 3, but they ended up being just 1 series away from actually qualifying for MSI instead of BLG. Obviously, BLG able to handle them 3-1 in that lower finals, but that's a decent showing from them after, again, some of the inconsistencies that we saw from them in the regular season.
Yeah, it was an up and down split. Split 1 was kind of like that as well for this team. They were the team that was in that group with Ninjas in Pajamas that allowed them to get, their MVP and first team All-Pro and all of that going for them. But this is an Invictus team that I think sometimes we forget was really, really good down the stretch of the regular season. The final 2 or 3 weeks of the regular season, this team was nearly unbeatable. And that's even going into, Top Esports and BLG and a lot of these teams that you would consider upper tier teams. They really found something towards the end of split number 2 and obviously propelled that to a 3rd place finish. Now with Wei coming in, very different style from Jeje, I think, in terms of how he likes to play in the jungle, and we'll see if that ends up, being something that they can carry through, if they can take a lot of that momentum, or if they're, kind of starting from scratch.
And their opponents today will be Team WE, who are familiar with IG. They're going to be playing the last team that they ended up falling to in Split 2, but let's not take away from the fact that this was a miracle dream run for Team WE, a team that was projected towards the bottom of power rankings at the start of 2025, but with the addition of Monkey halfway through the season, him and Vampire really stepping up here for this roster, they made it all the way to top 4 and are looking to try to repeat that success in Split 3.
Yeah, I mean, this was a miracle run. You can say it for WE. This was a team that, I can't speak for everyone. I had number 16 in my power rankings going into 2025. On paper, we thought this team was going to not work. We thought they were going to be bottom of Group Nirvana, out of here by Split 3, but here they are, not just succeeding, but thriving. Again, taking down some juggernauts in the playoffs. JD Gaming, Top Esports, these are tough teams to beat in best of 5s, and they were able to get it done. It might not have been the ending that they wanted against Invictus, but this team had a lot of momentum coming out from the end of the split.
Yeah, and despite the fact that there are all these high budget rosters with super stacked names, you think of the Top Esports, the JDGs, WE, this team of newcomers and rejects and all the same, end up passing by all of them and making it all the way to top 4. And theoretically, if they can keep up that same level of performance and get back there again, hey, top 4 teams in the LPL are the ones to make it to Worlds. Obviously, that's not the expectation going in because of how strong and how star-studded some of these other teams are that ended up falling short. But for WE, that is definitely a goal that they can look at and say, hey, we did it last split, why not do it again?
At the bare minimum, for WE, this is a team that has proven that they deserve to be in the conversation. And that alone is incredible for what they, started with and what they've been able to accomplish. If they can break the doors open on that upper tier conversation, you are genuinely looking at one of the best stories in the LPL in quite a long time. And, we can see it up on the screen. There have been a lot of miracle runs recently this decade in the LPL. You think back to Victory 5 in 2020, where they went 1-32 in spring and then almost made made Worlds in summer. You think back to even this organization, WE, in summer of 2021. They beat EDG in the playoffs to try to qualify for Worlds. They were so close to making it there. EDG obviously goes on to win the World Championships. This is an organization and a group of players. They started 2-14 when you combine Split 1 and the placement stage of Split 2. Nobody thought that they were going to be able to figure it out the way that they did, but they are now positioning themselves in a spot where you have to take them seriously alongside a lot of teams that are significantly, probably higher budget and higher expectation.
Yeah, I mean, this team kind of barely scraped by in terms of getting into Group Ascent in the first place, and they were able to take advantage of the opportunity that they got, playing a ton of best-of-3 series against really talented rosters. And though it started off a bit rough for them, I think they had like an 0-5 beginning to the regular season, they quickly were racking up wins, locked themselves up a spot in the playoffs, and then obviously we know what happens from there. And in this matchup against IG, I know that our producer Kelsey and a lot of OG LPL fans are very excited that both of these teams were in the top 4 last split, because it's been a while since both of them were very good. You saw Team WE back in summer 21 almost getting to that point, but now both in the top 4, and we saw them face off, as we mentioned, in the lower bracket semifinals of Split 2. And it was a close game 1 of that series, but it ended up being pretty IG controlled after that.
Yeah, WE put up a good fight, but really, this was when it felt like the clock struck midnight on the WE Miracle run, just in terms of how they were able to play out a lot of these fights. It was some really encouraging signs from, as you can see, players like Taeyun and Vampire, who ended up performing pretty well, all things considered, in the series. But when you're getting great performances out of players like Mako, Rookie, The Shy, it's just a little bit difficult to imagine a world where you can overcome that team. WE, I think, does a great job of taking advantage of mistakes, and I think they'll need to do so again in this series in order to have the kind of pressure they're looking for. But this is not the same IG team. I'm not saying that they're worse with Wei, but this is a team that definitely is constructed at least a little bit different. They might still be working on their communication. Certainly not impossible for WE to find better results here today.
Yeah, funnily enough, I thought JJ was like the MVP of this series specifically. Went like 11-0 on the Trundle in that game. This game was very much the Shy show on the Nidalee top lane. This is the viral clip where he just like dodges everything and taunts them at the end. But yeah, JJ had a really good series against Monkey specifically, who is his former teammate on Team WE, but now he's on the sideline at least for this series. We'll see what Wei is going to be able to do again. And I do like that point that you bring up, K-Man, as it goes to show just how driven, a team like IG, we mentioned NiP making some roster changes as well. These guys are never satisfied. I mean, for IG, the fact that they didn't finish top 2, they didn't go to the international, that was a disappointment for them, even though we are talking about it as being a relative achievement.
Yeah, I mean, there were so many teams in the LPL this year that I think came into 2025 like, this is our year, we're gonna go to MSI, we're gonna be able to make finals, and I think IG was definitely one of them. They really had their struggles. There were definitely large sections of the regular season where you could look at someone like Mako and question, what kind of form he was in, where you could look at, Rookie or Gala or The Shy and talk about the form that they were in, but it all kind of came together at the end. The question for Invictus is not what do their best games look like, it's can they get their best games more consistently? Because as we've seen, this team at their best is very, very dangerous, and I think that is going to be the case no matter what.
And on Team WE's side, again, the question for them is, can this miracle run transition into Split 3, right? Like, what that clock struck midnight in the lower bracket semis, was that just for the split, or was that for them throughout the year, right? Is this just a fun story that we're going to see for half of the year in Split 2 and then, it goes back to the big favorites, or is a team that can really be contested? I mean, that's the story that we're going to have to follow for the start of Group Ascend, as obviously this is our first look at Team WE here in this split specifically, as they're one of the teams that, as we said, are making, I guess, just making a run for that international, can be in that conversation.
Yeah, I mean, it's wide open. Let's say it how it is. I mean, no one is locked into those number 3 or number 4 spots in the LPL right now. That is
Heck, the
up
number
for
2
grabs.
spot is up for grabs too.
Yeah, I mean, with Billy's performance at MSI, I'm sure a lot of people are definitely more on the train. Like, there are a lot of spots that are open for teams that can figure it out, step up, and find their form right now. Invictus is absolutely one of them. Who's to say WE isn't another team that can absolutely compete? When you're in Group Ascend, when you're getting these reps against the best teams in the LPL regularly, you're going to grow at a pretty exponential rate, as we saw for WE, and that could definitely culminate in some major victories, we'll just say, for for both of these teams. I'm hoping that we see something competitive and close today, maybe more so than we saw in the playoffs, and I think we might get that here.
Yeah, obviously IG having the better hand of things in the playoff bracket, but Team WE certainly not somebody you can ever doubt or discount, because they have clearly taken series off of some of the best teams that we have in the league, and IG could always be a team to fall victim to that here. Of course, they are, with Wei, having a lot of expectations set on themselves as being that premier organization. They have not really been the same for the last few years. They've gone with, different iterations of rosters ever since that initial run in 2018 and then turning into 2019. But this feels like the first time that they can really be a threat in international competition, and they have to get there first, obviously, but it starts with this series right here against Team WE.
Yeah, I mean, for a little bit there, we were getting worried about Invictus Gaming because we were seeing these all-rookie rosters. We were seeing, a lot of experimentation. They would have players that would come through the system and perform well, like Zika or like Shun, and they would immediately go elsewhere and, find success on, BLG or LNG respectively. And it really felt like IG was, maybe a team that was closer to what RNG has turned into, where they just can't find that same kind of form in the modern era. They went all in this year. They got their big names back, Rookie and the Shy, franchise players from their time winning Worlds, and, accentuated that by adding on multiple Worlds winning players surrounding them. And, at times it's looked a little iffy, and I think you could have expected that with the form that some of these players were in going into 2025, but the clutch factor has got to be considered when it comes to Invictus. These are all players that know how to step up in big moments, and I think that they've proven that.
I mean, it feels like they're like Game 3 Warriors a lot of the time, right? Like they somehow pull rabbits out of the hat. There's that, of course, crazy series against JDG where their Nexus was at like 100 HP, and they go and run it right down and end the game. Obviously, some of these other moments that they had in the postseason as well. IG, they can clutch up when they have these players that have done it on the international level. As you mentioned, 3 world champions, 2 MSI champions as well. These are the same team actually now in RNG back in the day. As we get ready for the draft to begin, it looks like IG will likely be on that blue side, as I think that is how things are oriented here on our stage. And I'm excited to get in some Ascend action here, K-Man. The Nirvana games are always a lot of fun, but now we get to see some of the top teams here in the league duke it out.
Yeah, and I think what's even more encouraging is we might even get the best of both worlds with these two teams. We might get some crazy gameplay and also some really fun action that, matters a lot for the standings. So excited to see with these two teams facing off. You touched upon the historical implications of this matchup, but really, like, this is this is China's version of what TSM CLG was for a long time, of what, Fnatic versus even like SK Gaming was back in the day. Like, this is your historic matchup here in China, and I'm really excited to see. We've got some bans coming out. It's the Trundle, it's the Rumble, it's the Varus, and then the Pantheon and the Annie taken away from WE.
Full Comfort being targeted here by IG. Monkey, maybe the first player in the world to really pioneer this Trundle jungle pick. Cube's great on this Rumble, and, Taeyeon's Varus did a lot of damage to IG in their first game of that lower semis. Always have the availability to do that when you're on the blue side, at least a little bit more than when you're on red. Things like the Pantheon and Vi were pretty much always targeted here in our last series, and they're going to be off the table again in Game 1. Yeah,
you don't really want to let Pantheon through right now. That feels like the big one that you want to make sure you take out on the red side. Taliyah up, Taliyah taken, makes a lot of sense. Rookie had a lot of success on this champion, not only throughout the regular season, but throughout the playoffs as well. And so makes a lot of sense to early lock that, make sure you can secure it for Rookie here. We'll see what the answer is. If it is going to be Monkey on the Wukong, thematically appropriate, something he played a ton of over the course of the previous split, but not, you don't got that partner, that one you always go with the Annie in the mid lane right now, and so you end up banning that out. It's going to have to be something a little bit more aggressive rather than just the setup for Monkey, but certainly a champion he's familiar with.
Again, thematically speaking, Monkey on the Monkey here in this first game. The Gwen was banned in all 3 of our matchups against Sasa in our last series, but this time going to be selected by Cube. This was right next to him alongside the Rumble on the tier list of things he enjoyed playing in last split.
Yeah, teams were pretty willing to let a lot of the major top laners through against WE. I'm sure Cube, kind of having the reputation of being more of that weak side top lane player definitely, helped in that regard, allowed him to get some of those more power picks more regularly, but he was very good on the Gwen, especially when they really needed him to step up in a lot of those playoff series. So excited to see how that ends up playing out. Poppy's going to be the answer here. Poppy has an answer to Gwen. Wukong feels pretty good. Poppy in general always feels very good in this meta. And I think more specifically, this is also something that can really pair well with the Taliyah. Whether they want to put this support or jungle, I think is still, kind of up for debate. This is very much a flex pick between these players. Almost everybody on this team plays Poppy, so, we'll kind of take a look there. But it will be the Jax as the answer. Side lane pressure galore coming in from Taliyah Jax.
It's more flexibility. Still, could go top or jungle. I feel like Wei leaning more towards the Poppy than the Jax, or he could pick something a little bit different altogether. But it's going to be the Orianna to round out the first phase of this draft. Kara's Azir was really targeted all last split, so I was surprised to see him not just immediately selected, but maybe trying to go for a bit more, for the composition this time around. Good ball delivery systems here with the Wukong and the Gwen as we head into our second phase of bans.
Yeah, Karus is your standard LCK control mage mid player, at least at his core. He's been able to branch out and become a little bit more. We saw that, though, back when he was playing in the LCK. He really does value a lot of these more teamfight-oriented champions, and he's getting one here in the Orianna. The combo is terrifying. If you get the Wukong diving in with the ball on top of him, that shockwave can absolutely obliterate a backline. And depending on who the AD carry is here for Gala, they definitely are going to have to be a little bit more aware, but we have engaged supports being taken off the board here. Nautilus and Alistair are going to be the first two. We'll see if we triple down on this with things like Rel and Leona also taken off of the board, but we could also see things like Braum, more protective, more safe-oriented supports taken away as well.
And maybe it seems like WE are setting up for trying to get that Poppy down into the support position in a way. There's still a lot on the table, don't get me wrong, but you're just limiting your options. Maybe they're trying to set up for a specific matchup there in the 2v2 for Taeyu and Vampire. Such a crucial part of this team. It felt like at the start of the split, it was really the Taeyu show, not the Monkey and Vampire show, but once those players were really able to step up, Taeyu was always able to be a very consistent backline carry. Looks like he's going to try to do a little bit more of that here in this game by hovering this Corki. The Ezreal is really a specialty of his as well.
Yeah, I mean, you think about Ezreal when you think about Taeyoon. He was known as kind of a scrim monster back in the day when he was in the DRX and the KDF systems over in Korea, and Ezreal was always the pick everyone talked about, fearing. We've seen many success stories of Taeyoon on Ezreal throughout his time here in the LPL. He will get a chance to have another one here. Just kind of adds on to the overall identity of the comp. It keeps you safe down in the bot lane, which allows you to play more aggressive around this Wukong, around this Orianna. But teamfights are the name of the game. A lot of setup here coming in from WE. We'll see how they want to try and, close things out. You don't want to talk about hovers too much, but talk about, picks that are associated with players. You got Taeyoon's Ezreal coming in, and it will be Gala's Kai'Sa that ends up being the answer.
All right, well, you get to fully close that gap of the range that Ezreal is able to provide here with the Killer Instinct. So Gala on a signature selection here, and we'll see what Mako wants to round out this composition with. Will he take the Poppy? Will things flex around a little bit differently? Or will it just be a standard support being locked in with the Rakan? Provides a lot of, good engage, which I think IG have a decent amount of now that this has been selected. And it leaves R5 for Vampire. Gonna lock in the Nico, something that's fallen a little bit in priority, at least compared to what it was like in Split 2.
Yeah, Nico's received a few nerfs going into, what it was in Split 2 versus Split 3, and I think it's affected people's, perception of the champion as a primary playmaker, but you're answering playmaker with playmaker, and that makes the mid-game much more interesting. I think there's a lot to like out of both of these drafts. I definitely think WE have more options, certainly think their comp is easier to execute. Their engage is very good here. Again, Orianna Ball on Wukong is very scary. Nico, flank engages are very scary. Gwen getting on the backline is scary. If Poppy can really step up and have a great game, I could see that really tearing down WE's ability to play out the mid game. And, they scale pretty well with the Kai'Sa going into the late game as well, even though you are kind of flexing around. With the Taliyah, you've got a Jax side lane win condition. There are tons of ways to talk about this game, and I think that makes it fun to talk about as we continue to see who gets leads.
Yeah, IG definitely have the side laning advantage. They have that semi-global in the Taliyah as well. Team WE, though, really nice front to back, really nice zone control, big circles of damage overall with the pop loss and the shockwave, the cyclone, just able to really work well in the 5v5, as IG maybe have the opportunity to get just a little bit more creative when it comes to picks, when it comes to side laning, which of course comes naturally maybe when you think of the experience levels of all of these players. A rematch of the LPL Split 2 lower semis between Invictus Gaming and Team WE, two of the most historic organizations that we have here in the league, facing off once again. And we'll see if Team WE's miracle run can carry over into Split 3, or if that clock really has struck midnight for IG, looking to pick up their first win of the season as well. Oh, it's beautiful.
Yes. There we go.
In Xi'an, home of Team WE. But even so, the IG fans reign supreme. There are just some organizations that are maybe a little bit more popular here in the league, K-Man.
IG's just built a little different in terms of reputation. We do see pretty aggressive invade here from WE to establish some vision and some knowledge, and see where they want to place their ward. It does look like it's going to be around the Raptor pit. Pretty standard placement there. Monkey going to take a bit of damage on the exchange, but nothing too important. For now, the ward will be replicated on the top side of the map here with a Raptor ward as well for IG. So everything kind of going according to plan, but it's Taeyun and Vampire that are going to continue to poke down on this Rakan.
They will certainly have the range advantage in the 2v2, being able to poke out with both, of course, the Ezreal and just being double range versus range melee. You call Rakan a melee, right? Like,
yeah, I would say that's fair to say.
Yeah, they'll be able to establish a little bit of dominance. You have the Arcane Comment as well for Vampire to just make sure you add a little bit to the you know, poking power that you'll be able to throw out with these Blooming Blows. We have Monkey pathing down towards the bot side eventually. However, you know, Wei is starting on his bottom side as well. Could go for a bit of a cheeky play if he so desires.
Yeah, I think it's interesting to talk about this bot lane 2v2 because I think for Ezreal, it definitely is, you know, easy to play safe and to have that range advantage. But if you were to take a lot of exchanges early on in the game, I actually would imagine that the Kai'Sa would be able to establish pressure in the lane. We'll see, obviously, if, you know, when they hit level 2, level 3, if they are able to step up a bit more. That's usually a little bit easier for Kai'Sa, but really her lack of range is the only thing keeping her from being able to trade with Ezreal in the early game. So definitely interesting to see how that ends up playing itself out. I think generally you're going to see IG pushing forward in a lot of the other lanes as well. You're definitely going to see the Jax and the Taliyah have pressure over their individual lane matchups. It's about how much they can get from that, and specifically what Wei is going to be willing to do in the early game on the Poppy. Some Poppies feel, you know, a little bit more pressure to just kind of farm up and get to that power spike so they can play around these early objectives. We'll see if Wei has a similar mentality.
I feel like a lot of it has to do with just which lanes are the most gankable. I think bot lane has the ability to be collapsed upon if you're Team WE. You know, you have this Nico who is rather squishy, and as you mentioned, the snap engage of Mako, and just if Wei is able to find something there, I feel like that could be the angle. But right now he is on the top side of the map, the Shy, doing a little bit of chunking onto Cube. And he might take an early reset here, maybe just baiting it out.
Oh, we're holding our breath, trying to see whether the Shy makes the Shy play or whether he ends up just letting the Gwen go back to base. It seems like he will end up letting the Gwen back. Wei just taking Crab on top side. Is going to be relatively even starts for both of these junglers. Monkey just making his way back up to the top side. There's pings coming down. They are aware that the Poppy is here. See if Monkey can get there in time. Oh,
just a little bit too late.
Just barely.
Able to ping that ward out, but there still will be vision around that second spot of the Raptors. Too concerning though overall. It is a big CS lead that has been opened up in general for gold on Team WE's side. It's both Karus and Taeyun have gotten off to really good starts in the laning phase. Obviously the Shy has had his opportunity to take advantage of Cube. This is kind of how the Gwen versus Jax matchup works, at least early on. But hey, shout out to some of these newer players on the bot side that are making it happen for Team WE early.
Yeah, it's a big lead for Taeyun, and I think that's going to be really important when it comes to these mid-game skirmishes. Doesn't look like we're going to be swapping Taeyun up to the top side just yet. Usually on that first back is when you would at least consider it for something like Ezreal, but they are just going to continue to put pressure down onto the bottom side of the map. It will be Jax TPing in, so will be actually Invictus that is opting into the lane swap. Makes a lot of sense for the Kai'Sa here. with the call being bought. But ping's coming down onto the Dragon, actually, for WE. We don't see this often in the LPL, but, you know, Dragon does spawn a considerable amount earlier than the Grubs do. If you want to put a lot of early tempo and pressure onto it, this could be a good setup for WE to do so.
I mean, with your bot lane fully rotated up, I mean, didn't necessarily know it yet, but Wei is farming his wolves up on the top side. WE should be able to take this for relatively free. However, it will come at the cost of just the ability for Gala to get out of that laning phase, farm up just a little bit more, and get closer to that late game status that we were at least hoping for of him in this game. It's a bit of a quieter start overall. Karis getting hit by that seismic shove, combined with a knock-up. Just a little bit of chunk damage, though. No real kill threat on this Orianna at this point.
Yeah, it's just to make sure that the laning phase is a little bit freer for Rookie to be able to move. It doesn't look like there's going to be a ton of contest here. Wei does make his way down, but is there to kind of just get them to back off the Drake. So Drake actually not taken here by Monkey. He ends up getting it pretty low, but backs out, and looks like it's going to be IG calling WE's bluff.
That's pretty surprising. I guess just not knowing where Wei is for the most part. Like, I mean, definitely could have been able to take that one, but nicely done by IG to deke him out a little bit, as the Shy is just kind of being annoying down here in the bot side. He really is not under any severe threat unless somebody like Karis comes down here. He's at least hovering around the area, but the Shy should be completely fine to farm this up.
Yeah, the only unfortunate part here for the Shy is that he did accumulate a pretty big lead for himself in the top lane, and that will likely be equalized the longer he spends 1v2 in these laning phases, which is never really ideal for a Jax that does want to be a big side lane presence in the late game. But Monkey, once again, now with bot lane priority for the second time, will be starting up on the Dragon. We'll see if he actually full commits to it this time, whether he wants to back off. We see some pings going down on the top side. Wei is in the area. This could be a dive.
There was a ward fully on the Dragon Pit, so IG know they have full opportunity to go for this dive onto Cube. However,
Cube is
Gwen is level 6 at just the perfect opportunity. He gets stunned into the wall, cannot even use that second proc needlework just yet. He's going to survive for just enough time to almost take down Wei, but he'll survive with less than 100 HP.
It's a very, very close play. If Gwen was able to get one more auto off onto Wei during that exchange, it's likely just a 1-for-1 trade, but a great dive from Invictus to be able to pick up that first blood in exchange for the Dragon. You know, this is kind of the punish for earlier, but the Shy in danger now.
Yeah, Monkey's going to try to jump on top of him. Flash Cyclone's going to seal the deal. So WE equalize, and they also get that first Drake, so slight advantage to them, all things considered.
Yeah, this is a nice counterplay by WE. You know, I was getting a little concerned that they were just going to be a little bit behind in tempo because of them backing off Dragon, but Monkey able to pick up that kill. This Wukong's a big piece for the game. Wei's in the area. Monkey could be overextended.
Yeah, remember, no Flash, and definitely no Cyclone available on the Monkey King here. So Wei's going to chase him down. Teleport came in as well from the Spellbook of Mako. Try to close that gap a little bit, but Monkey will be completely fine, and WE get a couple of plates down there as well, so overall net advantage to them, despite the first blood going over to IG.
Yeah, it's a nice play by WE to establish a bit of an early game lead. You know, I think that's really important for them. I think whoever ends up having tempo and can control areas in this game is going to be in a pretty great spot. It's really tough to imagine a world where IG have an easy time engaging into WE with all of the shielding coming out from Orianna and the threat of a Nico on the backline. But it's also a tough world to imagine where if IG get the Jax and the Taliyah really accelerated, the side lanes can be matched. So for WE to be getting that gold lead early on, I think is pretty big for them.
The gold's all in decent places as well. Obviously, not the best that Gala was the one to pick up that first kill, but Monkey getting ahead is nice, and maybe gives them a bit of an advantage here as they're going to try to start up this Grubs. Spawned about a minute ago. Cube has his teleport, but looks like he's engaged in a 1v1 with the Shy. Has his needlework up in a couple of seconds. Maybe could look for a kill here. Counter-Strike has been issued. Nice bumper with that snip to make sure that stun is not wasted too much. One more issuance of that ultimate is going to miss. And now in the mid lane, we're going to see the 2v2 here between Teo and Vampire. Gala down to 300 HP. And all of this is buying enough time for Monkey to secure all 3 Grubs. And Wei not going to be able to do anything about it.
Yeah, it must have been a Vampire Pop Blossom, as we can see that's now on cooldown. You know, catching out the Kai'Sa, that's barrier popped for Kai'Sa. That's actually a pretty big turning point there. Monkey being able to grab all 3 Grubs is huge for WE. IG's comp with Grubs would be very, very dangerous to try to deal with. And so being able to deny that over from IG, being able to give yourself a little bit of side lane pressure for the Gwen and the Ezreal later on in the game is very, very big. And it's just, again, WE kind of winning across the map and getting a bigger and bigger lead.
Yeah, nicely done by Vampire there in the mid lane. Again, a guy that was really criticized in 2024, maybe rightfully so, back on Invictus Gaming. But now, obviously, really growing into his own right. I feel like a lot of times you think about these players like, oh, this guy stinks, he's horrible. And then you remember, a Vampire's in his like second or third competitive year. He's 21 years old. He's still growing a lot as a player. Definitely got the opportunity to do that here on Team WE. And we're seeing him have some nice plays here in the mid lane now, maybe looking towards the bottom side as the Shy is also chunked out to 40%. Things going well for WE here in the early game.
Yeah, you make a great point on Vampire. Let's remember why Vampire was even starting in the LPL last year. Mako was set to be the starter for EDG as far as we were all aware, and then all of a sudden he's on top esports, and EDG needed support. They've got a young player in Vampire who has almost no competitive experience, and he's thrust into a pretty big situation very quickly, and yeah, it took him some time to adapt. He wasn't particularly good in his first rookie year, but this was a guy who had almost no competitive experience at any level before being a mainstay LPL player for one of the most historic organizations. And so, you know, the development that we've seen come along from him, clearly there was some promise that, you know, organizations like Invictus saw in him last year to be willing to take, you know, a chance on him. And, you know, his former mentor in Mako, obviously on the other side of this matchup as well.
It's so great how all this history lines up. And we got the... You know, obviously we have Kelsey on production, but you know, K-Man knows, you know, your stuff too with all this, all these little, like, little rumors and stuff that get passed along throughout the years and all the connections. I mean, IG and W had a lot of connections last split too with Monkey and JJ. Obviously Way kind of replacing that, but Vampire and Mako also sharing that relationship at least just a little bit. More skirmishing down here on the bottom side. Cube getting chunked to half and now could be in some trouble as Way and Mako are here. Try to collapse on yet another dive. It worked pretty well for them last time around. However, now Cube's a little bit stronger, but the heroic charge in is going to make sure that he cannot do anything to stop the inevitability of that dive.
Yeah, the way to counter Gwen being immune is to just CC her until she dies. That's definitely the way to go, and that's what Poppy Rakan can do under the right circumstances. Once again, targeting the right threat here as the Gwen is very neutralized. Cube is in a very, very bad spot as this game continues to go forward. Not only is he already down 1k gold, but it's going to be difficult for him to start hitting his power spikes, and he's going to have to match this Jax in a side lane for most of the game. WE do have one weakness right now, and it is on the top side. But Taeyun and Vampire are going to be collecting more gold here in the mid lane with some plates being picked up. A pretty big win for them. We'll see if they can transition that pressure into Dragon or whether or not they want to try and move it elsewhere.
Yeah, you know, overall WE doing well for themselves. However, look quickly at the top side of the map. Invictus Gaming's advantage is towards the Shy. A lot of it is due to the fact that Cube really has been weak-sided and has dove twice in a row, but the Shy now with about a 25 CS lead could be big, although he's not here just yet with WE starting up this Infernal Dragon, kind of get themselves a 2-0 Drake lead. Way issues out that Keeper's Verdict. It's going to just knock away Vampire, but that's enough for the engage to maybe begin. Rookie jumping forward, the Weaver's Wall is going to be Way, stealing away that Drake, and Monkey's going to make sure that he pays for it, at least in an attempt with that Cyclone proc, but it's not going to be enough. The shot is not going to find much, and there's a big Pop Blossom though from Vampire. Gala diving into the back line is going to secure the feats of Warfare, but now WE have the opportunity with Karis and Taeyun to take him down. Overall, it's a 2 for 2. A scrappy fight overall. But IG get themselves that Dragon.
Big win there for IG. I think specifically the gold going in the right spots. It's not even over. Cube is in danger.
Oh, the
Cube!
Command Protect from Karis combined with that Dissonance, able to make sure the Shy falls. Would have probably gotten that kill in isolation, but Cube has his mid laner save his life.
Wow, that is a big turn there for both of these teams. It ends up being kind of in favor of WE from a gold perspective when you look at it as a whole, with gold going over to the Orianna. Karis getting a lot stronger in that fight, but gold also going on to the Kai'Sa. We're going to get a replay here. This is a very scrappy setup. Monkey really forcing this Drake, and unfortunately Vampire gets knocked out of this fight way too early, which means no Pop Blossom to actually, you know, secure this Dragon. It's pretty easy for Way to be able to, you know, control the area. Monkey goes in to try and burst down Mako, but the Rakan's a lot tankier than I think he thinks he is in the early part of this game. Monkey ends up getting very low. Vampire, though, eventually gets back into the fight, ends up stunning up Way, turning a kill. Great ult from Gala onto the backline. Does end up costing him his life, but does secure him that extra kill, which could be worth it in the long run. But for now, it's gold traded onto big damage threats as the game goes along. 2 kills on Kai'Sa, 2 kills on Orianna.
Yeah, Gala getting strong, but I think overall, the big carries on Team WE in a bit of a better position at this point. I mentioned Karis getting that second kill. Taeyun was dishing out some damage as well in that last team fight. So things still very close. But overall, WE does maintain about a 1,000 gold lead. That might change, though, as Rookie picks up both the tower and Cube. A 2-for-1 combo in the bottom lane.
That is just brutal. Cube is just not a member of the team in this game. And Mako now going in. The Pop Blossom only landing on Wei.
Yeah, nicely done by Mako. Dodging away from the initial stun, then finding the two-man knockup. But Wei is now chunked to half HP, and Taeyun is just pumping out DPS. Has that Conqueror pop shifted forward to try to hit another Mystic shot. But now is running low on mana. Karis is able to pick up the mid-tier 1 as well, but doesn't look like anybody on WE are under any significant threat.
Graves, I thought you said that we were going to get more controlled gameplay coming in Group Ascend. I'm not seeing any controlled gameplay. I am seeing just as fun of a fiesta as we've ever gotten out of these two teams, and I cannot be more excited for it. Both of these teams are in a pretty good spot. The gold is almost entirely even. It's Wei who's starting up on the Rift Herald here, and IG, I think, have better control of the map, but, you know, one fight could really turn everything here.
Yeah, IG, the really nice sequence there. They get a full tower. They get this Rift Herald as well. They get the Dragon a little bit earlier on. Now they have the Feats of Strength. They have, of course, that Rift Herald that they can use to crack open another turret. And IG definitely not out of this one by any stretch of the imagination. It is right back to an even game state.
Yeah, this is a tough place to be. Rookie could be collapsed on.
Oh, Shockwave connects onto him as well. Even though the flash came out from Rookie, the distance was not enough. Karis and Monkey combined for another.
And that's the power that Karis is able to use because of those kills that he got in that Dragon fight. This Orianna is going to be a problem. Not a lot of easy mobility to be able to dodge the damage coming out from Orianna in the later part of this game. We're not even done. Mako on a potential flank here. Go ult.
Forward. Taeyun has to use that shift away. And is able to get away from a ton of that crowd control. Really nicely done by the Ezreal. Again, this is a signature champion for Taeyun. He's able to make quick work of that attempt of an engage despite the mid wave being pushed up very heavily.
Yeah, it's a lot used for IG, both ults on Gala and Mako, but it's a lot burned from the side of WE. No cleanse for Taeyun and no heal for Vampire in that exchange as well. So, you know, very, very exciting action-packed game that we are having here in game number 1, and it's not done yet.
Yeah, another attempt at a play. They're very aggressive at trying to take this tower. They want it badly, and it's going to come eventually, but damn, man.
Oh man, that is a lot going on. A lot happening on the map right now. WE is coming out on top though. 1K gold lead now after everything kind of looked relatively even throughout the last 5 minutes. WE using their pressure, using that kill that they got onto Rookie on the top side to be able to finally take that mid-tier 1. IG looks like they're going to be answering with the Rift Herald on the top side here. This should be top tier 1 going down, but it's just a trade for bot tier 1.
It's an advantage, at least for now. The question is, will a second proc be issued, and can WE get back in time to make sure this tier 2 doesn't fall? Looks like the answer is leaning towards no at this point, as there's still a ton of time before Monkey and Cube can get there. And Wei and Rookie hammering in onto this objective, trying to take it all the way down. But it looks like Vampire and Karis are going to get there in time and clear the wave out. Looks like might be an overextension for the tower. The minions are gone. No opportunity to try to secure that tier 2. It's a double kill in for Karis. Mako, they're all too late.
Oh, hello? What was the call there? They have no minions. Wei is looking to tank the tower, but there's just no way that they have enough damage as Talia Poppy to burst that tower down. The shockwave comes in, and Wei is obliterated in a mere instant. He is destroyed in terms of that Poppy health bar not surviving. Meanwhile, the entire time, Monkey is just taking Dragon on the bottom side of the map. We'll get to see this again. The wave is cleared by Vampire. As he steps up here, it's gone. Wei is just under tower. He immediately gets shockwaved, and he's just dead here. Vampire with a great ultimate to be able to catch out Rookie as well to set up this kill, and Karis has more than enough damage to be able to make it work. It's a massive mistake from Invictus that just exacerbates the lead that WE had already been getting.
I mean, if you're a Trundle or something like that does damage to towers, I can understand maybe sticking around a little bit after the minions die, but man, Wei and Rookie just extending a little bit too long there. And as you mentioned, what was, again, a very close game. We were dead even right when that Rift Herald was taken down, K-Man. Now it's a 2.5K lead for Team WE. Karis is very ahead now on this Orianna over Rookie. And Monkey's in a really great position as well.
Yeah, this is a 2 full item Orianna, 1.5k gold up. Karis is going to be massive towards the end of this game. You know, the ball delivery system is very, very clear for WE. If Wukong goes in and you get 2 or 3 members shockwaved, the fight is over. That is going to be it. So you gotta make sure that you are watching and pressuring Karis out of these fights as quickly as possible. Force him to use shockwave either defensively or on inopportune targets, and hopefully try to be able to pick that up. But you know, a lot's going to be put onto this WE mid laner, which is very exciting to say the least.
Question is always, can Karis clutch up? I feel like there's a lot of opportunities, or a lot of games last split where he got a lead and then is unable to deliver at the most important moment. A lot of those clutch performances ended up coming through from Monkey and Vampire. We're waiting for Karis to be able to take that next step as well. If he's able to do though, that's WE really coming into form. And he has all the opportunities to do so now. He's 4-0-2. As you mentioned, a huge shutdown on his head. He has a Seeker's Arm Guard to try to keep himself further alive. And with the Storm Surge build, he could really one-tap some of these backline carries.
Yeah, Gala cannot survive an Orianna shockwave. It's just not going to happen. You have to be so careful if you are Invictus. And the problem, they're not a long-range comp. This is Talia. This is Kai'Sa. This is, you know, a team that really needs... You know, you're right, some range, but IG just taking Otacon.
I mean, the Monkey's just nowhere close. The True Shot Barrage is going to spot them out, but Invictus Gaming, they're just going to get this for free, and nobody from Team WE really is in position to counteract this, to go for a fight, to even make a play on the opposite side of the map. Bit of a fumble in terms of just vision control and where these teams decided to deploy. IG get a real big break for free.
Yeah, that is a big mistake by WE. That's a free major objective going over to Invictus Gaming. Really heads up play from IG to realize, like, hey, Monkey's on the top side. We've got this. Like, it's free. And you know what? They're right. Like, that's a huge way back into the game. It doesn't completely solidify everything, but Otacon is a real asset in the current meta. So, you know, excited to see that IG continue to look to make proactive plays, even if the other ones haven't necessarily worked out so far.
The composition for IG, where it feels like a lot of the team fight is going to be pretty single target, right? Like, you're going to attack one person, then the other, and if you want to win like a full 5v5, like compared to maybe WE where you're hitting these big, massive AoE abilities. The death passive on the Otacon for IG going to be just a little bit more impactful as well, just helping get that snowball rolling in some of these fights. And we'll see if they are able to take advantage of it, though, as they're going back to the scene of that original crime, the tier 2 tower. I think this time they're going to get it.
Yeah, Rookie not quite making the same mistake. I'm sure they see, you know, some red in their eyes in terms of taking down that tower. It looks like it will be traded for mid lane tier 2, though. Pretty big get here for WE to be able to open up the map. It's Rookie who's ulting, though.
Yeah, the question is, can Team WE escape, though?
Oh, Taeyun's alone
for a flank. Gonna be collapsed upon by Mako as well. The Shy's locked down. Taeyun taking him down to 3% HP. Karis going golden. He's in a bad position as well, but he's gonna be able to survive with his flash. A True Shot Barrage here to zone away IG as they're not able to find a kill.
Yeah, it looks very dicey for WE. It looked actually very scary, but luckily using every resource they have, they're able to get out of there. Taeyun burns his Arcane Shift to get over the wall, not realizing that the Shy is on a flank, so he has to flash out of there. He nearly gets taken down. The cleanse also very important, but ends up just being an aggressive play for IG that burns a lot of summoners on the side of WE.
Question is, will those summoner spells be taken advantage of now that Taeyun, Karis, both without flash, Taeyun without his cleanse as well. Very vulnerable Ezreal now. If you're able to fully land some crowd control onto him. The dragon now a spawn. It looks like IG still want to continue this fight. Mako teleporting in with that spellbook. And setting up battle lines already. IG gaining control of the pit. They have that mid lane cleared out as well. So they have a lot of time to maybe start this objective up.
Yeah, Shockwave is not off of cooldown yet. This is going to be a difficult place to play for WE. IG are just bursting down this dragon. It's gone.
It's gone. Yeah, and, you know, just the threat of Way, maybe sending somebody away with the Keeper's Verdict as well, gives them a little bit of hesitancy, and it means that WE now are going to try to just push IG away, but they do not feel confident enough to go for a full-on engage.
Yeah, that's a huge win for IG. Once again, they're just getting an objective on the map basically for free, and WE, as a response, are pushing down mid, something they've done all game. They want this tower, but they're not going to be able to get it. They don't have the wave set up, and it's just IG coming out on top in a small exchange.
And now, target is Taeyun. No flash here on this Ezreal. He's able to shift away here from the damage of the Talia. before any further crowd control can connect. Vampire is in that cannon mini form. He lands a Pop Blossom though on a 2, but it's going to be the Steadfast Presence that keeps one away. Mako lands a knockup combined with a little bit of extra damage. Cube though is trying his best to lock down the Shy, who almost takes down all of WE by himself. Seismic Shove lands onto the Gwen. It's a double kill in for Gala, and IG go 2 for 1.
It's a huge mistake from Vampire. He looks to try and find a 2-man Pop Blossom there, but he only lands on the 2 frontliners, on the Rakan, on the Poppy.
Wade just died.
Yeah.
Barrage, by the way.
Oh, yeah, sniped out by Taeyun. Obviously, American Sniper coming out here for him. At least he pulls something back from that play, but you know, we'll talk about it. It's just over-aggressive from Vampire to be able to, you know, try and feel like he can create a play there. And the moment that Mako was like, oh, they're engaging on this, he can just re-engage. We're going to see it as IG are just kind of backing out here. But it's the 2 frontliners. You know, Vampire, it's nice to land ult down, but you can't burst the Poppy, you can't burst the Rakan, and that awesome knockup is really like a game breaker there. The Shockwave ends up going almost completely wide. I think it lands on no one in the fight, which is a huge turning point. And while there isn't a ton of damage on IG, like you noted, single target, it's really difficult to, you know, actually punish them if they go forward, if they are in such a good spot. So just ends up being a win. You were absolutely right there. True Shot Barrage coming through. The speed from Poppy W, not enough to be able to get out of there, but still a nice win for IG.
Nice shot there by Taeyun, getting at least one back, keeping it relatively even. A 2 for 2 it ends up being. But yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, the Shockwave from Karis didn't end up doing much. If he was trying to hit his own teammates, it actually would have been very effective, but instead not finding a ton there. And I think, you know, credit to the Shy as well. Huge counter-strike on the back end of that fight, really like allowing for his carries to get a little bit extra space. Scoreline's not looking too good right now, but he's having a very good time in the way these 5v5s are operating.
Yeah, the Shy's always been very good on Jax. It's been one of his most successful champions. He just feels very comfortable on the pick, and you're right, he played the back end of that fight really, really well, but I really do want to highlight, you said this earlier on, Kara's kind of known for maybe not performing perfectly in the back end of some of these games, even with the gold leads that he's been able to generate. And we're already starting to see signs of, hey, you're a 4-0-4 Orianna, you're the one with the big gold lead on your team. You know, what can you do with it? What do you want to do with all of that gold? And right now, still some major question marks surrounding whether or not he's going to be able to make the most of it. Looks like it's going to be a bit of a Baron dance, at least vision set up around the area, but it's a Talia wall coming in.
Yeah, it's going to actually block out everybody on the side of WE. Pop Blossom, though, lands on a 2, but a 2-man seismic shove comes through, but finally the Shockwave is in from Karis. It gets 2 kills back for Team WE, and now Cube with the teleport is trying to hunt down Gala. Needlework, though, not enough as Gala wins the duel. IG winning the fight. The Shy going to lock down Taeyun and almost secure the ace. The Leap Strike goes forward. It finally comes through. All 5 of WE are gone.
Cube is so late to that fight on the Gwen. He ends up teleporting just a few moments after the fight has really already been decided. Vampire tries to salvage as much as he can, but it's great spacing by IG to start the fight. Once again, every priority target is out of the way of the Pop Blossom. Nobody is getting locked up, and even with Karis landing a Shockwave that was, you know, pretty good in that fight, they just don't have the damage to break through if you don't have the lockdown for Gala, who's now 5-1-2 on this Kai'Sa. He's starting to take over the game, and it's becoming more difficult to imagine a pathway forward. This is a great start by Rookie, and we're going to see another big play from him later, but Wei tries to play into the wall. Once again, though, look at Gala's spacing. Look at Rookie's spacing. None of them are in the area. The seismic shove is ginormous from Rookie in this fight to completely turn things around, even with the Shockwave coming through. Cube finally arrives, but he's not even able to 1v1 Gala at this point. With how little gold the Gwen has been able to get over the course of this game, eventually, the Shy's able to chase down Taeyun, and now you're looking at a version of Invictus that's not just up in this game. They are in a commanding lead and, you know, really should be able to take this one home.
And they're picking up the pace again. There's some combos, but Wei might have gone a little bit too far forward. He already goes down, and Rookie might be in a precarious spot. But look at the Shy! Gonna immediately take down Vampire, and Gala will assassinate Cube in a 1v1 on the other side of things as well. Rookie's somehow still alive, even though he initially might have gone too far forward. It's gonna be a shove landing on a Taeyun. He gets stunned up. He's still alive, but finally will drop 4 more for Team IG.
we came back and I was like, oh, did I caster curse them almost immediately? It looked like IG was too far forward, like they had overextended, but leave it up to IG to take a chaotic, crazy fight right out of a replay and be able to pick it up. And it's just going to show just how great the execution from IG is on these champions. Once again, just perfect spacing. The Shy has been huge in these fights on the Jax, just 1v4ing at times. They feel like they just can't take him down. Gala has been dove on over and over again by multiple members and not been able to be slain in these fights. It's everything going in favor of Invictus, and with this comp that has a ton of side lane pressure, with this Baron buff, they're just going to continue to have that pressure forward.
The side lane presence, the ability to target select here in these really chaotic team fights, just pristine. From Invictus Gaming, a roster full of veterans, full of international champions. They've done it at the highest of levels throughout their careers. And it looks like they're doing it here against the upstarts in Team WE, making it look a little bit more like that lower bracket semifinals. If we get another look at how this one started.
Yeah, I want to see how we actually kicked off this fight. Classic LPL fighting to the death over blue buff. Just how things go. Vampire once again using the Pop Blossom. They take down Wei early on in the fight. This turns in to a 4v5. Mako is even pushed out, and so you're really looking at a good situation, but Cube with so little gold is just getting 1v1'd by the Kaisa on the backline. Never a good place to be, and Rookie spacing is just gorgeous throughout this entire fight. Karis may have the gold lead, but Rookie lands the important skill shots when it matters the most. Even the Q landing past the clone there to be able to pick up the kill onto Monkey, and we're right back, and Cube is once again in danger.
Yeah, it's already used all procs of that needlework. He's going to get taken down. Rookie not ever in threat of dying there. There's another kill going over to IG. As they are really running away here with this game at number one. It looked a little bit dicey for a bit. They were down up to 3,000 gold, but they have held strong, and they're starting to clutch up in these big moments.
Yeah, it's just IG pulling away. It's the veteran experience. This is kind of familiar to game number one of that playoff series that they played a month or so ago, where, you know, WE looked competitive, but they just didn't have the big plays in the big moments, and IG could be looking to set a trap for them here as well. We do see another 1v1 going down on the bot side, but not going to be a 1v1 for long.
Replay it back there, actually, of Cube going down. He's still dead for another 10 seconds, so doesn't have the opportunity to pick up that 8th death just yet. But
I'm so used to Cube being caught in the side lane, I just assumed it was happening again. I really PTSD at this point. The Gwen over and over again, the 1-in-7 Gwen, but you know, definitely a good play there by Rookie. The spacing on him this game has been absolutely incredible. We talked about the lack of range from Invictus. Goodness, like, that has not mattered. It has really just been played perfectly. Gala constantly under fire and under pressure on the backline and has constantly been able to keep himself safe, really without a lot of peel from the rest of his team. And you could say similar things for Rookie, who's just playing on the edge of danger. It's executed phenomenally by IG.
Yeah, the way Rookie was able to set up a lot of those big team fights with his Weaver's walls have been really impressive so far here in this game. And again, as you mentioned, just finding the right angles to dish out as much damage as possible. Remember, he was down like 30 CS to Karis, maybe not 30, but like at least like 15 to 20 in that laning phase. Karis is in a really good position to succeed. And once again, it is Rookie just getting the edge of things here in the moments that matter most.
Yeah, I mean, that's Rookie for you, stepping up when it really matters. That's what you think of when you think of him as a player. He's one of the most historic players in LPL history, and he continues to perform at a very high level for Invictus. We'll see what play they want to go for here. They do spot out Monkey on the top side of the map, perhaps disconnected from the rest of his team. Karis is in the area. Monkey will hit that level 16. You know, theoretically, there's an avenue where there could be a miracle engage, but at this point, it's becoming harder and harder to imagine that. A Baron spawning in 50 seconds, that's going to be the priority target. Invictus trying to establish pressure in the area before that ends up spawning, taking away as much vision as possible.
Yeah, I mean, if you're WE, have to fight around that next Baron. Like, you cannot let IG get that again with the way that the Shy is able to split push now at 3.5 full items. And just the way that the gold lead has continued to stack up. It's going to be very difficult to try to find a fight after that objective is taken down, but they might have to, just given the fact that the Shy's already pushing on his own, and there's just really no opportunity on the map at all for W to do anything. They're going to try to force themselves in to the top side jungle, but it's going to get punished here by the Weaver's Wall. It separates Vampire from the rest of the team, and already Monkey is forced to use that Cyclone. They go in onto Mako, but he's very tanky for the moment, pops the quickness, and will be able to get out scot-free. The True Shot Barrage will only find Gala, but he has the Guardian Angel on top of him, and Team WE burn a lot of resources for not a lot of kills.
Yeah, it's a really unfortunate scenario. You have to burn everything just to stay alive when rookie presses R. It even separates all of Invictus, and it doesn't matter. They're able to win fights in multiple different areas at the same time, and Baron has been started here.
See, they're feeling desperate. Even though Monkey's half HP, they think they have to go for it, but he gets sent away anyway by Way. And that means there's no threat for a steal, no threat for a contest, and IG claim themselves their second Baron, but in goes Vampire, lands the Pop Blossom onto 2, takes down the Shy and forces the Guardian Angel on Gala, but he's able to kill him instantly away. Taeyeon will chase him down, and Q picks up a massive shutdown.
Yeah, it's a nice shutdown coming in from WE. It's a lot of gold going in favor of them, but still very much an Invictus Gaming favored play. They're able to secure the Baron. They're able to really set themselves up well. We even see a teleport coming out into the mid lane, potentially to protect this tower. Obviously, it's not being pushed, but with Dragon spawning now in 10 seconds, you know, Gala and the Shy are off the map. Unfortunately, so is Monkey. This is going to be Invictus Gaming favored still, and, you know, we will see if that ends up being contestable by WE here.
Paris face checking that bush, knowing that he has to get into that pit as soon as possible. The Weaver's Wall cutting him off, at least for a little bit, but Cube's going to jump over. And just do a little bit of extra snip damage. Mako and Way, very tanky here, and Rookie is dishing out a ton of damage. Already Cowers is down to half HP, the Dragon started up.
No shockwave for 10. That's absolutely massive for Karis here. He is the major damage dealer. Can they hold off long enough?
Taeyeon and Karis trying their best to zone. The Dragon is at 4,000 HP, but there's no smite. Right now, the Shockwave's going to delay things, and it will be Karis securing that Dragon, but already Vampire's gone down, and a teleport has come in from the Shy, and he's going to close everything here in this game. They send the Keeper's Verdict straight into the Shy's arms, and only Monkey is left alive despite the Dragon going over. Gonna be the Shy, kind of chase him down. Knockup does land, and that'll do it. Invictus Gaming winning game number 1.
It is a huge fight for IG. Their setups were phenomenal. They bought just enough time. Yes, they lose the Dragon, but they win the game. Things are looking great for IG. The early game might not have been ideal. Some questionable decision-making in the mid-game, but at the end of the day, these are pros, and they came out on top like the champions they are.
Proving, at least for now, that lower semifinals not a fluke. Invictus Gaming are up 1-0 in this series.
Whew, crazy game 1, action-packed, everything we were looking for, right, Graves? We were looking for something a little bit more fun, and I think we got that. Really, really great stuff from, I would say, both of these teams. WE made some critical errors down the stretch of the game, but IG really forced a lot of those errors, and really, you got to give them a lot of credit for being able to step up. It was a team effort all around, and everybody really pulled their weight.
Yeah, hey, W had some good moments at the start of the game. They were able to play the early game pretty well, getting Karis and Taeyeon into really good positions, but some of that veterancy just shined through. Here in this game specifically, the way they were able to navigate some of those team fights, very difficult to execute team fights around these major objectives. IG took a game that maybe should have been WE's and really made it their own. I mean, I'm just thinking back again to that 20-minute mark or so. Just immediately sending the Otacon, and that's where things really started to spiral for them.
That was a huge mistake for WE. That could have been the game-losing mistake, and in fact, you know, maybe was the game-losing mistake. You can't really be making plays like that when you're trying to beat a team like Invictus Gaming that is always going to be on top of the ball. And let's not forget that IG got themselves into that position. You talk about the two-man dive on the tier 2 top lane that didn't end up going well. You know, a couple of plays, couple of fights around Dragon that really did not end up working well either. You know, Invictus certainly had things you want to fix, but really it was WE's macro and IG's macro in a positive way that ended up separating them.
Yeah, and that ended up being the difference maker. Even though we said that WE's team fighting was good, IG were able to execute on it better. And when you look at player of the games, it has to be one of the soul laners in my eyes. Both of them played so well, whether it was the Shy, like just collapsing upon multiple members with counter strikes on this Jax, or just all the incredible Weaver's walls that Rookie was able to set up, combined with, I would imagine he was close to, if not having, the most damage in the game.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see the damage charts. I certainly, off the eye test, would, you know, put my vote in for Rookie. I think he really was phenomenal in that game in terms of being able to turn around what was not an ideal start for him. It wasn't exactly a bad one. He wasn't playing horrible, but, you know, he was able to turn that around and ultimately, in my opinion, really show the strength of that Talia that we've seen get picked on B1 over and over again. And, you know, some people kind of talk about, oh, you know, what does Talia do when you get to these late games? Like, where is the B1 prio that can take over games? This is where it's at, right? Like, this is what Talia looks like when piloted by somebody who can make her look like the best champion in the game.
take a look at this goal graph. Hey, there's some LPL action in there. A little bit of WE favored. I think they're up about 3K or so. And then going back right up towards IG. As this team, of course, they dropped their first series a couple of days ago on our opening day of the league to Top Esports. It's a very close series overall, but this time around, they want to make things a little bit different as we take a look at some of these highlights.
I'm not sure if this is a highlight so much as it is a bit of a low light for Invictus Gaming, but it certainly was a play that they ended up making. I think it does, call out some of the things that we can talk about going into game number 2. This was not a clean game from Invictus, despite the fact that they ended up winning. They made multiple pretty major errors, and if WE was in a slightly better position, more advantageous position, perhaps they could have been in a better spot to capitalize on them. Fortunately, it just wasn't the case, but, I think you're looking at a player like Wei, and obviously there's a lot of talk and expectation on him. Not the cleanest of game ones from him on the Poppy. His early game was rather weak, and he was getting picked off first in a lot of these fights, regardless of if you think that was his role or not. Not getting the stun there on Vampire, as we saw, not necessarily his fault, just these small little plays. I think I'd like to see Wei kind of prove a little bit more like, hey, I can be a player that pushes this team forward. Same thing for Cube on the other side. You can talk about Cube really struggling on this Gwen to find any sort of impact. Taken out of the game early on by the Shy and Lame, never really finding his footing and constantly really just kind of, dying to Gala on the back end.
Yeah, I mean, he was definitely weak-sided, but eventually there were definitely times where he could have played things out a little bit better here. So dying to Gala there is very unfortunate. It just seemed like overall, though, when you think about like the target selection in these fights, IG always were able to snap engage onto the right person at the right time. And whereas for WE, maybe just finding opportunities to pick up kills never ended up happening. A lot of these fights were decided by very low health bars on IG, but none of them ended up going down.
Yeah, I think that's really the veteran experience that you talk about a lot, like the clutch moments. Somehow, some way, you always seem to find health bars that are low but not beatable on these really good teams. It just ends up working out like that. They know their limits so well, and I think specifically players like Gala and Rookie and the Shy, this game really stepped up. Mako, I think, had a phenomenal game. Wei had a couple of huge ultimates in these fights to separate Monkey or Vampire from the rest of his team. Yeah, there were a couple of huge plays. So,
do you think this was planned?
Right
into
Rookie, yeah, right back into the rest of his team for him to be able to take down. It certainly was a pretty cool play. I can't imagine that was going through his mind, but no, it was planned. Yeah, you always take the credit.
Channeled it at just the right amount of time to make sure it landed right in there.
Exactly.
Yeah, nicely done here by IG. They claimed this first game, and Team WE, remember, they got swept by Invictus Gaming in that lower semis. The first game was the closest, but they definitely want things to look a little bit different this time around. Prove that they can still be that heavy hitter, that this Split 2 was not just a random occurrence, that it was not a fluke of any sort, that this team does belong at the top of the table. There were definitely parts of that game that make you continue to believe that, but, always a question as we are very early on still into the Split 3 season. Rookie winning that player of the game, I think it was deserved.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of seismic shoves or Weaver's walls on the backline of fights that separated the team, and just the damage coming out, most damage in the game, 189% damage per gold, like, just unreal stuff from Rookie, especially after how the early game went. For him to have that kind of performance in that moment, I think is really indicative of just why he's one of the greatest players in LPL history.
Yeah, showing it that he still got it here in that first game. Him and the Shy, the champions from now 7 years ago, still performing at very good levels, getting that first win over Team WE as they hunt for another trip to an international competition. Will WE be able to bounce back, or will it be a repeat of that lower semis? We'll find out with the game number 2 draft coming up right after this on LPL English. Welcome back, everybody, to LPL English, game number 2 of our second series of the day. About to begin. Invictus Gaming winning game number 1 over Team WE. A battle of top 4 teams from last split. One team with a lot of established veterans against a team of some upstarts here in Team WE, but it was the vets that ended up prevailing in that first game.
Yeah, and it was really their veteran consistency down the stretch of that game that prevailed in terms of how things went, because it didn't look good for them in the mid game. This was not, one of those, oh, we win early, we just snowball out of control. They really had to fight their way back into the game, and they did so very successfully. But the question is now, not only is what is WE's response to that, they were able to get a 3K gold lead in that game and just couldn't quite secure it, but what does Invictus have up their sleeve to perhaps have a more consistent victory in game number 2?
You know that Italy's always up for the shy. I feel like no matter what, you're always going to have to think about it at least, especially once you're already up a game here if you're IG. I feel like he gets a bit of a pass after, winning that first one. It's like, all right, you can have an Italy game maybe. It worked well for them in their series clinching matchup in the playoffs. Just give the shy what he wants, although, we'll see if that does end up fully being the case. On Team WE's side, though, I feel like it's less draft and it's more execution in terms of how they need to play and how they need to turn things around. They had themselves a lead. They had composition that they wanted. They got gold in the right places, but just weren't able to finish the job.
I mean, really, at the end of the day, I think the big turning point was the execution just wasn't there for WE, and that's something we did see throughout, parts of split number 2. While this team did go on some pretty major runs, beating teams like Top Esports and JD Gaming, they did also have some bad moments in the regular season in the, the Group Ascend stage, and so, I'm not going to pretend like it's impossible to imagine a world where this team just underperforms in big moments, but we know that the ceiling is there for them. I think that there were some encouraging signs in terms of gold generation. It's just about following up and capitalizing on it, which I think is an easier thing to relearn than, being so far behind that you can't play.
Definitely a lot of little things that maybe can get fixed, right? The question is, can that get fixed between series? Is that something that has to be worked on throughout the course of a season? Again, we talked about some of these problems for certain players on WE throughout, like some of the clutcher moments, specifically the solo laners. Cube did not have his best performance. Karis was ahead, but never felt like he was the X factor in some of those team fights. Felt like Rookie kind of had his number, like just from a hands perspective in a lot of those late game fights. You see a little bit more here for Team WE if they want to even up this series, but always has been competitive between these two teams, and historically speaking as well, a lot of history between the original rivalry here in the LPL. And when we did have this playoff matchup a couple of months ago, our producer Kelsey did come up with some trivia questions, and we're going to go through a couple of them right now as we await for the draft of this second game, just to test our knowledge a little bit. I went through this during that series that I casted with Alk. Did not do particularly well, K-Man, so going to need you to do some heavy lifting here as our resident historian.
All right, what other position has Rookie played for IG? I am lucky enough. I know this. I think I've got this one in the bag. I think I could even name what happened. If I'm correct, I believe this is bot lane. This is ADC, because I have a distinct memory of, gosh, it must have been 2015 or 2016, one of the first years that Rookie was in the LPL, where it was Rookie Tabe bot lane, because they had Zatai playing top lane for that team, who was obviously the former mid laner, and they swapped him.
Oh my god.
Oh, there we go.
2017.
There we go. 2017. Okay.
Man,
I wasn't quite on the year, but
man, I just gotta have K-Man by my side for all these questions. That's how we win these. Damn.
I will never forget the Rookie Tabe bot lane. That will stick in my brain forever in terms of the execution. But we get ourselves into draft here. Bans are expected. The Azir still coming out as the ban against WE. Pantheon kind of the necessary red side ban. But Vi taken off the board on blue side this time. Same with the Annie and the Lucian.
Yeah, WE making their way over to blue. An interesting note, just from some of the draft end of the last split, WE banned Vi on both blue and red side in basically every single game. Seems like it's not a champion that Monkey is particularly comfortable on, which is a bit of a handicap given the fact that He's one of the stronger junglers in the meta, one of the more prevalent ones. You can argue about its strength or not. I'm sure a lot of analysts would be happy to do that at length. But it's going to be more jungles targeted on the red side for IG. But one of them is the Trundle that is still left available. Monkey, again, one of the original players of this earlier this season, and he's confident enough on it to blind pick it in certain situations. We'll see if it's a B1 angle here for the Trundle jungle, and it looks like it will be.
This was a B1 so often for WE during their win streak. And I think that really instilled a lot of confidence in WE moving forward with a lot of Trundle picks. Obviously, you hit the nail on the head. He really, brought Trundle jungle back into the meta in 2025 in terms of, even the LCK and the LEC, LTA, they were all playing it after Monkey ended up picking it up. So not surprising to see him put that kind of priority, but the Rumble is still available on the other side of this. That's been, not really allowed on red side for a lot of different drafts. It's going to be big for the Shy to pick that up, and it might even be the number 180 carry as well.
Varus getting selected. A lot of targeted bans here for IG. They went with the red side strategy of just leaving a lot of OPs on the table and forcing WE to pick one so they can get two. Very clearly worked, as Varus and Rumble are both on IG side, because WE really prioritized having Monkey on this Trundle, one of his most comfortable champions throughout the entire season, throughout that big run, as you mentioned, that Team WE went on. Ornn's going to be locked in here for Cube. We saw, like other picks like the Scion not work out well in our last series, so hopefully a little bit of a better performance here for Cube this time around. We'll see what the rest of the composition looks like for Team WE, as they've already set up some pretty beefy frontline members in their draft.
Yeah, a couple of interesting hovers here. Not worth talking about just yet, obviously, but, there are a lot of things that I think you could round out this comp with. We did see Rumble into tank earlier today with Ninjas in Pajamas versus LGD. Did not work out for the tank. The Rumble got very strong in that game and ended up making a big impact. We'll see if Cube can have a bit more of a safe time on the Ornn. Of course, Ornn offers the ornaments later on in the game as well if you do just want to play around. Trundle, it will be the Jhin. Very safe AD carry as an answer to the Varus. Really like the individual matchup that Jhin has in particular. As for the composition as a whole, you're lacking in damage quite a bit right now. You don't really want Jhin to be your primary option, so we'll see how they round things out, but it will be the Alistar as that consistent form of engage for Mako.
Gonna have to trust Karus into having champions in his pool after they get continuously pinched that can dish out that consistent DPS. The Azir already off the table. That Orianna cannot be selected again, obviously, with us being in that true fearless format. So curious to see what direction Karus does go. On the other side for IG, mid-jungle, still left to be selected. We see that Ryze takeaway from Rookie.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. The thing that really stands out to me that's still up on the board is Ahri. We'll see if they want to take that away. That's something that Karus has played quite a lot over the course of his career, so would make a lot of sense within the comp, would be that damage that you're looking for, and can still make plays alongside the Trundle, and can allow the Jhin to be a little bit more weak side. We'll see if they want to go for that. There are plenty of options still on the board. It will be the Nautilus actually taken away, wanting to take away that support option from WE, who have yet to finish out their bot lane alongside the Jhin. Jhin Nautilus, a very famous lane, so just curious to see where the bans end up coming in. It's curious to me that WE themselves banned out the Ryze. I would have considered that probably the likely pick, but still a lot up on the board. Victor is also a potential option. We're starting to get down the rung on the mid lane tier list, but a lot there still.
Do they ban another one of these mid laners and try to pigeonhole Rookie into a specific selection? Yeah, there's the Victor. So I'd imagine, well, actually, maybe you just pick jungle here to try to match the Trundle and you leave R5 here for Rookie. It does mean that Karus might have some different options that won't get immediately countered by that Victor. We'll see what IG want to select here. As again, on the side of WE, more damage is necessary. That Aurora did pretty well earlier on in the day for Doinby, although it did not result in a win.
Yeah, Rookie has not found a ton of success on Aurora across this year. It's been a champion that at times has looked good in the LPL in general. Not as much for Rookie. He was one of the people who picked it up the latest, and so, we'll see how that ends up working out. He ended up pretty good on it towards the end of the split. He felt a lot more comfortable as he played more games on it, but certainly going to be, more of a question mark, more of a test to see how he ends up performing on that champion. We will see, though, if the engage support is going to be Rel, which it is, kind of the main one left up on the board. Leona, of course, the other main option here, but Rel as, a pick into, things like Varus makes sense, even if it's not great into Alistar. And it's going to be the Akali that actually comes out for Karus, so him really throwing down the gauntlet saying, okay, we needed damage out of the mid lane. We have Ornn, we've got Trundle, we've got Rel, we've got setup. I wasn't able to carry in game 1. Let's try it again in game 2.
It's a very conditional amount of damage, though. It's not your traditional artillery mage or anything like that. Cards are going to have to really have high-level gameplay in terms of attacking this backline, who is relatively immobile, specifically this Varus. Obviously, Rookie can jump around a little bit, but if Karras is able to, get a couple of nice kills here, get himself a lead, it is a little bit of Snowball City here for Team WE. If you can eventually get to those Ornn items onto the Jhin, get those crits stacking up, he can eventually turn into your late-game threat, but a lot of pressure on the WE mid-jungle duo in this decisive game 2 that could result in them getting swept if things don't go their way.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think, honestly, the early game matters a lot here. Again, not because these comps are indexing super heavily into it, but rather because whoever controls the tempo of this game is likely going to be in a really good spot. I really like this draft for WE. I think there are a lot of ways to execute on it. I think you scale pretty well. You have a ton of engage. I mean, Ornn ult plus Rel plus Trundle. There are plenty of ways to start off fights here. If this Akali can get into a decent spot to be a primary carry, if you can get a little bit of gold on her in the early game, I think you're going to be pretty good here for WE. That being said, it's not like IG don't have engage. It's not like they don't have damage. They have plenty of ways to play out this game. Once again, it comes down to execution, and that's what makes these so fun.
Again, a matchup between top 4 teams. If theoretically Split 2 was the split that decided Worlds, hey, these 2 teams would have been the next teams up after AL and BLG. So a lot of pressure here for them to try to maintain that level of success. Obviously, there were some underperformances from teams like JDG, from Top Esports. They're going to be hungry to try to match this level of play to get into that top 4. But these guys are the ones that right now have that kind of upper hand, at least in terms of that momentum that is riding. And they want to make sure they continue that into the rest of the year as we load into the lift for game number 2 in Xi'an. Do I dare say, kind of close?
Very close. Yeah, shockingly close. Both of these teams getting a lot of support from their fans here today, and I'm very excited to see how it plays out. Again, no deep vision, unlike game number 1. No real major invade coming out from either side. Just going to be pretty standard setups here. Will be Monkey taking a bit of damage from the Electrocute proc, but pretty standard starts. It looks like Xin Zhao will just be making sure that his invade is protected with that ward. Vampire playing pretty aggressive here.
Yeah, does not land the crash down, but gets knocked up by the pulverize of Mako. Pressuring a little bit here onto Gala and the like. And actually, as I say that, Monkey, he's actually roaming up for a late invade onto the enemy blue buff, and just knowing how strong Trundle is level 1, Wei just immediately backs on out of there.
And it's actually really smart from Wei. The direction that he makes his way out of there actually doesn't show on vision, so he's just going to go and take Raptors and red buff on this side as well. He's going to hit his level 2, and honestly is going to be in a pretty good spot regardless of the invade here. The pings are going to come down onto the Raptors, but they're going to be gone by the time Monkey gets here.
And Wei should be able to hit level 2 off of these small ones as they finally get taken down, and should try his best to get on out of there. Now, Rookie has pushed the wave in this range versus melee matchup, and that means that Monkey cannot contest in 1v2. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, Mako taken down to below 100.
Yeah, that was dangerously close. I'd have to see how that started. I imagine it was a good vampire engage, but shocking to see the Alistar in so much trouble early on in this game, especially with the vampire still at level 1, but is a nice exchange overall there for WE, getting that Alistar out of lane and forcing it. We're going to get to see the replay here. Just ends up walking up a little too far. Does get clipped just by the end of the crash down. And the stun comes down, the ignite comes down. Forces the flash out. Oh, the bouncing grenade just barely not enough, but very, very close from the bot lane of WE.
I have to imagine a Biscuit was involved in that survival here for Mako. Make sure you, all you support players or just all you players at home, make sure you pop your biscuits whenever you're in a big fight like that. Could keep you alive. So Mako's going to be alive and all right. After what was a very chaotic start to the game that resulted in no blood being shed, actually. It ends up just being relatively even, and it's up in the top side. Cube and the Shy going at it a little bit as well. The Scrap Shield from the Shy keeping him alive. He's going to use the Flame Spitter and a Biscuit of his own to regen back to a very considerable amount of HP. But nicely done by Cube to keep things competitive here.
Yeah, no, honestly, really well done by Cube. And I will say, I think this matchup is better for Ornn than it was for Sion earlier on today. I do think that there are a lot more ways to play it out for the Ornn to just kind of shut down the Rumble's aggressiveness. You're going to go down in CS and gold, but probably not as much kill threat on the top side. And so we'll see how that ends up playing out. Mako, though, still level 2 because of the obvious delayed back here. Vampire hitting level 3. We'll see if WE maybe want to take advantage of it. But right now, the wave control is in favor of Invictus Gaming. Which is definitely not what you would have expected after the exchange.
This is a good opportunity for them now, though. The Deadly Flourish combined with
Ooh, nice knockup.
a little bit of damage as well. Yes, nicely done from Mako, landing that Pulverize to make sure the crash down does not connect. That's a little nice interaction that you can have with the Rel against the Alistar. But the pressure that they have generated allows for Monkey to claim that bottom side scuttle, securing that double crab for himself. He still has some camps on the top side to take as well.
Yeah, you're seeing why Alistar is considered the counter pick to Rel, quote unquote, you know, in terms of how things go. Obviously, once you get to the late game team fights, it's not as relevant, but Alistar very good in lane against Rel because of that ability to buffer the crash down. We're going to see that more throughout a lot of this game, but really, I'm going to be looking at the mid lane. Karis is so important towards what Team WE want to do moving forward, and if he's not able to generate a pretty big lead here into the Aurora, a matchup that I do think is Akali favored, then things could get pretty dicey pretty quickly with a lack of damage coming in on the side of WE. That's why we see so much pressure, I think, put in the mid lane by both Vampire and Wei here.
Still hunting, still feeling each other out a little bit as the Dragon does spawn. Infernal to start things off here is not a ton of ability to kill by either party, but specifically here for Vampire, so he jumps on out of there. Maybe making a return to try to clear that control ward out.
And the trade coming in from Rookie just... We've seen some Aurora trades throughout our time in the LPL that have just been pretty incredible. Vampire's still sticking around. Mako's in the area as well, and you know, it's going to be a kind of a win for Invictus Gaming, buying a lot of time from this Rel with Monkey making his way up.
Oh, we gotta find the pillar on to Mako. Ignites on top of him as well. Between worlds, though, comes out from Rookie. He's doing a lot of damage.
Oh.
And Mako still going to survive. It's first blood picked up for IG. They're gonna get a second as Rookie goes crazy in the mid lane, hitting 6 at just the perfect moment. And now Monkey is gonna be targeted, but he's gonna run to his jungle to safety. IG with a huge play in the mid lane.
Unreal timing there on the level 6 for Rookie. Just perfectly executed from him to be able to get that damage down. It kind of looked a little bit suspect at the beginning, but IG end up pushing through. They end up taking advantage of the over-eager, kind of greedy play from WE. You know, they were trying to sit there. They're like, Vampire's been here for so long. Still level 3. We need to find something.
Oh, Shuriken
Karis
doesn't connect. Still could be
Oh,
enough
no.
damage, but Mako teleports just in time. Piercing arrow
Karis.
comes out. Gala matches the flash, and IG are just better on the day.
Oh, it is disaster for WE. It looked like it was going to be a good play for the Akali, but it turns into the worst of plays overall. Gala ends up with the kill. All summoners burned by Karis. He doesn't land the Shuriken. That is the difference maker in that fight. Rookie ends up with the kill. Gala ends up with a kill, and Invictus Gaming end up with a pretty big lead here. But we're going to see this again. Vampire has invested so much time into this area. The Trundle Pillar comes down, and so they wanted full engage on this, but Rookie has just immediately bursted down Karis. He's so low before this fight even starts. Mako is just able to walk out a great headbutt to be able to get Monkey out of the area, to not allow him to pick up the return kill onto the Alistar, but once again, we're going to see kind of the exchange. On the bottom side here, Karis just barely misses his Shuriken. If he lands that, it's a kill. It just is for WE. Unfortunately, he's not able to land it. It goes on the minion instead. Even with the flash, Gala ends up matching
man.
and ends up picking up the kill. What a close play all around, but Invictus winning everywhere.
The slimmest of margins end up working out in favor of IG as they've turned that slim margin into a wide one. 1,500 gold. First Dragon of the game, already the Feats of Warfare picked up, and they are well on their way to a 2-0 sweep.
Yeah, it is the dream start for IG, and remember, they didn't even get this in game 1. They were down 3k gold going into the mid game, and so for them to have so much tempo surrounding this area with so much engage on their side with, you know, Rel and Ornn and Trundle and, you know, like on the other side, like hoping and praying to try and, you know, stop that engage. It's really easy to imagine a world where Alistar and, you know, this Xin Zhao just end up taking over in the mid game. So we'll have to see how WE want to answer, but it's the grubs that are started for IG. If they get this, they're in a great spot.
Yeah, without Karis being ahead at this point. It's going to be very hard for W to find a fight already. Monkey headbutted back into the rest of the team, but he has to flash away from the pillar. Here comes the call of the Forge God. Cube going to look to knock up a couple of people, but there's not a lot of follow-up left for WE. Equalizer comes down. Vampire going to try to collapse onto the shot, but he flashes right out. And now Karis is stuck in the middle of IG, and so is Monkey as Rookie picks up the 4th kill of the game. Already a grub picked up for Invictus Gaming, and WE have no chance to contest the rest of them.
It's a very tense fight. Honestly, it looks very close for a second with the Shy overextending quite a bit on the Rumble, but he ends up buying just enough time where Karis ends up getting a little bit too distracted in terms of his priorities. He dives in and ends up getting bursted down. Once that Akali is out, it's not able to be salvaged from IG there. Taeyun trying to put out damage on the Jhin, but it's just not enough. There's not enough damage going around, and we went from a state that was like, yeah, Invictus is in a good spot, to a 2.5k gold lead. We're going to get to see the start of this fight again. You know, Mako zoning out, does have to flash pretty early on because he's still level 4 in this exchange. Call of the Forge God does land on 3, but it's a bit disconnected from the overall play. The Shy not really with the rest of his team. Equalizer hits basically no one, but look at where Karis is. He's just by himself amongst the entire enemy team, almost dashes directly into the Equalizer. At that point, Monkey is by himself as well, and the grubs are not attainable. He ends up falling, and you know, like I said, 2.5k gold lead for Invictus. They have a comp that scales really well with a lot of engage. Rookie 2-0-1, great spot to be in for them.
And that Equalizer from the Shy, I mean, it didn't do a ton of damage, but it formed a literal firewall between the pit and the rest of the team. 3 members of WE could not go in to help out anybody, and maybe there was angles to pick up kills here or there around that grub fight, but really nicely done by the Shy, who's again having a really good game, picking up a big advantage over Cube despite actually not contributing in terms of assists on any of those kills.
Yeah, I mean, the Rumble is continuing to look pretty good in the hands of good players, which the Shy, of course, definitely is. We've seen many big moments from him on multiple different types of champions, but once again, it's Rookie who's really taking a lot of the focus, and unfortunately, right now, it might be Karis who's taking Rookie's focus. Oh my god!
Oh, look away! Oh, that was disgusting! Rookie! Oh my god, you didn't have to do him like that, man.
Oh, it's just a disaster for Karis, who is right now getting a little bit outplayed from a hands perspective, but counterplay made on the top side on the Shy.
Yeah, no flash available, so this should be WE finally getting onto the board. If they can give the kill to Monkey, likely would be ideal. They do with the Chomp, but now the trade is for Vampire, who never had a chance of trying to defend that tower in a 1v3. He does get a kill back, guys, so maybe I'm eating my words a little bit. So WE getting a little bit of gold back in certain areas, but not enough to stop the might of IG.
Yeah, I mean, Vampire at level 5, not really a big chance to survive that down on the bottom side, but you see Karis coming to catch the bot wave. Teleport on the top side coming in. Overall, lanes are equalizing out at least a little bit here, but Rookie is so accelerated. 1.5k gold up on the Akali. Leandri's completed. We're going to see a replay here. Karis is just by himself under the tower. I gotta see how this happens. Rookie landing all of the damage, even within the Shroud. You can see Karis playing very respectfully, but just walks up a little too much. Even with Rookie tanking tower shots, it just doesn't matter. Too much damage.
Straight up aura farm, like to quote the younglings there, like oh my, like Rookie just hit every single spell onto Karis, and Karis hit nothing back. Like, what else can you say? Like that's just. The better mid laner wins, at least here today, as it's a big mid diff, at least at this point. Rookie's 3-0-2 has that full item already in his inventory. 30 seconds on this next Drake. And IG looking like they're in a great position to close out a 2-0, make it 5 straight against Team WE.
Yeah, and we're going to see Vampire potentially caught again here.
Yeah, no hope. I mean, I thought maybe some stuns could buy some time. He has the ultimate available. He's waiting for Monkey to arrive. Still going to be living, but no. Gala will take him down. And now it's another 4v5 situation opened up for Invictus Gaming. Things are falling apart quick for Team WE.
Yeah, Drake is spawning. This is a really bad setup. Carr is once again being forced off of his tower down on the bot side, but he's not going to be fast enough. He's going to get the equalizer dropped on him.
Just let it go, man. Not worth saving this tower at this point. It's going to cost a lot of lives. Finally, Monkey does arrive, and Mako wants to flash on out with the Unbreakable Will, having had that tower aggro tanked on him, but finally the tier 1 will drop. And IG have 4 members here around the area. They force Monkey to come right back They try to take people down. The subjugate combined with the deadly flourish is going to try to slow down Wei just a little bit when he pops the crescent guard to make sure no further artillery can be rained down upon him. Gala has both of the summoner spells. He is in a lot of safety. And he will be able to now maybe try to turn this around.
Oh, double
Piercing arrow does a
teleport's coming
lot.
in.
Teleport coming in. It's going to be the Shy looking to join the fight. Has that equalizer on cooldown, but he has the flame spitter all the same. And there's Rookie coming in to finish the job as well. Team WE go for the chase, but they overchase way too far. And Vampire now has to run away here from the might of Wei and Gala, but they can turn their sights to the Dragon instead.
It's just a desperation play, and it's not even over. Gala
Okay.
out of position here.
Cube running his way down from the top lane, going to be able to actually lock down Gala, but he
Oh, the
flashes
flash!
away. Wei is here to try to save him, and nobody from Team W has the range to get onto the Varus after that initial attempt. Somehow Gala is able to survive, and bad goes to worse for WE.
Even the worst of oversteps from Invictus cannot be punished. The position that they are in right now is unbelievable. Mako now just standing guard. Vampire looking for anything, but we're not stopping.
Yeah, in goes Wei once again. The wind becomes lightning, comes out, and Vampires once again just deleted. Karis jumps in with that perfect execution. Finally, Monkey gets one back. They land the shuriken onto the Shy. Karis flies forward. Should be able to get one back. It's a double kill for Monkey, and the numbers advantage is now in their favor. But Rookie is still doing so much damage, trying to finish off these kills on a Monkey and Karis. And Gala's arrived to the fight, waiting for the curtain call to try to lock down Mako, but he won't be able to do so. Karis flashes away from the chain of corruption, and IG not going to fall.
Oh man, Grapes, I hope you can get a break for 1 second here. It's fight after fight after fight. It's insanity on the Rift here for both of these teams. It might not even be over yet. Vampire has respawned, which means that Vampire is looking for an engage. But jokes aside, I mean, chaos over and over again. We're going to get a replay. I don't even know where we're going to start here. It's going to be the second half of this play. Vampire looking for Mako, but he was just standing guard for the rest of the team. Wei does dive a little bit too deep and ends up getting himself caught out. He ends up trading 1-for-1 on the exchange, with Cube being able to get himself out with the flash. And at this point, the Shy is very low. This actually looks okay for WE, all things considered. Unfortunately, from this point onwards, they've just kind of used all of their damage. And so chasing down Rookie is a very dangerous proposition, who still has so much to burn on the Aurora. Just barely misses the Q. Would have picked up the kill there on the Akali. Karis ends up flashing the Varus ultimate. And, you know, overall, it's an okay play for WE considering the game state, and they are able to get Dragon off of it, which certainly isn't the worst thing in the world, but doesn't change the outlook on the game entirely.
Yeah, look at the numbers right now. It's just 4,000 gold lead. Could be getting a little bit back here, as finally an overload on the bottom side will work out well for Team WE in their own favor. They take down Rookie. Mako should go down, but he's going to take Cube down with him. The tower shot will seal his fate. It's a 2-for-1 overall, and IG are getting mid-tier 1 as well.
Yeah, it's a 2-for-1, but IG are getting top tier 1, mid tier 1, like, they're getting everything. Like, this is still fine for Invictus, but it's a nice proactive play for WE, all things considered. Monkey's really strong. This is a 5-kill Trundle, and I'm not saying that, you know, they have a really easy avenue back into the game. They are still going. They might get mid tier 2 here as well. It's just Vampire alone to try and stop this. That is a trade for a lot on the bot side. Yes, you get 2 kills. Yes, you get bot tier 1, but giving up 3 towers in exchange for that is quite a bit. So we'll see what Monkey can do with that gold. He is every bit of resource that WE have at this point, and that's with Rift Herald now going over to IG as well.
Yeah, you know, counters to Xin Zhao, like, able to duel him. Question is, what can he do in the 5v5? Can he run into the Rift Herald and maybe even steal it away? It's at 1,200 HP.
So
it will be secured by Wei, but the fight could be big. Call the Forge God already has landed onto him, but the Equalizer once again providing a lot of zone control. But Karis in the backline looking for Gala. Lands the Shuriken, the perfect execution, not enough, but the final Q will seal the deal. Karis picks up the kill, now looking for Rookie, and WE have won the fight on the other side. Crash down lands on the way. Rookie will take down one, but the rest of his team has already fallen. It's a double kill in for Gala, and for Taeyun, and now Rookie is in a 1v3. He pops
No
between
way.
worlds. He gets one. He's looking for Taeyun as well, and WE have to flee.
Oh, it was almost unbelievable with Rookie pulling back a 1v4 at the end of that fight, but still ginormous for WE. It doesn't necessarily close the gold deficit because so much is still in favor of Rookie, but it puts it in the right spots. Taeyun actually picking up quite a bit of gold in that fight. on the Jhin. We're just gonna get a replay to see how this all broke down. Monkey goes in way too early. It looks like he's going to be disconnected for the rest of his team. Great job by Cube to play really aggro and stepping up and not fearing the equalizer, being willing to take a lot of the aggro. And Karis on the backline here, putting so much pressure onto Gala, finally showing the worthwhileness of that Akali pick coming out from the mid lane. All the while, WE is just winning the fight. Rookie and Gala are both preoccupied. There's no damage elsewhere, and so WE are able to pick up a really nice skirmish. Now, Rookie makes things quite close at the end here. So much damage coming out from the Aurora. Ends up picking up the kill on Vampire. If he lands this Q, he's probably got the kill on Taeyun as well. But overall, gold still in favor of IG. Much more playable by WE now.
Hey, shout out to Karis. We talked about his underperformances in that last game. Even though he didn't have the best start to this one, was able to assassinate Gala. That was a big play. Soaked up so much of Rookie and Gala's time in that initial play. And now is starting to get a little bit towards that point where Gala's really going to have to worry for his life, especially with that barrier still on cooldown at least for a little bit longer. Team WE finding some opportunities. The question is, will it be enough, especially to stop Rookie? Because, man, when that guy got unlocked, he was able to nearly 1v3 all on his own.
Yeah, I mean, this really is a tale of, I'm not going to say two carries, because Invictus has quite a few members of the team that can be big threats, but Aurora and Trundle are both going to be must-watch in these fights in terms of their positioning. If Rookie is isolated like he was in the previous fight, we saw what WE can do without the damage from the Aurora coming through, but at the same time, if she can get on those priority targets, especially if Monkey ends up getting bursted down, again, that's where all the gold is at right now, even with Taeyun getting a little bit more coming in from the Jhin, but it's Rift Herald dropped here in the bot lane. Rookie will be guiding it in. Looks like it will crash eventually. Oh, I guess not crash. It looks like it was driven. So will not crash into the bot lane, but we've got to fight instead.
Yeah, gives a little bit of a timer for W to go to a play. Gala flashes away for the crash down, but in goes Rookie out of the backline with the Between Worlds, not finding the passive onto Taeyun just yet. He dodges away from the deadly flourish, and IG winning the fight on the backside of things. Karis not able to take down Gala. Finally, the fourth shot of Taeyun will, but it will come at the cost of his life. Two more will drop here for Team WE as IG win the fight in the mid jungle.
Yeah, that's what happens when you can create space like that on Aurora. It makes it impossible for the damage dealers to feel comfortable stepping up, and on the back end of the fight, it's just doomed, and Monkey will eventually pay for the sins of the rest of his team and fall as well. A bit of an awkward timer there, but it will be Otacon that is started up by Invictus Gaming now. We get to see what happened a bit earlier. Fortunately for Rookie, not earning his driver's license on the Herald, but
you gotta revoke
certainly,
that.
Yeah, gotta work on that. Gotta work on that in practice. But more than enough actual effort in the fights themselves to really push things forward. It might not have been a Rookie carry in terms of the damage, but the separation was huge, and you can really see the value of things like Xin Zhao in that fight.
Regardless, Otacon gonna be the second dragon as well for IG. Not just the team fight win, but a whole lot more in terms of those objectives. It was relatively close, but Gala's able to flash away here, and then Karis not able to take him down in time. He buys so much time.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that Vampire is just so squishy, and Wei is able to do so much damage. Karis ends up dashing in here. He wants to kill Gala, but even if he does, there's really not a lot to be able to work off of that. It's a nice play overall, but especially with Taeyun having to flash forward in order to secure the kill, there's not a lot of ways out of that fight, and you're basically just trading gold for gold. Hopefully, you can get that gold into the right spot. Part of it has gone on to Jhin, but at this point, very difficult to imagine a world where WE can easily fight from this point onwards.
Yeah, you take a look at our good friend, the JD robot down there, and it's a 70% chance, or 69% chance, nice, that IG have the game in their hands, just due to the compositions based off Chinese solo queue data. We know that, sometimes it's not super accurate, but in my head right now, K-Man, it very much represents the way that this game is currently structured.
Yeah, I certainly would say that that is an accurate representation. We've said it once, we'll say it 1,000 times. No lead is safe in the LPL. I think that has been proven over and over again, but IG are certainly in the driver's seat for the rest of this game. Got Soul Point in 4 minutes, and so no major objective on the map to play for. We see the vision coverage kind of being more centered towards the top side of the map. Baron is spawning in about 2.5. We'll see if they, that is Invictus, maybe want to try and prioritize that early on. We could be seeing a bit of a delayed and stalled game state, though, just with everything kind of off cooldown right now.
posturing, some clearing waves, and generally IG pushing, generating that control. We see a teleport in from Vampire to make sure that tier 2 in the bottom lane doesn't go down, but it now gives IG maybe a little bit more time to pressure mid, to pressure top lane. There's just an unrelenting push on any side of the map with the way that Invictus Gaming have their lead set up right now. And overall, a good sign, a good bounce back here for IG. You know, they lost their series to Top Esports just at the start of the season, to start their season off, but going here and looking pretty good against a Team WE team that, again, did really have a crazy run last split.
Yeah, I mean, Invictus is, you know, again, ending off where they were with WE. It just feels like this team has, you know, WE's number in terms of their setup. Again, not everything is done and dusted just yet, but we see Rookie working on completing that third item. He's got 10 stacks on his Dark Seal as well. Cube could be in some trouble here. No tower to protect him.
And there's 4 members running it down here. Not a Baron available just yet on the other side of the map, so Cube's death will likely be in vain. The top tier 1 could be a target here for Team WE, but that is a small price to pay here for another kill going over to Gala.
Yeah, certainly not too bad to trade top tier 1 at 24 minutes into the game for a kill on the bot side and pressure over bot lane tier 2. Certainly not the worst exchange in the world, but it might actually be a trade of tier 2's. WE continuing to push. We saw Invictus make some mistakes here before, but it's actually a transition into the mid lane for Invictus here. They want to try to get as much priority as possible. No objective to translate this to, but this could just be inhibitor tower falling.
Yeah, the chase down was so long, they weren't able to push that bot lane wave in time, so instead they turned towards the inhibitor tower, and as you say, K-Man, with Karis and Monkey, 2 of the stronger members of the team away, it's a tier 3 tower instantly getting taken down, and the Shy is doing enough to make sure that the inner does not fall on his side of the map. Gala gets a tier 2, a huge influx of gold going IG's way.
It's another just questionable decision from WE. They're investing so much into a resource that, you know, how important really is it? This top lane tier 2, they're sitting here death pushing the Shy at this point. They give up inhibitor tower, they give up bot tier 2, they give up all the pressure over the bottom side of the map. Dragon is spawning in 1 minute. It's sole point for Invictus Gaming. They're gonna want to prioritize it. Baron is up on the map as well, and all of this pressure now for free has gone to IG with basically nothing to stop them from running the rest of the map.
And you just look at Rookie every once in a while and just are in awe of just how insanely far ahead he is in this game. 8-1-5 over Karis right now. 3,500 gold. Picking up that third item in the Void Staff as he just went back to base. This guy's going to be continuously a menace in any of these 5v5s. So the amount of AoE damage that he can put out there. And the rest of IG, definitely no slouches in their own right.
Yeah, and it's even more difficult, right? You're playing into an Akali where it's like, okay, Akali is going to be dangerous for your backline. Well, Varus has Edge of Night, and now Karis is caught out.
Yeah, Equalizer doing so much work, forcing Karis to flash away instantaneously, and in goes Mako, and Gala for the collapse. It's going to be Vampire instantly deleted, and Cube's teleport far too late. Another kill going the way of IG as Baron is now on the menu at 26 minutes.
Yeah, that should be the objective going to IG here. It's another big pick, and once again, it's Vampire kind of dying for the sins of the rest of his team. He's made some bad plays this game, but could not be over here. Cube stepping up.
Yeah, taking a lot of damage though, and in goes
Rookie.
Rookie to the backline. Taeyoon in a ton of trouble. Rookie with one more set of spells should be able to seal the deal. Cube dies in the backline as well, but here comes Karis to the rescue. Taeyoon lives for long enough, but it will not be able to result in any kills going over. Gala flashing into the Shroud because he does not give a damn about Karis, the tier 2 turret, or Team WE.
And it just blows itself wide open here. The game has been absolutely decimated by Invictus Gaming. It looks like they're going to move their pressure into Baron here. Monkey is still alive. Vampire has respawned back up, and Gala with that aggressive play really separates IG. We'll see what they can do around Baron now, though.
There's no chance. I mean, Monkey's gonna have to just flash into the pit, hope for a miracle. Vampire likely will fall. He has to crash down away. Rookie doing a really good job to zone him out. Monkey sees the HP bar. Can he get in there?
Vampire.
They're stalling out. They're not damaging the Baron. They want to make sure this Trundle is far enough away before the smite eventually goes to away. And now Monkey is going to have to flash away from that Equalizer instead of into the Baron pit.
Yeah, and while that was all happening, Rookie just killed Vampire for fun, just because he can at this point into the game. Just ridiculous stuff. IG's able to get the Baron. They're able to pick up a bunch of kills in that fight. We're going to get a replay here. WE won a contestant. They're sending Q because he's the only one with the ability to try and face check this, but there's so much CC that even though Q can, go unstoppable and try to keep himself alive, there's just not enough. Taeyun gets bursted down at the start of this fight. Rookie not quite able to finish him off. Could have been a little bit better here, but eventually Mako ends up being able to take him down, and Wei with the flash in. Gala, securing the fight. Monkey now looking at Rookie, but Monkey might be in trouble.
Yeah, Subjugate just wasn't even enough. Rookie is healing up a storm with those double buffs. 10 stocks on the Darksteel, has now the Baron buff as well. IG looking to put the finishing touches here on it this game. And even more dominance showing than the first, as Team WE now have their backs against the wall.
We will see where IG want to put their pressure. Right now, they're shoving out the bot lane. Looks like it's going to be on this bot inhibitor turret. This should be free. No way for WE to contest. They're going to try anyways.
Oran Horn is sounded. They find 3 members with the knockup, but there's not enough damage at this point in the game. Mako lands the pulve on the Monkey, and he's down to about 70% HP. The tier 3 down to half. The Shy has his equalizer coming up in 6 seconds with the wave crashing in. That is certainly when they make their next move.
Yeah, and they're still shoving in. It's going to be inhibitor falling in the mid lane. The Shy was shoving in the wave the entire time, and so that will be the objective. The wave is now crashing on the bot side as well.
With a couple of those cooldowns issued, no Call of the Forge God. It makes it so much harder to start a fight if you are Team WE. Mako lands another knockup on the Monkeys, chunked down to half. Vampire with the Magnus Storm is going to find 2. A big knockup will find a couple more, but there's just not enough damage on Team WE's side. 2 more have already fallen. It's going to be Cube knocked up, and Rookie frontlining onto Taeyun. The Wind Becomes Lightning does not connect, but Taeyun cannot even go to his own fountain for safety because IG have run the entirety of Summoner's Rift, and with a 2-0 win over Team WE, pick up their first win of LPL Split 3.
It's a dominant performance for Invictus Gaming as we see them not only seal the Nexus, but seal the fates of WE in their own base. And what a performance. You wanted to see a reinvigorated Invictus Gaming. Well, here you go. A dominant Game 2 from everyone involved.
And really just well played all throughout. I feel like some of those other games that NiP ended up winning earlier on in the day, if we go just reflect on another great day of LPL action overall, NiP kind of won by LGD throwing a couple of times. WE definitely didn't have like some of their best moments here in this series, but IG really had to earn that win, and they did so just tenfold. I mean, huge shout out to Rookie in that game. I mean, he was, I think, MVP of the series, absolutely. You could probably argue MVP of both games at this point on the Aurora, just absolutely styling on everybody. And for Team WE, definitely a disappointing loss. You always want that revenge once you kick off the regular season again to the team that took you down in the playoffs. They're going to be starting off this regular season at 0-1.
It's brutal for WE. Certainly not the start they wanted, but not the most unexpected start. I think that there are a lot of things to grow off of in this series. I think there are a lot of things to rebound from, a lot of tape to watch, but you know, it's double round robin. You got a lot of games to play, so I wouldn't worry too much if you're a WE fan. I would just be so excited if you're an Invictus Gaming fan. Rookie, in particular, looked incredible in their series earlier on already this week, even though they weren't able to pick up the win against Top Esports. Was unreal in this one. Easily player of the game in both Game 1 and Game 2. You know, Karis had gold in Game 1, and you know, as we can see on the vote there, it didn't really matter. Rookie definitely outperforming his fellow mid laner.
It seems like the fans at home know who the MVP was. It seems like they're in agreement with us. So it looks like, yeah, no need to argue here this time around. Rookie, really a vintage performance here in the mid lane, as wasn't always the case in last season or just throughout this year, right? But overall, Rookie trying to find that form, that return to an international competition. It's been years since he's been back to that world stage, and hey, with this dream team built around him on the organization that lifted that Worlds trophy with him, with his old teammate, the Shy, of course, he's looking like he is motivated to do that again.
Yeah, and there were times in Split 2 where I was guilty of saying this, you know, myself, where I was like, You know, this feels more like Top Esports rookie than it does like even Ninjas in Pajamas or Victory 5 rookie or especially old Invictus rookie. I don't think that was the case today at all. I mean, we just saw one of the most dominant rookie performances we've seen in quite a long time, and if he can capture that for the entirety of a split, you're looking at somebody who's an MVP frontrunner here in the LPL. You want to talk about Invictus going to Worlds. This is a team that can win the LPL if they do end up really forming around him in a way that, you know, allows him to play the way that he did today.
And here's the thing about the way that the LPL is currently structured in terms of the strengths of the teams and the like is, you know, you have AL, who have been probably the most consistent all throughout, and the rest of the teams here in Group Ascend, you know, you have FPX and WE, who are your surprises from last split, and they definitely have good upside. But in my head, at least, the other 5 teams have such high highs and such low lows that it's very hard to predict who these 4 World Seeds are going to be this early in the season.
It's basically impossible. I mean, we thought we had a good idea of what top 5 looked like going into playoffs last year, and then all of a sudden JDG doesn't win a playoff series, and Top Esports is out in round 2. Like, you just never know in the LPL. That's what makes this such a fun region. The most fun region in the world is you can never predict just exactly where things are going to head. And, you know, we saw that a bit today. 43,000 damage coming out from Rookie's Aurora. Absolutely disgusting. Just unfair. A cheat code, if you will. And let's not forget, this was a champion that he was not doing this on in Split 2. He was kind of, you know, when they went on their win streak, he was starting to play Orianna and Azir every game. If he's going to play like this on Aurora and still have those Orianna Azir games, we might be in trouble.
Hey, goes to show. Even Rookie, learning and growing at this point in his career, definitely a scary sight as you get a look at some of these replays of this decisive game number 2. Rookie nearly tripling Karis' damage in that one.
You know, we mentioned, Karis needs to really step up. The Akali's in a decent spot to be, you know, strong in this game. Didn't happen. And I get that the comp is part of that. It's hard for the Akali to dive in, especially when Karis just gets so far behind in terms of gold in the early game. But, man, this Akali just did not feel useful. Karis didn't really feel all that useful today. And, you know, this is kind of how it went in the playoff series as well. Rookie definitely feels like he has his number in terms of how things go. Karis has had good performances in the past. I'm hopeful that he's going to continue to grow as a player. I know that there's been some hope for him in the past, but definitely need to see more out of him than what we saw here today.
Yeah, and again, for Team WE, obviously a very tough opponent that they were matched up against. Is a team that 3-0'd them in the playoffs, albeit that series being close. I would say moments of this series being close as well. But that's going to be your life in Group Ascend, and that was their life in Group Ascend last split too. They're able to take upsets, and I'm not expecting them to just roll over and kind of fall apart because of just a sample size of one series, right? This is certainly going to be a team that causes havoc, that causes upsets, and creates surprises here in this group. But it just wasn't their day today, and you know what? There's always the rest of the season to look forward to. That's the good part about having this be just your first matchup, you know?
Yeah, I think, you know, there are some good traits to take away from WE. They got that gold lead in game number 1. They were up 3k gold. If they play a little bit more clinical in that game, they probably end up closing that one out. And even in game number 2, I think it's fair to say, you know, I'm not going to go as far as to say that Monkey was better than Wei or was the better jungler, but Monkey showed a lot of really good traits, I think, throughout this series. And he's the one player to watch for WE. He's the one who's really been able to elevate them a lot throughout this year. His inclusion in the team has certainly made them better. And so, you know, I think that there is something to take away from the fact that, you know, maybe a slightly better performance from the solo laners in this series, and you could be in a better spot. Even if this game 2 happens, if you're able to hold on to that 3k lead, you're just going into a game number 3. So, you know, it's the minor things that end up really kind of turning things around, and WE has more than enough time to be able to figure out how to solve those minor problems.
Yeah, you know, it's just they grew a lot in Split 2. Who's to say they can't do the same here in Split 3? As these highlights round up, let's take a look at the updated standings after our 4th full day of games here on the LPL. Still some teams yet to play. We have not seen JDG yet. That's the only team outside of the other 2 that were, you know, at that took some time away from MSI, right? So we'll be seeing them sooner rather than later. In fact, their first game is on Thursday. But before we get there, we have 2 more series in Nirvana to get to tomorrow. It's going to be FPX facing off against Top Esports, and then Weibo against Team WE, right back at it again. As we take a look at our player of the game to round out the show, no surprise, Rookie 11-1-10 on the Aurora.
Yeah, 308 damage per gold percentage. So, you know, pretty good, all things considered. He was at 4,700 gold at the end of the game. I mean, the numbers tell you the story, right? This guy dominated this series, and he made some highlight plays. He gets this solo kill on Nakaris, hits literally every ability on the Aurora, dodges every ability on the Akali as he picks this up on the bot side. I mean, it's just a vintage rookie game, and again, if he's going to be playing like this throughout a lot of the rest of the year, we're not just looking at an Invictus Gaming team that can make Worlds, we're looking at a team that can, you know, make some serious noise at Worlds.
Yeah, I mean, if all goes right, but then again, that's what we say about a lot of the teams that are at the top here at the LPL, and things don't always go right? There's always some inconsistencies, there's some highs and lows, but right now IG definitely looking on form in this series specifically, bouncing back nicely after a loss to Top Esports to kick off the year. But that's going to do it here for our coverage on LPL English for the day, K-Man. Good to have you back. Good to be back here with you for your first show of the split. And hey, we got some good games. One in Nirvana, one in Ascend, and there's going to be some more good ones tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you so much, Grapes. It's always a pleasure working with you. It was a very fun day. Crazy fun games, and very excited for the rest of the split.
And once again, FPX versus Top, then Weibo versus Team WE to wrap up the day tomorrow. Same time, same place. 5 a.m. Eastern Time, 2 a.m. Pacific Time to begin the day. And you're not going to want to miss it. You're not going to want to miss any of these days. We'll be on every single day, basically at that time frame, maybe a little bit earlier for some of our weekends. So make sure you're always locked in. Give us a follow on all of our social medias and all of that good jazz. But before we head out here for the day, we want to give a quick shout out to our Elite Coffee subscribers, Aaron, Soup, Mung, and Forrest Without. Their pledged financial contributions help level up the broadcast and give back to the casted crew that helps to give you an English LPL product every day. The final score here on our second series of the day in Group Ascend, Invictus Gaming taking that 2-0 win over Team WE. On behalf of Kelsey, our producer, K-Man, my color commentator, my name is Grapes, thank you so much for tuning in, and we'll see you all tomorrow for more LPL.
Yeah.